Tonight, everyone, you don't need to follow ideas closely. This is a story about uncertainty, not conclusions. When psychology began, early thinkers struggled to understand the human mind, often mistaking habit for instinct and silence for simplicity, learning slowly through trial, error, and quiet revision. If you enjoy these slow, thoughtful journeys through how humans came to understand themselves, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, turn on your fan, and let's start. You're settling into the late 1800s and early 1900s, when people first began studying the mind not through philosophy alone, but through careful observation and quiet experimentation. This was a time when psychology was new, uncertain, and filled with more questions than answers, when researchers worked in small rooms with simple tools, trying to understand something that had never been systematically studied before. Before psychology existed as a formal discipline, people already knew their own minds quite well. You woke each morning with thoughts forming before you opened your eyes. You noticed how attention shifted from task to task throughout the day. You felt emotions rise and fade. You remembered yesterday while planning tomorrow. All of this happened naturally, without textbooks or laboratories. In the middle 1800s, if you wanted to understand thinking, you simply observed yourself and others going about ordinary life. You noticed that some memories stayed clear while others faded within hours. You recognized that concentrating on one thing meant other things slipped away. You understood that tiredness changed how you thought, making simple decisions feel difficult by evening. People describe these experiences to one another constantly. A teacher might mention how students seem to learn better in the morning. A shopkeeper might notice that familiar customers' faces came to mind more easily than their names. A parent might observe that children remembered stories better when they were calm and rested. These observations weren't scientific, but they were accurate in their own way. The idea that thoughts could be studied systematically seemed strange at first. Thinking felt private, invisible, and impossible to measure. Unlike the heart or lungs, the mind produced nothing you could weigh or see under a microscope. It simply existed, creating experiences that only you could know directly. Yet people had always been curious about why they thought the way they did. Why did some faces seem instantly familiar, while others remained strangers even after multiple meetings? Why could you remember a song from childhood but forget what you ate 3 days ago? Why did solving a puzzle sometimes require stepping away and returning later with fresh eyes? These questions didn't feel urgent. They were simply part of being human, noticed during quiet moments or mentioned in passing conversation. No one expected definitive answers. The mind was just something you lived with, accepting its quirks and patterns as part of daily existence. By the mid-1800s, a few people began wondering if these everyday observations could lead somewhere more organised. Perhaps patterns existed that applied to everyone. Perhaps memory, attention, and thought followed rules that could be discovered through patient study. Perhaps the mind, despite being invisible, could still be understood. This shift happened gradually. It wasn't a sudden revelation, but a slow accumulation of curiosity. Someone might keep a journal noting when they remembered things clearly versus when details blurred. Another person might wonder why certain tasks felt automatic, while others required constant attention. These small questions began gathering into something larger. The people asking these questions weren't revolutionaries. They were teachers, doctors, philosophers, and simply thoughtful individuals who noticed patterns in daily life. They had no special equipment and no established methods. They just had questions and the patience to sit with them. What made this period interesting was how little anyone actually knew. There were no textbooks explaining how memory worked, no diagrams showing how attention functioned, no theories about why practice made some tasks easier. Just people noticing, wondering, and occasionally writing down what they observed. This uncertainty created a kind of openness. Without established answers, people could explore freely. They could propose ideas, test them gently, and revise them without feeling they were contradicting established truth. The mind was a mystery, but it was a mystery they lived with every day, making it familiar even while remaining unexplained. Daily life provided constant opportunities for informal observation. Walking through a city, you noticed how quickly you stopped hearing the constant noise of traffic and conversation. Your mind filtered out the familiar, attending only to unusual sounds or sudden changes. This happened automatically without conscious decision. Reading a book demonstrated similar patterns. Your eyes moved across words, but you weren't aware of each individual letter. Somehow, meaning emerged directly from the marks on the page. Only when you encountered an unfamiliar word did the process slow down, becoming deliberate and conscious. Conversations revealed other aspects of thinking. You could follow what someone said while simultaneously planning your response. You remembered earlier parts of the conversation while hearing new information. You interpreted tone and expression alongside actual words. All of this happened smoothly, requiring no apparent effort. Yet certain mental tasks felt genuinely difficult. Learning a new skill demanded concentration. Remembering long sequences of information took work. Maintaining attention on something boring required constant effort. These difficulties were just as much a part of mental life as the effortless aspects. People noticed that moods affected thinking. When cheerful, problems seemed manageable and ideas flowed easily. When sad or worried, even simple tasks felt burdensome and concentration became difficult. The connection between emotion and thought was obvious, though no one understood the mechanisms behind it. Physical state mattered too. Hunger made thinking harder. Illness disrupted concentration. Pain drew attention away from other concerns. The mind clearly depended on the body, though the exact nature of that dependence remained unclear. Age brought changes in mental abilities that everyone could observe. Children learned quickly but struggled with abstract ideas. Adults could think through complex problems but sometimes had trouble learning new skills. Older people accumulated vast knowledge but might struggle to remember recent events. These patterns were familiar, noticed across generations. Individual differences were equally apparent. Some people seemed naturally good with numbers. Others had exceptional memories for faces or names. Still others could learn languages easily, or showed talent for music or art. These variations suggested that minds, while sharing basic features, also differed in significant ways. All of these observations existed before formal psychology, accumulated through ordinary living rather than systematic study. They formed a foundation of common knowledge about mental life, reliable enough for practical purposes even without scientific explanation. What early psychologists would attempt was taking this informal knowledge and making it precise. They wanted to move from noticing patterns to understanding why those patterns existed. They hoped to transform everyday observations into systematic knowledge that could be tested, refined, and extended. This ambition faced an immediate problem. Unlike studying rocks or plants or chemical reactions, studying the mind meant studying the very thing doing the studying. Your mind had to observe itself, creating a kind of circularity that made objective investigation difficult. Despite this challenge, the attempt seemed worth making. The mind shaped every aspect of human life. Understanding it better might improve education, help people think more clearly, and address the suffering caused by mental difficulties. The potential benefits justified working through methodological problems. So in small rooms and quiet laboratories, with simple equipment and careful notes, the first psychologists began their work, building on everyday observations but trying to go beyond them, seeking patterns and principles that could explain the rich, complex, frustrating and fascinating experience of being a conscious thinking person. The first people who tried to study psychology formally worked in small rooms with simple tools. They used pocket watches to measure reaction times. They created basic puzzles to test memory. They kept detailed notebooks, recording observations in neat handwriting by lamplight each evening. Wilhelm Wundt opened a laboratory in Leipzig, Germany, in 1879. This wasn't a laboratory in the modern sense, with gleaming equipment and computer screens. It was a room with tables, chairs, paper, and a few instruments for measuring time and basic sensory responses. The work done there was quiet and repetitive. Researchers would sit with volunteers and ask them to describe their thoughts while performing simple tasks. Someone might look at a coloured card and try to explain exactly what they experienced. Another person might listen to a tone and describe how it felt different from another tone. These descriptions were recorded carefully and then reviewed later. The goal was to break consciousness into its smallest parts. If thinking was made up of basic sensations, feelings and images, perhaps understanding those pieces would reveal how the whole mind worked. It seemed logical. Scientists had been breaking physical matter into smaller elements for decades. Why not do the same with thought? This approach, called introspection, required patience. Volunteers had to pay very close attention to their own mental processes and describe them accurately. Researchers had to listen carefully and record everything precisely. Then they had to compare notes, looking for patterns across different people and different tasks. The work was slow. A single experiment might take weeks to complete, with the same simple task repeated hundreds of times. Researchers wanted to be thorough, to make sure their observations were consistent. They avoided rushing toward conclusions. But problems appeared quickly. When different people described the same experience, their accounts often differed. One person might report seeing a colour as a simple sensation. Another might immediately think of an object that colour, mixing memory with pure perception. A third might feel an emotion connected to the colour, adding yet another layer. These differences were confusing. If everyone's mind worked the same way, shouldn't their descriptions match? The researchers tried being more precise with their instructions. They trained volunteers more carefully. They repeated experiments again and again. Still, the variations persisted. Some researchers began to suspect that asking people to describe their thoughts might actually change those thoughts. The act of observing your own thinking seemed to interfere with natural mental processes. It was like trying to study how you walked by thinking about every step. The attention required for observation altered what you were trying to observe. This created a genuine dilemma. How could you study something that changed when you looked at it? The problem felt fundamental, not something that better equipment or more careful methods could solve. It was built into the nature of consciousness itself. Other scientists tried different approaches. Hermann Ebbinghaus decided to study memory using something that had no prior meaning. He created nonsense syllables, combinations of letters that formed no real words. Then he memorized lists of these syllables, testing himself repeatedly to see how memory changed over time. This work was tedious. Ebbinghaus sat alone, memorizing lists, testing himself, recording results, then doing it all again the next day. He continued for months, building a careful record of how quickly he forgot and how repetition helped him remember. The data accumulated slowly, filling notebook after notebook. What he discovered was both interesting and limited. Memory did follow certain patterns. Information faded quickly at first, then more slowly over time. Repetition helped, but with diminishing returns. Spacing practice sessions worked better than cramming everything at once. These findings were genuine, but they also felt narrow. Memorizing nonsense syllables wasn't like remembering your childhood, learning a skill, or recognizing a friend's face. The controlled simplicity that made the experiment possible also made it feel distant from real mental life. Still, the work demonstrated that memory could be studied quantitatively. You could measure how much was remembered, how long it took to learn, and how quickly forgetting occurred. These measurements provided something solid to work with, even if they captured only a tiny slice of what memory actually was. Other researchers explored different aspects of thinking. Some studied how people reacted to unexpected sounds or lights. Others investigated how practice improved performance on simple tasks. Each study added a small piece of information, but no grand picture emerged. The early psychologists kept working despite this uncertainty. They revised their methods when problems appeared. They borrowed ideas from each other. They published their findings in new journals created specifically for psychological research. The field grew, but slowly, without dramatic breakthroughs. What sustained them was genuine curiosity and the belief that patience would eventually yield understanding. They weren't expecting quick answers. They were building something from nothing, establishing basic methods and questions that future researchers could refine and expand. Equipment remained simple throughout this early period. A chronometer for measuring time, cards with colours or shapes, lists of words or syllables, simple mechanical devices for presenting stimuli at controlled intervals. Nothing required advanced technology or significant expense. This simplicity had advantages. Experiments could be replicated easily in different laboratories. Students could learn methods quickly. The focus stayed on observations rather than getting distracted by complex apparatus. The questions being asked were fundamental enough that simple tools sufficed. Funding for this work came primarily from universities, which supported research as part of their educational mission. Amounts were modest. A laboratory might operate on the equivalent of a few thousand modern dollars per year. Researchers didn't expect wealth from their work, just enough support to continue. The pace of publication was slow by later standards. A researcher might publish 2 or 3 papers in a good year. Each paper reported carefully conducted studies, often representing months of work. The emphasis was on quality and thoroughness rather than quantity of output. Reviewing others' work for journals was taken seriously. Researchers read submissions carefully, checking methods and questioning interpretations. They provided detailed feedback, helping authors improve their work. This peer review helped maintain standards even as the field was still defining what those standards should be. Mistakes were common and acknowledged openly. An experiment might fail to produce clear results. A method might prove unreliable. A theory might be contradicted by new observations. Researchers reported these failures alongside successes, treating them as valuable information about what didn't work. This honesty created a culture where admitting difficulty or uncertainty was acceptable. No one expected researchers to always be right. They expected them to be careful, honest, and willing to revise their thinking when evidence demanded it. Debates occurred regularly. Researchers disagreed about methods, interpretations, and the field's proper direction. These disagreements were conducted through journal articles and conference presentations, with each side presenting arguments and evidence. The tone was generally respectful, focused on ideas rather than personal criticism. Some debates continued for years without resolution. Different laboratories used different methods and reached different conclusions. Without clear ways to decide between competing approaches, both might persist, each gathering supporters and continuing to produce research. This theoretical diversity could be frustrating, but it also protected against premature consensus. If the field had settled too quickly on particular methods or theories, it might have locked itself into approaches that later proved limited. Ongoing disagreement kept options open. What unified researchers, despite their differences, was commitment to empirical investigation. Whatever their theoretical preferences, they agreed that observation should guide understanding. Speculation alone wasn't enough. Ideas needed testing through systematic study. This empirical commitment didn't eliminate bias or error, but it provided a standard for evaluation. Theories that couldn't be tested or that contradicted. Repeated observations lost credibility. Those supported by consistent evidence gained acceptance, at least provisionally. The relationship between psychology and philosophy remained close during this period. Many psychologists had trained in philosophy and continued reading philosophical work. They borrowed concepts and questions from philosophical discussions of mind and knowledge. But psychology was trying to establish independence from philosophy by emphasizing empirical methods. Philosophers might debate the nature of consciousness indefinitely. Psychologists wanted observations that could settle disagreements or at least constrain speculation. This tension between philosophical questions and empirical methods would persist throughout psychology's development. The deepest questions about mind and consciousness often resisted experimental investigation, yet focusing only on what could be measured risked missing what was most important. Early psychologists navigated this tension with varying degrees of success. Some maintained broad philosophical perspectives while conducting careful experiments. Others focused narrowly on what could be measured, setting aside larger questions. Both approaches contributed to the field's development. As psychology developed, researchers gathered in universities, forming small communities of people interested in the same questions. These weren't large departments. Often, psychology existed as a corner of philosophy or physiology, with just one or two people pursuing it seriously. Students came to study with established researchers, learning methods through direct apprenticeship. They attended lectures, observed experiments, and eventually designed their own studies. The teaching was personal and informal, with much of the learning happening through conversation rather than formal instruction. Universities in Germany became early centres for this work. Leipzig, where Wundt worked, attracted students from across Europe and America. People travelled considerable distances to spend a year or two learning psychological research methods. They lived simply, attended lectures, worked in laboratories, and discussed ideas during long walks or evening gatherings. This created networks. Students who studied together stayed in contact after returning to their home countries. They wrote letters, sharing observations and asking questions. When someone developed a new experimental technique, others heard about it through correspondence and tried adapting it for their own research. Academic conferences began to include psychology. Researchers presented their findings to small audiences, often just a dozen or 20 people. These presentations sparked discussions that continued informally afterward. Someone might mention a problem they encountered in their research, and others would suggest possible solutions or alternative approaches. The atmosphere was collegial rather than competitive. Everyone recognized that the field was too new and uncertain for rivalry to make sense. They needed each other's ideas and insights. They were all struggling with the same fundamental challenge of how to study something as elusive as thought. Professional journals dedicated to psychology started appearing in the late 1800s. These provided formal channels for sharing research beyond personal correspondence. Articles were typically short and descriptive, reporting observations and methods without much theoretical speculation. The emphasis was on careful documentation rather than bold claims. Reading these journals meant encountering a mixture of promising findings and acknowledged failures. Researchers routinely reported experiments that didn't work as expected. They described problems with their methods. They questioned their own interpretations. This honesty reflected the field's uncertainty, but also its commitment to gradual, honest progress. Teaching psychology to undergraduates required developing new courses. What should be included? How should it be organised? Professors tried different approaches, some emphasising philosophical questions about the mind, others focusing on experimental methods and findings. Course structures varied considerably from one university to another. Students often found psychology interesting but frustrating. The field had few definitive answers to offer. Unlike anatomy, which could show you exactly how the heart worked, psychology dealt in probabilities, tendencies, and ongoing debates. This uncertainty could feel unsatisfying, but it also attracted students who enjoyed open questions. The growth of academic psychology created opportunities. Universities began hiring people specifically to teach and research psychology, rather than fitting it into other departments. Laboratories expanded beyond single rooms to include multiple spaces for different types of research. Funding, though modest, became more available, as institutions recognized psychology as a legitimate field of study. International connections strengthened. Researchers visited laboratories in other countries, observing different approaches and techniques. They discovered that while fundamental questions were universal, cultural context shaped how those questions were explored. A researcher in America might emphasize practical applications, while someone in Germany focuses on theoretical foundations. This exchange of ideas happened through multiple channels simultaneously. Letters, journal articles, conference presentations, and personal visits all contributed. The field developed unevenly, with some areas advancing faster than others, but the overall direction was toward greater sophistication and wider participation. What held these communities together was a shared commitment to understanding the mind through observation rather than speculation alone. They valued careful methods, honest reporting, and patience with uncertainty. They recognized that answers would come slowly if they came at all, but the process of searching seemed worthwhile in itself. Language differences created some barriers. Much important work was published in German, requiring researchers elsewhere to learn the language or wait for translations. French and English also served as languages of psychological research, but no single language dominated. This meant ideas spread more slowly than they might have otherwise. Translation work became important. Researchers who knew multiple languages helped make findings accessible across linguistic boundaries. They translated articles, summarized foreign work for local audiences, and facilitated correspondence between researchers who didn't share a common language. Women faced significant barriers entering psychology during this period. Universities often excluded them from formal programs or restricted their participation. Despite these obstacles, some women pursued psychological research, often working informally or in subordinate positions. Their contributions were frequently overlooked or attributed to male colleagues. If few women managed to establish themselves as serious researchers, they had to be exceptionally talented and persistent to overcome the barriers they faced. Their presence gradually began changing assumptions about who could do psychological research, though full inclusion would take many more decades. The social class background of early psychologists was typically middle or upper middle class. University education required resources that working class families rarely had. This limited the diversity of perspectives in the field. Research questions and interpretations reflected the backgrounds and concerns of relatively privileged academics. Awareness of these limitations was minimal during the period. Researchers generally assumed their findings applied universally, without considering how class, culture, or other factors might matter. This assumption would be questioned more thoroughly in later decades, but early psychologists worked within it unconsciously. Academic hierarchies shaped research practices. Established professors held significant authority, and their theoretical preferences influenced what kinds of research seemed worthwhile. Junior researchers often worked on problems their mentors considered important, gaining independence only gradually as they established their own reputations. This hierarchical structure had both advantages and disadvantages. It provided mentorship and maintained standards. It also sometimes stifled innovation when established figures rejected new approaches. The balance between tradition and innovation remained a constant negotiation. Informal gatherings were as important as formal ones. Researchers met for coffee or tea, discussing ideas in relaxed settings. They dined together, took walks, and visited each other's homes. These social interactions built trust and understanding that facilitated intellectual exchange. Personal relationships influenced intellectual ones. Friendships formed during student years often lasted throughout careers, creating networks of mutual support. People helped each other find positions, reviewed each other's work, and collaborated on research projects. The academic year's rhythm shaped research. Terms filled with teaching left less time for experiments. Breaks allowed intensive focus on research and writing. Summers might be spent travelling to visit other laboratories or attending conferences. This cyclical pattern became the framework within which psychology developed. Universities valued research but also demanded teaching. Balancing both required careful time management. Some researchers excelled at both. Others found one or the other more congenial. Most did what was necessary to maintain their positions while pursuing the work that interested them most. Research students provided essential assistance. They helped conduct experiments, organize data, and maintain equipment. In return, They learned methods and eventually developed independence as researchers themselves. This apprenticeship model ensured continuity across generations. The relationship between research and teaching was seen as mutually beneficial. Teaching forced researchers to organise their knowledge clearly. Research provided fresh material for teaching and demonstrated the active nature of the field. Students benefited from learning from active researchers rather than just textbooks. Public interest in psychology was growing but remained limited. Occasional lectures for general audiences introduced psychological ideas to non-specialists. Newspapers sometimes reported on research findings, but psychology hadn't yet captured widespread popular attention the way it would in later decades. This relative obscurity had advantages. Researchers could work without excessive scrutiny or pressure for immediate practical results. They could pursue questions that interested them without worrying about public opinion or funding pressures beyond basic institutional support. The communities forming around psychology were small enough that most active researchers knew each other, at least by reputation. This created a sense of shared enterprise. Everyone was contributing to something new, building a field that hadn't existed a generation earlier. Early psychologists noticed quickly that mental work required rest. After several hours of concentration, attention wandered. Memory became less reliable. Simple tasks took longer. The mind, like the body, had limits. Research sessions were typically kept short. An hour of focused work was often the maximum, before researchers and volunteers both needed breaks. Continuing past that point produced diminishing returns. Fatigue introduced errors and made observations less trustworthy. This wasn't seen as a problem to overcome, but as a basic fact about how minds worked. Just as muscles needed recovery after exertion, thinking required periods of rest. Pushing beyond natural limits didn't produce better results. It just produced tired people making mistakes. Researchers built rest into their schedules deliberately. They worked in the morning when minds were fresh. They took long lunch breaks, often including walks outdoors. Afternoon sessions were shorter and focused on less demanding tasks like reviewing notes or discussing findings. Evening work was typically light, perhaps some reading or organising materials for the next day. This rhythm felt natural. It matched how people had always worked, before electric lights and demanding schedules made continuous activity seem normal. Early psychologists trusted that their best thinking happened when they weren't forcing it, when they allowed ideas to settle and clarify through patient reflection. Universities supported this approach through their structures. Academic schedules included long periods between terms when research could proceed without teaching obligations. These breaks weren't seen as vacations, but as essential time for deep work, writing, and careful thought. Walking became an important part of intellectual life. Many researchers took daily walks, using the time to think through problems without the pressure of producing immediate answers. The gentle, repetitive motion of walking seemed to help ideas flow more freely than sitting at a desk trying to force solutions. Some discoveries happened during these walks or during other restful activities. A researcher might struggle with a problem for days, then suddenly see a solution while lying in bed before sleep. This pattern reinforced the value of stepping away from work rather than grinding through difficulty. Sleep itself became a subject of interest. Researchers noticed that sleep changed thinking. A problem that seemed impossible in the evening might appear manageable after a night's rest. This wasn't magical, but reflected how sleep allowed mental processes to continue working without conscious effort. Dreams were noted, but not yet deeply studied. They seemed to reflect daily concerns mixed with random images and feelings. Some researchers kept dream journals, curious about patterns, but without methods for systematic study. Dreams remained mostly personal experiences rather than scientific data. The importance of rest extended to longer timescales. Researchers took summer holidays seriously, using the time to recover from intense academic work. They travelled, visited family, pursued hobbies, and generally let their minds wander away from professional concerns. Returning in autumn, they often found themselves refreshed and ready for new projects. This approach contrasted sharply with later academic culture, which would emphasize productivity, output, and constant activity. Early psychologists worked hard, but they also trusted that rest was productive in its own way. Ideas needed time to develop. Understanding required patience, not just effort. The same principles applied to students. Cramming for exams was recognized as ineffective compared to steady, spaced study with regular breaks. Teachers encouraged students to maintain balanced schedules, warning against the exhaustion that came from excessive work without rest. None of this was formalized into theory. It was simply accepted wisdom based on observation and experience. People knew that tired minds didn't work well, so they avoided becoming unnecessarily tired. This seemed obvious rather than insightful. What made it noteworthy was how it shaped the pace of research. Psychology developed slowly, partly because researchers refused to rush. They worked carefully, rested thoroughly, and accepted that understanding would come gradually. This patience wasn't laziness, but recognition that the mind, including their own minds, had natural rhythms that should be respected rather than fought. Seasonal changes influenced work patterns. Winter brought longer periods indoors, suited to reading and writing. Spring invited more outdoor activity and social interaction. Summer allowed travel and rest. Autumn marked returns to teaching and intensive research. This natural cycle was accepted and incorporated into academic life. The quality of rest mattered as much as its quantity. Simply stopping work wasn't enough. Rest needed to involve genuine disengagement, allowing the mind to turn toward different concerns or simply wander without purpose. This kind of rest restored mental energy more effectively than forced inactivity while still thinking about work. Some researchers found particular activities restorative. Music, gardening, conversation with friends, and light physical exercise all provided relief from mental labour. These activities weren't seen as distractions from important work, but as necessary components of a sustainable intellectual life. The relationship between physical and mental rest was acknowledged but not fully understood. Exercise seemed to help mental clarity, perhaps by improving circulation, or simply by providing a break from thinking. Fresh air and natural light were valued, with many researchers preferring to work near windows or taking breaks outdoors. Time away from research often led to fresh perspectives. Returning to a problem after days or weeks away, researchers sometimes noticed aspects they had missed before. Distance provided clarity that close attention obscured. This made vacations and sabbaticals not just restorative but intellectually productive. The academic calendar's structure supported these patterns. Long summer breaks, shorter winter holidays, and periodic sabbaticals allowed researchers to step back from immediate concerns. They could read broadly, consider new directions, or simply rest without feeling they were neglecting responsibilities. Conversations about research often happened during restful activities. Walking with a colleague, sharing a meal, sitting in a comfortable room with tea. These settings facilitated discussion that felt less pressured than formal meetings. Ideas could be explored tentatively, without commitment to particular positions. The value placed on rest reflected a broader understanding of intellectual work as requiring the whole person, not just focused concentration. Physical health, emotional balance, social connection, and mental rest all contributed to thinking clearly. Neglecting any of these diminished intellectual capacity. This holistic view would be challenged by later emphasis on productivity and specialization. But for early psychologists, it remained a guiding principle. They were whole people trying to understand the whole mind, and that required attending to all aspects of human life, including the fundamental need for rest and renewal. Early psychologists developed simple experiments to understand how minds processed information. These studies used ordinary materials and straightforward tasks, nothing complex or intimidating. Memory research often involved lists. A researcher would read a series of words or numbers, then ask volunteers to recall as many as possible. By varying the length of lists, the speed of presentation, and the time before testing, researchers mapped basic patterns of remembering and forgetting. What they found was that memory had clear limits. Most people could remember about 7 items after a single presentation. Longer lists required repetition. Items at the beginning and end of lists were remembered better than items in the middle. These patterns appeared consistently across different people and different types of material. This consistency was encouraging. It suggested memory followed regular principles, not random processes. If you could predict memory performance based on simple variables like list length and position, perhaps deeper understanding was possible. Researchers tested many variations. Did meaningful words work differently than nonsense syllables? Did pictures produce better memory than words? Did emotional content affect recall? Each question led to careful studies, producing a gradual accumulation of findings. Forgetting proved as interesting as remembering. Ebbinghouse's work showed that most forgetting happened quickly, within the first hours or days after learning. After that, the rate of forgetting slowed considerably. Material that survived a few days often persisted for much longer. This pattern made sense of common experiences. You might forget a name minutes after hearing it, but information you still remembered a week later would likely stay accessible for months or years. The initial consolidation period was crucial. Repetition helped memory, but not in simple ways. Spacing repetitions over time worked better than massing them together. 10 practice sessions spread across 10 days produced better retention than 10 sessions in a single day. This spacing effect appeared reliably across different materials and tasks. Understanding why spacing helped required speculation. Perhaps memory needed time to consolidate between practice sessions. Perhaps spacing reduced interference between similar memories. Perhaps it simply maintained motivation better than tedious repetition. The mechanisms remained unclear, but the effect was consistent. Perception studies examined how people noticed and interpreted sensory information. Researchers presented simple stimuli like lights, sounds, or touches, then asked volunteers to report what they experienced. By varying intensity, duration, and context, they explored how minds translated physical sensations into conscious experience. One persistent finding was that perception wasn't passive. People didn't simply receive sensory information like blank pages accepting ink. Instead, expectations, attention, and prior experience shaped what people noticed and how they interpreted it. The same sound might be heard differently depending on what the listener expected or what else was happening around them. Context effects appeared everywhere. A grey patch looked lighter against a dark background and darker against a light background. A tone sounded different when preceded by other tones than when presented alone. A touch felt different depending on what area of skin received it. Perception was always relative, always influenced by surroundings. This relativity complicated attempts to identify simple laws of perception. What seemed like a straightforward relationship between stimulus and sensation turned out to involve multiple factors. Researchers had to control context carefully to get consistent results. Attention itself became a focus of study. Researchers noticed that concentrating on one thing meant missing others. They tested this with simple tasks. While focusing on counting sounds, people might fail to notice a light flashing. While watching one object move, they might miss another object appearing nearby. This revealed attention as selective and limited. You couldn't pay full attention to everything simultaneously. Instead, focus moved from one thing to another, with most sensory information going unnoticed. This wasn't a flaw, but a necessary feature of how minds worked, filtering vast amounts of information to manage what seemed most relevant. The capacity limits of attention were measured in various ways. How many objects could someone track simultaneously? How quickly could attention shift between different tasks? How did dividing attention between multiple things affect performance on each? The answers varied somewhat but showed consistent patterns. Visual attention was studied using simple displays. Arrays of letters or symbols were presented briefly, and people reported what they saw. Results showed that only a few items could be consciously perceived at once, even though the eye received information about the entire display. Most visual information never reached conscious awareness. Auditory attention showed similar selectivity. In a room full of conversation, you could focus on one speaker and follow what they said, while other voices became background noise. This selective listening, later called the cocktail party effect, demonstrated how powerfully attention could filter information. Learning through practice showed interesting patterns. When people first attempted an unfamiliar task, they needed to think through each step deliberately. With repetition, the task became smoother and required less conscious attention. Eventually, it could be performed almost automatically. Researchers traced this progression carefully. They had volunteers practice simple activities like tapping patterns or solving basic problems, measuring speed and accuracy across many sessions. The improvement curves were consistent. Quick gains at first, then gradual refinement, eventually reaching a plateau where further practice produced little change. This suggested that learning involved forming habits, stable patterns of action that required minimal thought once established. Habits freed attention for other things. An experienced piano player could focus on expression while fingers found notes automatically. A skilled reader could attend to meaning while recognizing words without conscious effort. The role of mistakes in learning was noticed early. When people made errors during practice, they often corrected themselves on subsequent attempts. This self-correction seemed important for improvement. Simply repeating actions without noticing and adjusting mistakes didn't lead to better performance. Feedback proved essential for learning. When people received clear information about whether their responses were correct, they improved faster than when practicing without feedback. This applied to both simple motor tasks and more complex problem solving. Researchers also studied how people grouped information to make it easier to remember. Instead of memorizing 15 random numbers, someone might notice patterns or break the sequence into smaller chunks. This organizational strategy helped memory even though the amount of information remained the same. The capacity to organize information seemed to distinguish expert from novice performance. Experts didn't necessarily have better raw memory. They organized information more efficiently, recognizing patterns and chunking details into meaningful units. This reduced the memory load and made information easier to retrieve. Context affected everything. People remembered information better when tested in the same environment where they learned it. They performed tasks more successfully when conditions matched their practice sessions. This suggested that memory wasn't just about storing information, but about connecting it to circumstances and surroundings. Physical state during learning also mattered. Being tired or uncomfortable during study made later recall more difficult. Being alert and comfortable helped. The body's condition influenced the mind's function in ways that were obvious, but not yet understood. Researchers noted individual differences throughout these studies. Some people had naturally better memory. Others learned motor skills more quickly. Still others showed superior attention or faster perception. These variations were documented but not easily explained. The question of whether practice could overcome natural differences remained uncertain. Some evidence suggested that extensive practice could bring almost anyone to high levels of performance. Other evidence suggested limits that practice couldn't fully overcome. The interaction between talent and training remained complex. Fatigue effects appeared repeatedly in studies. Performance declined after extended periods of work. Errors became more common. Reaction times slowed. Rest restored abilities, sometimes even improving them beyond pre-fatigue levels, as if the break allowed consolidation of learning. This made long experimental sessions impractical. After an hour or two, participants showed clear signs of tiredness. Continuing produced unreliable data. It's better to stop, rest, and resume the next day than to push through declining performance. The accumulated findings from memory, perception, and learning studies created a picture of minds as active, limited, and shaped by experience. People didn't passively receive information but actively processed it, filtered by attention, organized by prior knowledge, and stored in forms that made later retrieval possible but not guaranteed. These findings were modest but genuine. They described real regularities in how minds worked. They could be replicated in different laboratories by different researchers. They formed a foundation of reliable knowledge, even though much about underlying mechanisms remained unknown. As daylight faded, early psychologists often turned from active research to quieter work. Evenings were for reviewing the day's observations, organising notes, and writing up findings. This transition from doing to reflecting was built into the rhythm of scholarly life. Laboratories emptied as evening approached. Volunteers went home. Equipment was put away carefully, cleaned, and prepared for the next day. Researchers gathered their notebooks and returned to offices or personal studies to continue work in a different mode. Writing was done by hand, sometimes by lamplight or gaslight, before electric lighting became common. The physical act of writing was slow, requiring thought about each sentence before committing it to paper. Revisions meant recopying entire pages. This enforced deliberation matched the careful nature of the research itself. Notes from experiments needed organisation. Raw observations had to be sorted, patterns identified, and preliminary interpretations considered. This work required concentration but was less mentally taxing than conducting experiments. It felt more contemplative, allowing researchers to see their findings from a slight distance. Many researchers kept detailed research journals separate from their experimental notes. These journals included thoughts about methodology, questions that arose during the day, ideas for future studies, and reflections on challenges encountered. They served as private spaces for working through uncertainty without the pressure of formal presentation. Writing for publication was a different task entirely. Articles needed clear structure and precise language. Findings had to be presented objectively, without overstating their significance. Methods required enough detail that others could replicate the work. This demanded clarity that was harder to achieve than the original research. The process usually began with an outline. Main findings would be identified, then organised into a logical sequence. Supporting evidence would be arranged. Connections to previous research would be noted. Only after this organisational work would actual writing begin. First drafts were often rough. Getting ideas onto paper mattered more than polish. Later revisions would refine language, clarify arguments, and correct errors. Multiple drafts were normal, each improving on the last through careful editing. Reading drafts aloud helped catch awkward phrasing and logical gaps. Hearing the words revealed problems that silent reading missed. Many researchers made this part of their revision process, speaking their writing to themselves in quiet rooms. Colleagues sometimes reviewed drafts before submission to journals. A trusted friend might read a paper and offer suggestions. This informal peer review helped strengthen arguments and catch oversights. It also provided emotional support, reassuring authors that their work had value. Researchers typically worked on several writing projects simultaneously. A paper describing a completed study might be in revision while another was being drafted, and a third was still just an outline with notes. This allowed them to shift between projects depending on energy and inspiration. Some days, writing flowed easily. Ideas connected naturally, arguments assembled themselves, and the right words appeared. Other days, every sentence required effort, and nothing seemed to come together properly. Researchers learned to accept this variation, working when writing came easily, and doing other tasks when it didn't. Evening writing sessions often included correspondence, letters to colleagues discussing research, responding to questions about published work, or simply maintaining professional friendships were common. These exchanges kept researchers connected to the broader community and provided informal feedback on developing ideas. The tone of letters was typically warm and personal. Researchers shared not just findings but also struggles, uncertainties, and questions. They offered encouragement and suggestions. They built relationships that went beyond purely professional interaction. Some researchers preferred dictating to assistants rather than writing directly. Speaking thoughts aloud sometimes made arguments clearer. Assistants would transcribe, then researchers would review and revise the written text. This collaboration was practical, but also shaped how ideas were expressed. Reading others' work was an essential evening activity. New journal issues arrived regularly, requiring review. Books from colleagues needed attention. Staying current with the field meant spending considerable time reading, considering others' methods and findings, and thinking about how they related to one's own research. This reading wasn't passive. Researchers took notes, wrote marginal comments, and sometimes drafted responses or critiques. Engaging actively with others' ideas helped clarify their own thinking. It also revealed gaps in the field that might suggest new research directions. Occasionally, reading sparked immediate inspiration. An article might mention a method that could be adapted or describe a finding that connected unexpectedly to the reader's own work. These moments of recognition felt valuable, worth the hours of routine reading that preceded them. Evenings also brought administrative work. Teaching needed preparation. Laboratory supplies had to be ordered. Students' papers required reading and feedback. These practical tasks interrupted intellectual work but were necessary parts of academic life. Despite these demands, evenings generally felt calmer than days. The pressure to produce immediate results eased. There was space for thinking that wandered beyond current projects, for considering larger questions about the field's direction, and for wondering about problems that had no clear solutions yet. Some researchers worked late into the night when particularly engaged with a writing project or interesting problem. Others maintained strict schedules, stopping work at a set hour regardless of what remained undone. Both approaches reflected different temperaments but similar recognition that sustainable work required boundaries. The physical setting of evening work mattered. A comfortable chair, adequate light, and minimal distraction all contributed to sustained concentration. Many researchers cultivated particular spaces for writing, places that felt conducive to focused thought. Temperature and air quality affected evening productivity. Rooms that were too warm made concentration difficult. Poor ventilation created stuffiness that interfered with thinking. Researchers learned to maintain comfortable conditions, opening windows or adjusting heating as needed. Some people worked better with complete silence. Others preferred soft background sounds. A few worked in cafes or libraries, finding that ambient activity helped them focus. Personal preferences varied, but everyone recognized that environment influenced work quality. Before sleep, many researchers spent time with non-professional reading or family activities. They recognized that stepping fully away from work helped them return to it refreshed. The mind needed variety, not just rest. Light reading before bed helped transition towards sleep. Nothing too engaging or thought-provoking, just pleasant material that didn't demand intense concentration. Novels, essays, poetry, anything that felt relaxing rather than stimulating. Evening routines often included reviewing the next day's plans. What experiments were scheduled? What writing needed attention? What meetings or teaching obligations existed? This brief preview helped organise thoughts and reduced morning uncertainty. The transition from evening work to rest was gradual rather than abrupt. Work intensity decreased in stages. Demanding writing gave way to lighter reading, which gave way to casual activities, which gave way to preparing for sleep. This gentle progression respected natural rhythms rather than fighting them. This evening rhythm of reflection, writing, reading, and gradual disengagement created continuity between active research and restorative rest. Work didn't stop abruptly, but transitioned through stages of decreasing intensity until sleep could arrive naturally. Sleep was understood as essential for mental function long before psychologists studied it systematically. Everyone knew that poor sleep made thinking difficult, and that adequate rest improved concentration and memory. This common knowledge shaped how researchers approached their work. Evening routines often included winding down deliberately. After finishing work, researchers might read something undemanding, take an evening walk, or engage in light conversation. These activities help transition from the focused attention of work to the relaxed state conducive to sleep. The importance of regular sleep schedules was recognized early. Going to bed at roughly the same time each night made falling asleep easier. Waking at consistent times made mornings less difficult. The body seemed to function better with predictable rhythms. Bedrooms were kept simple and comfortable. Heavy curtains blocked light. Bedding was clean and warm. Temperatures were kept moderate. These practical arrangements reflected an understanding that the environment affected sleep quality. Dreams were acknowledged as part of mental life, but remained largely unexplored. People remembered dreams with varying clarity. Some mornings brought vivid recall of strange narratives and images. Other mornings, dreams disappeared immediately upon waking, leaving only vague impressions. Researchers occasionally kept dream journals, recording what they remembered upon waking. Patterns emerged. Dreams often included elements from recent experiences mixed with older memories and impossible combinations. They felt real while happening, but became obviously irrational upon waking. What dreams meant or how they related to waking thought remained unclear. Some researchers suspected dreams might reveal something about how memory worked, showing how the mind combined information in unusual ways. Others thought dreams might simply be random mental activity during sleep, meaningful only in their meaninglessness. The content of dreams varied enormously between individuals and across nights. Some dreams felt coherent, with recognizable narratives and clear sequences. Others were fragmentary, jumping between scenes without connection. Emotions in dreams could be intense, sometimes more vivid than waking feelings. Recurring dreams were noted as curious phenomena. The same scenes or situations might appear repeatedly over months or years. These repetitions suggested some kind of significance, but what they meant remained mysterious. Nightmares occasionally troubled sleep. Most people experienced them occasionally. They typically involved threats or danger, creating anxiety that could wake the sleeper. Upon waking, the threat revealed itself as imaginary, but the emotional impact lingered. Without methods for studying dreams systematically, they remained personal experiences rather than scientific data. Researchers noted them with interest, but didn't build theories around them. The focus stayed on aspects of mental life that could be observed and measured during waking hours. The quality of sleep affected research directly. After a poor night's rest, experiments took longer, mistakes increased, and patience wore thin. Researchers learned to postpone difficult work when they felt tired, recognizing that forcing concentration when exhausted produced unreliable results. This meant treating sleep as a professional necessity rather than a personal weakness. Taking time to rest properly wasn't indulgence, but practical requirement for good work. Universities generally supported this through reasonable schedules that didn't demand constant availability. Seasonal patterns influenced sleep and work. Winter darkness meant longer evenings and later mornings. Summer light extended active hours but also invited more time outdoors. Researchers adjusted their schedules with seasons rather than fighting natural rhythms. The relationship between mental work and physical rest was noted but not fully understood. Thinking hard seemed to require physical recovery just as manual labour did. A day of intense mental effort left people genuinely tired, needing sleep as much as someone who had worked physically. Some researchers wondered whether different types of mental work required different kinds of rest. Did creative thinking deplete resources differently than memorization or calculation? Did some activities actually restore mental energy rather than consuming it? These questions were raised but not answered. What was clear was that regular sleep patterns supported better thinking. Going to bed and waking at consistent times made daily work easier. Irregular sleep disrupted concentration and mood, making routine tasks feel harder than they should. Physical activity during the day seemed to promote better sleep at night. Researchers who took walks or engaged in light exercise reported sleeping more soundly than those who remained sedentary. This suggested connections between physical and mental states that weren't yet understood. Diet affected sleep as well. Heavy meals late in the evening made rest uncomfortable. Stimulating drinks like coffee or tea interfered with falling asleep if consumed too close to bedtime. Moderation and timing mattered. Naps occasionally appeared in researchers' schedules. A brief afternoon rest could restore alertness for evening work. This wasn't seen as laziness, but as an efficient use of natural energy patterns. Some people felt renewed after 20 minutes of rest. Others needed longer, but the principle of midday recovery was widely accepted. The practice of napping varied by culture and individual preference. Some researchers found them essential, others never napped. Both groups recognised that what mattered was total rest quality over a full day and night, not adherence to any particular pattern. The transition to sleep was sometimes described in the research notes. People noticed the drift from waking thought to sleep's edge when ideas became less controlled and logic loosened. This transitional state felt distinct from both alert consciousness and full sleep, suggesting that mental states existed on a continuum rather than as sharp categories. Thoughts while falling asleep often had a dreamlike quality, more associative and less constrained than normal thinking. Images might appear spontaneously. Ideas might connect in unexpected ways. This state could occasionally yield insights that more focused thinking missed. Some researchers kept paper and pen beside their beds to capture late-night thoughts. An idea that seemed important while falling asleep might vanish by morning. Writing it down preserved it, though morning often revealed that the insight was less significant than it had seemed in the moment. Morning waking brought its own patterns. Some people woke alert immediately, others needed time for full consciousness to return. These differences seemed stable for each individual, another example of variation within general patterns. The first thoughts upon waking sometimes addressed problems that had been troubling the day before. The mind seemed to have worked on them during sleep, occasionally producing solutions or new perspectives. This wasn't guaranteed, but it happened often enough to be noticed and valued. The role of sleep in memory was suspected but not proven. Researchers noticed that material studied before sleep sometimes seemed clearer the next morning. This suggested sleep might help organise or strengthen memories, though the mechanisms remain unknown. Some evidence supported this. Information reviewed just before sleeping was often recalled better than information reviewed earlier in the day. Whether this reflected the absence of interference after sleep or some active consolidation process remained uncertain. Sleep deprivation experiments were rare during this period, as deliberately disrupting sleep seemed unethical and impractical. Researchers relied instead on natural variations, observing how performance changed after poor versus good sleep. The results were consistent. Sleep loss impaired everything. Memory, attention, learning, mood, and physical coordination all suffered when people didn't sleep adequately. Recovery required time. A single good night didn't fully reverse the effects of several poor ones. These observations reinforced the practical importance of sleep. Researchers who wanted to do good work needed to sleep well. This seemed obvious, but it was worth remembering when pressures to work longer hours appeared. Overall, sleep was treated with respect as a fundamental requirement for mental health and intellectual work. It wasn't something to minimise or overcome, but something to honour as essential. This attitude shaped how research was conducted and how academic life was structured. Psychology as a formal field didn't emerge through sudden revelation. Instead, it developed through decades of patient accumulation, with each generation of researchers building modestly on what came before while remaining uncertain about fundamental questions. By the early 1900s, psychology had established itself in universities across Europe and America. Laboratories existed, journals published regularly, and students could pursue formal training. Yet the field still struggled with basic problems that had plagued it from the beginning. Introspection remained unreliable. Despite refinements in method and training, people's descriptions of their thoughts continued to vary in ways that couldn't be fully resolved. This limitation pushed researchers toward approaches that didn't rely on self-report, emphasizing observable behavior and measurable performance instead. This shift happened gradually. No single researcher or moment created it. Different laboratories began emphasizing different aspects of mental life, some focusing on learning in animals, others on child development, and still others on perception and sensation. The field diversified as people sought areas where progress seemed more achievable. What united these varied approaches was commitment to observation and measurement. Even when studying something as internal as emotion or thought, researchers looked for external indicators. Behaviour, physiological responses, performance on tasks, and anything that could be observed repeatedly and measured consistently became valuable. This emphasis on objectivity meant giving up some of the original ambition to understand conscious experience directly. You couldn't measure what it felt like to see red or remember your childhood. You could only measure responses, choices, and patterns of behaviour related to those experiences. For some, this felt like a necessary compromise. For others, it seemed like abandoning psychology's most important questions. These tensions persisted, creating ongoing debates about what psychology should study and how it should proceed. Despite these disagreements, research continued steadily. Studies accumulated in journals. Findings were replicated, questioned, or extended. Slowly, reliable knowledge emerged about learning, memory, perception, development, and many other topics. The knowledge was limited and provisional, but it was also genuine progress from the near-total ignorance of 50 years earlier. Teaching psychology became more standardized. Textbooks appeared, organizing the field's findings into coherent presentations. These texts acknowledged uncertainty, while also showing how much had been learned. Students could now study psychology without feeling they were entering completely unmapped territory. Applications began to emerge. Psychological principles informed education, helping teachers understand how children learned. They shaped industrial practices, improving training and working conditions. They influenced clinical work with people experiencing mental difficulties. Psychology was becoming useful even while remaining incomplete. The methods developed during this early period established patterns that would persist. Controlled experiments, systematic observation, careful measurement, statistical analysis all became standard practices. These tools weren't perfect, but they provided structure for investigating questions about mind and behaviour. Collaboration across institutions strengthened. Researchers shared methods, replicated each other's findings, and built on previous work. This collective enterprise made progress more reliable than isolated individual efforts could achieve. International cooperation continued despite political tensions. Scientific communication crossed national boundaries more easily than other forms of exchange. Researchers maintained contact with colleagues in other countries even when their governments were in conflict. The growth of graduate education created pipelines of new researchers. Students trained in established laboratories then started their own programs elsewhere, spreading methods and standards across institutions. This geographical expansion diversified the field while maintaining some coherence in approach. Women gradually gained greater access to psychology, though barriers remained significant. Their presence began changing the field's culture and expanding the range of questions considered worthy of study. Full equality was still far in the future, but progress was visible. Funding for psychological research remained modest compared to physical sciences. This limited the scale and complexity of studies, but also kept researchers focused on questions that could be addressed with simple methods. Creativity in designing informative experiments with minimal resources became valued. What early psychologists got right was their patience. They didn't rush to conclusions or claim more than evidence supported. They accepted uncertainty as part of scientific work. They revised ideas when observations demanded it. They collaborated across distances and traditions. They built institutions that could sustain research across generations. Their willingness to publish negative results and acknowledge failures created realistic expectations about scientific progress. Not every experiment succeeded. Not every theory proved correct. This honesty made the positive findings more trustworthy. The culture they established valued careful work over dramatic claims. Replication mattered as much as novelty. Clear description mattered as much as theoretical brilliance. These priorities helped psychology develop solid foundations even if they didn't produce exciting headlines. What they got wrong, or at least struggled with, was underestimating how complex the mind actually was. They hoped to find simple laws governing thought and behaviour, analogous to physical laws governing matter. Reality proved messier. Mental life involved layers of interaction between biology, experience, culture, development, and individual variation that resisted simple formulation. This complexity didn't invalidate their work, but did mean that grand unified theories remained elusive. Psychology would develop as a collection of specialized areas, each with its own methods and findings, rather than as a single coherent science with universal principles. The assumption that findings from studies of university students in Western countries applied universally proved problematic. Culture shaped cognition in profound ways that early researchers barely recognized. Expanding psychology beyond its limited cultural origins would take many decades. Ethical concerns about research practices weren't always adequately addressed. Some studies caused discomfort or distress to participants. Animals used in research sometimes suffered unnecessarily. These issues would eventually lead to formal ethical guidelines, but early psychology proceeded with less oversight than would later seem acceptable. The relationship between psychology and social issues remained underdeveloped. While some researchers believed psychology should address practical problems, others preferred focusing on basic science. This tension between pure and applied research would continue throughout the field's history. Later generations would introduce new approaches. Neuroscience would reveal brain mechanisms underlying mental processes. Computers would provide metaphors and tools for modelling cognition. Cultural psychology would show how context shaped thinking in profound ways. Each innovation added to understanding while also revealing how much remained unknown. The cognitive revolution in the mid-20th century would rehabilitate the study of mental processes that behaviorism had marginalized. Researchers would develop new methods for investigating thought, attention, and memory without relying on problematic introspection. This represented both the continuation and revision of early psychology's goals. Biological approaches would connect psychology to the broader sciences of the brain and body. Understanding neural mechanisms didn't eliminate the need for psychological explanation, but it provided complementary levels of analysis that enriched understanding. Developmental perspectives would show how psychological processes changed across the lifespan. What was true of adults wasn't necessarily true of children or infants. Age-related changes revealed how experience shaped mental capacities over time. Social psychology would demonstrate how profoundly other people influenced individual thought and behaviour. Many findings from research on isolated individuals turned out not to apply when social context was considered. Understanding minds meant understanding their social nature. Clinical applications would both benefit from and contribute to basic psychological knowledge. Practical work with people experiencing psychological difficulties raised questions and provided observations that informed theory. Theory in turn suggested new therapeutic approaches, but all these later developments built on foundations laid by early psychologists. Their methods, though refined, remained recognizable. Their questions, though reformulated, stayed relevant. Their commitment to empirical investigation over pure speculation continued guiding the field. The field they created was imperfect, limited by available methods and shaped by the assumptions of their time. Yet it represented genuine progress in humanity's long attempt to understand itself. Questions that once seemed purely philosophical became addressable through systematic investigation. As you rest now, you can think of those early researchers working in quiet laboratories, writing careful notes, discussing ideas with colleagues, and accepting the slow pace of discovery. They understood that knowledge comes gradually through patient accumulation rather than dramatic breakthroughs. Their work continues in laboratories around the world today, still pursuing the same fundamental questions about how minds work, still using observation and measurement, still accepting uncertainty as part of the process. The methods have improved, the questions have become more refined, but the basic approach remains recognizable. Psychology almost failed not because the researchers lacked talent or dedication, but because the task was harder than anyone imagined. The mind's complexity exceeded early expectations. Methods proved more limited than hoped. Progress came more slowly than anticipated. That psychology succeeded at all reflects the researchers' willingness to proceed without certainty, building understanding one careful observation at a time, trusting that patience and honesty would eventually yield insight. They worked within constraints, accepted setbacks, revised ideas, and maintained commitment to empirical investigation, even when dramatic breakthroughs remained elusive. The institutions they built survived their individual careers. Universities maintained psychology departments. Journals continued publishing. Research programs persisted across generations. This continuity allowed knowledge to accumulate despite the field's difficulties. Students trained by early psychologists became the next generation of researchers, carrying forward methods and standards while also introducing innovations. This transmission across generations created both stability and evolution, preserving what worked while adapting to new challenges. The community they formed provided mutual support and critical feedback. Researchers weren't isolated, but connected through correspondence, conferences, and publications. This network helped sustain individual effort and maintain collective standards. Their legacy includes not just specific findings, but also approaches to studying the mind. The idea that mental processes could be investigated empirically, that careful observation and measurement could yield understanding, that patience and honesty mattered more than brilliance or creativity. These principles shaped psychology's development. The questions they raised often mattered more than the answers they found. How does attention work? What determines what we remember? How do we learn? Why do people differ? These questions guided decades of subsequent research, even when initial answers proved incomplete. Their humility about what could be known served psychology well. By acknowledging limits and uncertainties, they created realistic expectations. Progress didn't require solving all problems immediately, but merely advancing understanding incrementally. The rhythm they established, balancing active research with reflection and rest, recognized that intellectual work required the whole person. Sustainable productivity came from respecting natural limits, building in recovery time, and trusting that answers would emerge through patient engagement rather than forced effort. So sleep now, knowing that even the most complex questions can yield to gentle, persistent inquiry, that understanding develops through rest as much as effort, and that the slow accumulation of careful thought creates lasting knowledge that serves generations to come. The first psychologists worked within uncertainty, making room for what they didn't know, and in that patient space of not knowing, they began to understand. You've seen the paintings, haven't you? Those sweeping canvases where pirates stand heroically at the helm, their coats billowing in convenient winds, their ships cutting cleanly through cooperative seas. The sunset always seems to hit just right, casting everything in amber and gold. Even the cannons look polished. These images settled into popular imagination like sediment, building up layers of misconception over centuries. By the time Hollywood added its own mythology, the distance between perception and truth had become a chasm. Real pirate ships smelled nothing like the ocean spray and adventure your mind conjures. They smelled like bodies that hadn't bathed in months, like bilge water thick with rat droppings, like salted meat going quietly rancid in the tropical heat. The vessels themselves bore little resemblance to the majestic ships of fiction. Most pirates operated from captured merchant vessels, functional, unglamorous workhorses of the sea. These weren't purpose-built warships with grand figureheads and gleaming brass. They were reconfigured cargo haulers, their holds emptied of sugar or tobacco, and hastily converted into living spaces for crews that often numbered over 100 men. Your mental image probably includes a captain's quarters filled with maps and mysterious instruments, perhaps a compass mounted in polished wood. The reality was far more cramped. Even successful pirate captains like Blackbeard or Bartholomew Roberts occupied spaces barely larger than a modern walk-in closet. These rooms held everything needed for navigation, record-keeping, and the uncomfortable business of maintaining authority over men who had explicitly rejected conventional hierarchy. The romantic notion of pirates as freedom-seeking rebels contains a grain of truth, but it's a truth surrounded by a hard shell of desperation. Most men turned to piracy not because they yearned for adventure, but because every other option looked worse. The merchant marine worked sailors to exhaustion for wages that barely covered survival. The Royal Navy was even more brutal, with floggings for minor infractions and rations that would constitute criminal neglect by any modern standard. So yes, piracy offered freedom, the freedom to potentially die of disease, violence or drowning, but at least on your own terms. It was the freedom of having nothing left to lose, which is quite different from the freedom you imagine while comfortable in your bed. The tales that survived emphasised the treasure, the successful raids, and the narrow escapes. They didn't dwell on the weeks of tedious sailing between targets, the constant hunger, or the way tropical heat turned the below-deck spaces into airless ovens. History has a way of editing out the boring parts, the uncomfortable parts, and the parts that would make terrible stories at a tavern. Even the treasure itself looked different than you'd think. Forget the overflowing chests of gold doubloons. Most pirate plunder consisted of practical goods, cloth, tools, food, and medicine. These items could be sold or traded, but they didn't photograph well for history books, so we remember the exceptions instead of the rule. When pirates did capture actual currency, it was usually divided immediately. No one trusted anyone enough to leave wealth sitting in a communal chest. The democracy that existed aboard pirate ships, and it did exist in a limited form, wasn't the noble experiment in equality that some accounts suggest. It was a practical necessity born from mutual distrust. When you've gathered together men willing to break every law of sea and state, you can't exactly govern through appeals to authority. The articles that crews signed, the rules they agreed to follow, were contracts written in self-interest, enforced by the knowledge that betrayal meant being marooned on some empty stretch of sand. As you stand at the dock in Port Royal or Nassau, preparing to board your pirate vessel for the first time, take one last look at solid ground. Breathe the air that doesn't reek of unwashed humanity and spoiled provisions. In just a few hours, you'll understand why even the most desperate men sometimes jumped ship at the first opportunity, choosing the uncertain mercy of a jungle island over another day at sea. The hatch leads down into darkness that seems to have texture and thickness. Your eyes adjust slowly, revealing a space that triggers something primal in your modern brain. The part that rebels against confinement, that needs personal space like it needs oxygen. You're looking at the gun deck, which doubles as living quarters for most of the crew. The ceiling, if you can call it that, hangs so low that you can't stand fully upright. You'll spend your time here in a permanent crouch or seated on whatever surface you can claim. Hammocks swing in rows so close together that when one man turns, 3 others feel it. There's no such thing as a private moment here. Sleep comes in fragments, interrupted by someone's elbow in your ribs, someone else's feet in your face, the constant symphony of snoring and coughing, and the wet sound of men spitting tobacco juice toward buckets they can't see in the dark. Your assigned space amounts to roughly the dimensions of a modern yoga mat. In this area, you'll sleep, store your possessions if you have any, and exist for whatever hours you're not actively working. There are no lockers, no foot lockers, and nothing resembling storage. What you own, you keep on your person or risk losing to the casual theft that flows through the ship like humidity. The air itself feels borrowed, recycled through too many lungs. In calm weather with the hatches open, you get some circulation. But when storms blow in and everything must be battened down, the atmosphere below deck transforms into something nearly solid. The smell of unwashed bodies mingles with the sweet rot stench of the bilge, where water too filthy to be called water sloshes with every movement of the ship. Men vomit, Men relieve themselves in buckets that don't always make it topside before spilling, and men bleed from injuries and infections that never quite heal in this environment. The darkness rarely lifts completely. Candles and lanterns pose fire hazards that terrify even the bravest pirates, so light below deck comes grudgingly, in small measures. You navigate mostly by feel and memory, learning the location of every beam that might crack your skull and every protrusion that might catch your shins. Your body becomes a map of bruises. The deck beneath you stays perpetually damp. Water seeps through the planking above, especially in heavy seas. The wood never fully dries, never stops sweating its moisture into the enclosed space. This wetness breeds mould that climbs the walls in abstract patterns, fuzzy colonies that spread across any surface that stays still long enough. The mould gets into your clothes, into your lungs, and into the bread that constitutes half your diet. Personal hygiene exists only as a concept, something remembered from life ashore. There's no fresh water for washing bodies or clothes. The saltwater alternative leaves your skin sticky and your garments stiff with dried brine. Men develop their own particular odours, signatures you learn to identify in the dark. Some smell of sweat and tobacco. Others carry the sweetish scent of infection, the rot of teeth gone bad, and the sour notes of digestive problems that plague anyone eating the ship's standard fare. Privacy dissolves into something quaint, a luxury from another life. You urinate over the side in full view of anyone who cares to look. Defecation happens in the heads, small platforms that extend from the bow, where you hang suspended over the ocean while waves splash up from below. In rough weather, using the heads requires genuine courage. Men have been washed overboard during these vulnerable moments, and the crew's laughter at such deaths carries a nervous edge, an acknowledgement that it could happen to anyone. The noises never stop. Wood creaks in conversation with the sea, a language of groans and shrieks as the ship flexes and bends. Ropes sing in the wind, sails crack like whips when they catch gusts wrong. Water slaps the hull in rhythms that change with the weather, and underneath it all the human sounds, coughing, arguing, and the occasional sob from someone who hasn't yet learned to cry silently. Sleep, when it comes, feels less like rest, and more like unconsciousness claimed by force. Your body learns to find whatever position the hammock allows, and learns to ignore the swaying that never fully stops. Dreams mix with reality in confusing ways. You wake uncertain whether you actually slept, or merely closed your eyes for a few minutes. The line between day and night blurs into something measured only by shifts on deck, by the bells that mark the watches. Your hammock itself becomes intensely personal territory, the only thing in this crowded hell that belongs exclusively to you. Men have killed over hammock disputes, over accusations of theft regarding these simple pieces of canvas. When not in use, hammocks roll into tight bundles that serve as pillows, as seats, or as any surface needed in the moment. They smell like whoever last slept in them, like sweat and salt and the particular quality of dreams had in impossible circumstances. The ship's cook, a position usually given to someone too injured for harder labour, presides over a galley that wouldn't qualify as a kitchen in any modern sense. It's a fire contained in a brick-lined box, jealously guarded, never quite trusted. Around this flame, the entire crew's nutrition revolves in depressing circles. Your breakfast, if you can call it that, consists of hardtack and whatever liquid might be available. The hardtack arrives as thick squares of baked flour and water, designed to last for months without spoiling. This longevity comes at a cost. The biscuits emerge from storage hard enough to crack teeth, permeated with weevils that add unexpected protein. You learn to tap them against the table first to dislodge the larger insects, but the eggs and larvae remain baked into the structure. Eventually you stop checking. The choice becomes simple: eat the weevils or go hungry. The technique for consuming hardtack evolves through necessity. Some men soak it in whatever beverage they possess. Beer when available, increasingly stale water as the voyage wears on. The soaking softens the biscuit into something chewable. but transforms the texture into a paste that is grey and uninviting. Others prefer to gnaw at it dry, working their way through like beavers attacking a particularly stubborn log. The process takes time, provides something to do during empty hours, and keeps the jaw occupied if not satisfied. Midday brings the main meal, a generous term for what arrives in your bowl. Salt pork forms the foundation of this feast, meat preserved in brine so concentrated it would stop a modern heart. The preservation works, technically. The pork doesn't rot in the traditional sense. Instead, it achieves a kind of immortality, becoming something that resembles meat in only the most abstract way. The salt content requires dilution, but fresh water is too precious to waste on making food palatable. You eat it as is, each bite enough salt on your taste buds, your body crying out for any flavour that isn't salt. The cook boils the pork with dried peas when supplies allow, creating a stew that achieves a consistency somewhere between liquid and solid. Chunks of meat, or what used to be meat, float in grey water alongside peas that refuse to fully soften, no matter how long they boil. Sometimes onions make an appearance, precious additions from the last port, already sprouting green shoots in their storage nets. These vegetables get added whole and removed the same way, flavouring the broth without actually being consumed. They'll be used again tomorrow and the day after, until they dissolve into the general nutritional sadness. Protein variety comes from whatever the sea provides. Flying fish sometimes land on deck overnight, gifts you collect at dawn and eat raw or barely cooked. They taste like anything other than salt pork, which makes them delicious by default. In tropical waters, larger catches occasionally supplement the diet, dorado, tuna and shark when desperate. But fishing requires time the crew rarely has, and storms can last for days without allowing anyone to cast a line. The drinking situation deteriorates faster than the food. Ships carry water in wooden barrels that leak and breed algae. Fresh water turns green within weeks, developing a taste that preparation can't eliminate. You drink it anyway, holding your breath, trying not to think about what you're swallowing. Beer lasts longer, the alcohol providing some protection against contamination, but beer requires space that could hold other cargo. Most crews run out within the first month at sea. When the beer vanishes and the water becomes truly undrinkable, you face choices that would horrify your modern self. Some men drink seawater, knowing it will kill them slowly, preferring slow death to the torture of thirst. Others catch rainwater in sails and buckets, drinking it tepid and tasting of canvas, grateful for anything that doesn't burn the throat going down. The lucky ships capture prizes that include fresh provisions, briefly interrupting the downward spiral into malnutrition. Scurvy arrives like a quiet passenger, boarding with the crew but making its presence known only gradually. Your gums begin to bleed when you bite the hardtack. Your skin bruises at the slightest touch, purple flowers blooming across your arms and legs. Old wounds reopen, refusing to heal. Teeth loosen in their sockets, and you learn to chew carefully, afraid of swallowing something that should stay attached. The cure exists. Citrus fruit, fresh vegetables, anything containing what we now call vitamin C. But knowledge doesn't equal access, and ships at sea have no greengrocers. The psychological weight of food monotony shouldn't be underestimated. Humans crave variety in their diet the way they crave air and water. The same meal, day after day, week after week, becomes a form of sensory deprivation. Your mind rebels against it, but your body needs fuel, so you eat. The act transforms from pleasure into purely mechanical necessity. You shovel the tasteless protein into your mouth, swallow without savouring, and count it as another small victory that you survive to eat again. Successful raids bring temporary relief. Captured ships sometimes carry delicacies. Sugar, rice, proper bread that hasn't fossilised, and alcohol in varieties beyond basic beer. These prizes get consumed immediately, crew members gorging themselves sick after months of deprivation. There's no saving for later, no rationing for sensible distribution. The psychology of scarcity overrides reason. You eat because it's there, because tomorrow it won't be, because this might be your only chance to taste something that doesn't make you hate the act of eating. The bell sounds at 4 in the morning, pulling you from whatever half-sleep you manage to achieve. Your watch begins now. 4 hours of labour before a brief respite, then 4 more hours. This rhythm continues without pause, without weekends, without holidays. The sea recognises no Sabbath. Your hands, soft and uncalloused at the start, transform within days. Ropework tears the skin from your palms, leaving raw patches that crack and bleed with each new task. The hemp lines that control the sails weigh more than you expect, made heavier by spray and rain. Hauling them requires the coordinated effort of multiple men, everyone pulling in rhythm, shoulders straining and backs protesting. The sails themselves demand constant attention. They tear in storms, develop weak spots from sun exposure, and require patches and repairs that happen aloft, swaying on yards high above the deck. You climb the ratlines, rope ladders that lead up the mast, with hands that shake from exhaustion and fear. The higher you go, the more the ship's movement amplifies. What feels like gentle rolling at deck level becomes violent swinging at the crosstrees. You hook your elbows through the rigging, use your thighs to grip the yard, and try to thread a needle with fingers that won't stop trembling. Pumping the bilge ranks among the worst regular duties. Water constantly seeps into the ship's lowest point, mixing with waste and creating a soup that must be removed to prevent the vessel from foundering. The pump handles require 2 men working in tandem, pushing and pulling in a rhythm that must be maintained for hours. The smell that rises from below defies description. Human waste, rotting food, dead rats, all of it marinating in salt water and darkness. You breathe through your mouth, which helps until you taste what you're smelling. Scraping barnacles and marine growth from the hull happens whenever the ship beaches for careening. The vessel must be tilted on its side, exposing the underwater surface to air and sunlight. You wade into the surf with scrapers, attacking the layers of accumulated life that slow the ship's progress. Barnacles cut like razors. Your shins and forearms collect new scars, thin lines that burn with salt exposure. The work continues until every inch of hull gleams relatively clean, a process that takes days and leaves you wondering if piracy might actually be easier than legitimate sailing. Maintenance never ends because decay never stops. Salt air corrodes metal, requiring constant rust removal and oiling. Wood dries and splits, needing tar and caulking to maintain watertight integrity. Ropes fray and must be replaced or spliced. Sails wear thin and require patching. The ship exists in a state of controlled deterioration, and your labour simply slows the inevitable collapse. Standing watch involves more than passive observation. You're expected to spot other vessels before they spot you, to notice changes in weather while there's still time to react, and to hear anything unusual in the ship's constant voice. This requires a kind of meditation, a sustained attention that fights against boredom and exhaustion. Your eyes scan the horizon in patterns, looking for the telltale interruption of a distant sail, the dark line that indicates an approaching squall. Loading and securing cargo, whether legitimate goods or plunder, demands knowledge of weight distribution and balance. Stack it wrong, and the ship lists dangerously. Tie it down improperly, and it shifts in rough seas, potentially punching through the hull from inside. You learn these lessons by watching, by listening to men with decades of experience, and by occasionally making mistakes that result in injuries and screamed corrections. Combat, when it comes, brings its own exhausting demands. Preparing the ship for battle means clearing the decks of anything that might become a projectile when hit, wetting down surfaces to prevent fire, distributing weapons and loading cannons. The actual fighting lasts minutes but requires hours of setup and potentially days of recovery. The guns themselves weigh tons. Their recoil controlled by ropes that must be maintained and checked. Firing them requires precise choreography. Swab the barrel, load the powder, ram it home, add the shot, prime the touch hole, aim as well as a moving platform allows, fire, and immediately begin the sequence again while smoke obscures everything and noise damages your hearing permanently. The few hours between watches don't provide true rest. You're expected to help with whatever emergency arises. All hands to shorten sail in a sudden storm, everyone to the pumps when a leak springs, and the full crew to chase down a potential prize. Sleep becomes something stolen in small increments, never quite enough, never quite deep enough to truly restore your depleted reserves. Your body adapts because it must. Muscles develop in strange patterns, overdeveloped in your arms and shoulders, and strong in your core from constant balance adjustments. You lose weight despite the physical labour because the food can't match the caloric expenditure. Your face becomes weathered, skin darkening and roughening under constant sun and salt spray. You age years in months, the work literally wearing you down, grinding away at your physical reserves like waves against rock. The barometer drops, though most crew members don't need instruments to sense the change. The air gains weight, pressing against your skin in ways that trigger ancient warnings. Birds vanish from the sky. The water takes on a strange flatness, an oily quality that precedes chaos. When the storm hits, it arrives with personality, with what feels like deliberate malice. Wind screams through the rigging, a sound that drowns out shouted orders. You watch men's mouths move without hearing words, responding to gestures and long-practiced routine. The deck beneath your feet tilts at angles that seem impossible, that should capsize the vessel but somehow don't. Waves no longer look like water. They become moving walls, dark mountains that rise beside the ship, their peaks torn into spray by the wind. One moment you're in a valley between swells, surrounded by water on all sides, unable to see anything but ocean. The next moment the ship climbs, and you glimpse a horizon that curves wrong, that shows you how small and temporary your wooden world really is. The rain doesn't fall, it attacks horizontally, each drop hitting like a tiny fist. You're soaked instantly, and the water temperature depends entirely on what ocean you're crossing. Tropical storms drench you in bath-warm rain that provides no relief from the heat. Northern tempests introduce you to cold that penetrates through clothes and skin, settling into your bones, making your hands too stiff to properly grip the lines you're supposed to be managing. Below deck becomes uninhabitable. The ship's motion transforms from rocking to violent thrashing. Hammocks swing wildly, throwing men against walls and each other. Anyone with a weak stomach, and that's most people in conditions like this, vomits until they have nothing left, then continues with dry heaves that crack ribs. The smell of sick mixes with the general stench, adding another layer to an already unbearable atmosphere. You choose to stay topside despite the danger because at least there you can breathe. Securing yourself becomes paramount. Safety lines get rigged across the deck and you clip in with whatever you can find, a rope around your waist, a quick knot that you pray holds. Men who don't take this seriously disappear over the side, there one moment and gone the next, swallowed by the dark water without ceremony or chance of rescue. The sea doesn't return bodies in these conditions, it keeps what it takes. The sails must come down before they shred, or worse, before they drive the ship under. Furling canvas in a storm requires climbing into conditions that test sanity. The wind tries to pluck you from the rigging like fruit from a tree. The sail fabric whips and cracks, capable of breaking bones if it catches you wrong. You work with hands that have no feeling left, fingers moving on autopsy instincts, muscle memory executing tasks your conscious mind is too terrified to direct. Lightning turns night into day in stuttering intervals, each flash revealing the chaos in stark detail. Men struggling with ropes, officers pointing towards some new crisis, water washing across the deck in quantities that seem impossible to drain before the next wave arrives. The thunder follows close enough that you feel it in your chest, a physical force that competes with the wind for dominance. The ship's timbers scream under the stress. You hear them flex and groan, sounds that suggest imminent breakup, that make you certain this is the wave that finally does it, the one that cracks the spine and sends everyone down. But the vessel holds together through engineering you don't understand, through craftsmanship you've never properly appreciated, and through what starts to feel like supernatural stubbornness. Hours pass without any sense of time, You work, you survive, and you work some more. Exhaustion becomes absolute, a state beyond tiredness, beyond anything you've previously experienced. Your body operates on some reserve fuel you didn't know existed, drawing from stores that will leave you depleted for days afterward. When the storm finally passes, and they always do eventually, the world looks scraped clean, raw. The sea settles into swells that would terrify you in normal times, but now seem gentle by comparison. Sunlight returns with obscene cheerfulness, illuminating the damage that must be assessed and repaired. The deck is littered with debris, torn rope, broken spars, and sometimes personal items that belong to men who are no longer aboard. The human cost reveals itself in the aftermath. You count faces, realise who's missing, and try not to think too hard about the gaps in the crew. Injuries surface as adrenaline fades, broken bones, deep cuts, and burns from ropes that move too fast. The ship's surgeon, if you have one, makes his rounds with the limited supplies available, doing what he can, which often amounts to simply confirming that someone will probably survive or definitely won't. You sleep then, wherever you collapse. The deck works fine. A coil of rope becomes a pillow. Your body doesn't care about comfort or propriety. It demands unconsciousness and takes it by force. Toilets, showers, clean water flowing from taps. These conveniences exist in your memory but nowhere in your current reality. The morning routine you took for granted dissolves into crude approximations. You wake with a mouth that tastes like something died in it, teeth coated in film, and gums tender from the beginning stages of scurvy. There's no toothbrush, no toothpaste, and no mouthwash. Some men chew on frayed rope ends to clean their teeth, a practice that removes some debris while adding interesting splinters. Bathing happens in the ocean, if at all. You strip down and jump overboard when the ship is becalmed and the water looks relatively shark-free. The salt water leaves your skin sticky and your hair stiff, but at least you've removed some of the accumulated grime. The process requires timing and luck. Jump when the ship is moving, and you'll never catch up. Swim too far from the hull, and you become bait for things that see you as food. The crew keeps watch, but their attention spans waver, and being forgotten while treading water ranks among the more terrifying ways to die. Your clothes transform into biological experiments. Sweat, salt water, dirt, and time combine to create garments that could probably stand up on their own. Washing them properly requires fresh water that doesn't exist, so you rinse them in seawater that doesn't really clean, just redistributes the filth. The fabric develops its own ecosystem, lice, fleas, and other parasites that treat your body as their personal territory. You scratch constantly, creating new wounds that don't heal cleanly, and that sometimes become infected. Privacy for bodily functions exists only in concept. Everyone knows when you're constipated because they've watched you struggle in the heads for 20 minutes. Everyone hears when you have diarrhea, that special misery intensified by having to hang your exposed rear end over the ocean while your intestines stage a revolt. Dignity gets left at port, along with every other civilized comfort. Medical care would be laughable if the consequences weren't so serious. The ship's surgeon learned his trade through apprenticeship and experience, not formal education. His toolkit includes saws for amputation, needles for stitching, and alcohol for sterilization, though more of the alcohol ends up consumed than used for cleaning wounds. Anesthesia means getting drunk enough to pass out or biting down on leather, while someone does something horrible to your body. Infections run rampant in these conditions. A small cut becomes a major crisis. The wound reddens, swells, and begins weeping pus. Fever sets in, and you shake under blankets that don't exist while your crewmates debate whether you'll survive. Some infections resolve on their own, the body's immune system winning battles without assistance. Others progress to gangrene, to sepsis, to death, that comes slowly and painfully while everyone watches and tries not to think about their own vulnerability. Climate control amounts to choosing whether to suffer below deck or above. In tropical heat, both options feel like punishments. Below deck, the air temperature rises until breathing becomes labour, until sweat pours from your body faster than you can replace the fluids. Above deck, the sun attacks from overhead while the deck reflects heat upward, cooking you from both directions. There's no escape, no air conditioning, and no fan beyond what the wind provides. Cold climates bring opposite miseries. The ship offers no heating beyond the galley's fire, which must be carefully managed to avoid burning down your only shelter. You layer what clothes you have, but the dampness defeats insulation. The cold settles into your bones, into your joints, making movement painful, making sleep impossible despite exhaustion. Men huddle together for warmth, past caring about personal space or dignity. Entertainment consists of whatever you can create from nothing. Some men carve scrimshaw, etching designs into whale teeth or bone when available. Others tell stories, the same tales recycled until everyone knows them by heart, but keeps listening because the alternative is silence. Card games happen with decks so worn the markings barely register. Dice made from bone rattle in corners during off-watch hours. Gambling provides distraction, even when you're betting things you don't actually own. The isolation from normal human society changes you in ways you don't notice until much later. Your social skills atrophy. Your ability to converse about anything beyond ships and sailing diminishes. You forget what it's like to speak with women, with children, with anyone who doesn't smell like bilge water and desperation. The ship becomes your entire world, and that world is brutally small, populated by the same faces, the same conversations, and the same complaints repeated until they lose meaning. News from land arrives months late, if at all. You have no idea what's happening in the wider world. Wars start and end without your knowledge. Family members die and you're not there. You won't even hear about it until some random encounter in port. The isolation is mental as much as physical, a cutting off from the flow of normal life that leaves you adrift in more than the oceanic sense. The articles get read aloud before you sign, a moment of unexpected formality on a vessel dedicated to lawlessness. The document outlines rules you're expected to follow, punishments for violations, and the system by which decisions get made. You listen carefully because this social contract is the only thing preventing absolute chaos. Every man gets a vote on major decisions, where to hunt for prizes, whether to attack a particular target, and how to divide plunder. This democracy emerges not from progressive political theory, but from practical necessity. When you've assembled a crew of men who've already rejected conventional authority, you can't exactly rule through aristocratic privilege. The captain holds power only as long as the crew believes he's effective. Fail too many times, and you're voted out, replaced by someone the men think might do better. The quartermaster serves as the crew's representative, the balance against the captain's authority. He distributes food, settles disputes, and generally ensures that the captain doesn't get too comfortable with power. This position requires diplomatic skills and the ability to fight, because sometimes disputes get settled with fists rather than words. You watch these dynamics play out and see how carefully the successful quartermasters navigate between crew concerns and operational necessities. Combat brings its own rules, explicitly stated in the articles. Cowardice in battle means death or marooning. Deserting your station gets you flogged if the crew feels merciful. These harsh punishments reflect the reality that everyone's survival depends on everyone else doing their job. One man running during a fight can cascade into total defeat and can get the entire crew killed or captured and hanged. The division of plunder follows predetermined formulas. The captain gets extra shares, as do the quartermaster, the surgeon, and the master gunner. Anyone with specialised skills that benefit the whole crew. But even the captain's portion rarely exceeds 2 or 3 shares, while common sailors get 1. This relative equality stands in stark contrast to merchant and naval vessels, where officers might earn 50 times what ordinary seamen make. Injuries sustained in battle qualify you for compensation, another aspect detailed in the articles. Lost an eye? Here's your payment. Lost a leg? Here's a larger sum. These amounts get paid before the general division of plunder, recognising that the crew owes something to men who sacrifice body parts for the common enterprise. The system acknowledges risk and tries to compensate accordingly, Though no amount of money truly repays losing a limb in the 17th century, punishment for violations happened swiftly and publicly. Steal from a crewmate, and you might receive Moses' law, 39 lashes administered by the person you stole from. The entire crew assembles to watch, partly to witness justice being done, and partly to remind themselves of the consequences of breaking the rules. The whip cuts deep, drawing blood, leaving scars that mark you as someone who couldn't be trusted. Marooning serves as the ultimate punishment, reserved for the worst offences. The condemned man gets left on a small island or beach with a pistol containing one shot, a small amount of water, and essentially no food. The single bullet carries symbolic weight. It's for ending your own suffering when starvation becomes unbearable, or for a very slim chance at hunting something edible. Either way, it's probably your last bullet. Most marooned men die slowly, alone, with plenty of time to contemplate their mistakes. The social structure flexes in ways that would confuse someone from conventional society. Men who might be deadly enemies in port work side by side at sea, united by common purpose and shared risk. Racial hierarchies matter less here than in the legitimate world. Black pirates serve alongside white ones with a rougher quality that wouldn't exist elsewhere. This isn't enlightened tolerance so much as practical indifference. The sea doesn't care about skin colour, and neither do men focused on survival and profit. Women occasionally sailed with pirate crews, though they typically disguised themselves as men to avoid the complications their presence would create. The few who became known, Anne Bonny, Mary Read, achieved legendary status partly because they were so rare. Most crews maintained explicit rules against bringing women aboard, knowing that sexual tension could destroy the fragile cohesion that kept everyone alive. Drinking happens enthusiastically whenever alcohol becomes available. The articles might limit consumption during active operations, but once plunder is secured and divided, the celebrations begin. Men drink themselves unconscious, fight each other for entertainment, and engage in contests of strength and stupidity. The release of tension that's been building for weeks comes out in explosions of drunken excess that sometimes result in injuries or deaths that didn't need to happen. Religious practice varies by individual. Some men pray regularly, asking forgiveness for their sins while planning to commit more. Others abandon faith entirely, deciding that if God exists, he's clearly not paying attention to their corner of the ocean. A few become superstitious, developing elaborate rituals around weather signs, lucky charms, and ominous portents. The ship accumulates its own mythology, stories of ghosts and curses that get embellished with each retelling. For all the misery, men kept choosing this life. They signed articles, they went to sea, and they risked everything for what amounts to a lottery ticket in blood. Understanding why requires looking at what they were running from. The merchant marine, the supposedly legitimate alternative, worked sailors just as hard for a fraction of the potential reward. Merchant captains operated under company rules that prioritised profit over humanity. Sailors might go months without pay, their wages held back to prevent desertion. Food on merchant vessels was often worse than pirate fare, rationed more strictly and distributed more unfairly. The promise of steady employment rang hollow when that employment meant slow starvation and brutal discipline. The Royal Navy presented itself as honourable service but delivered something closer to a floating prison. Press gangs roamed port cities, kidnapping men into service against their will. Once aboard a naval vessel, you belonged to the Crown until death or disability released you. Desertion meant hanging if caught. The pay was theoretical, delivered years late if at all. Officers treated common sailors as expendable resources, and the Articles of War authorised flogging for offences as minor as failing to touch your hat to a superior officer. On land, employment options for uneducated, unskilled men centred around hard labour for subsistence wages. You might work as a dockhand, a farm labourer, or a street sweeper, jobs that wore your body down while keeping you perpetually on the edge of poverty. The social mobility that modern people take for granted simply didn't exist. Born poor, you died poor, and so did your children. Piracy offered an alternative, however brutal. You might die, yes, but you might also become wealthy. More importantly, you lived free of the constant humiliation that defined working-class existence in the 17th century. No employer could cheat you out of wages. No aristocrat could beat you for failing to show proper deference. The only authority you answered to was the collective will of men in the same situation, men you'd helped elect, men who could be replaced if they became tyrannical. The gambling aspect attracted a certain personality type, men who preferred a short, exciting life to a long, miserable one. The treasure fantasies might be exaggerated, but successful raids did happen. Ships carrying sugar, indigo, and silver got captured and sold. The proceeds divided among the crew could equal years of wages from legitimate work. Even the ordinary raids, the ones that netted only cloth and tools, provided income that beat anything available through legal means. The thrill of combat called to men who found ordinary life unbearably dull. Modern society has plenty of outlets for this impulse. Extreme sports, action movies, and video games that simulate danger without delivering consequences. The 17th century offered limited substitutes. You could fight in actual wars at actual risk, or you could waste away in some quiet village, knowing you'd never test yourself against anything more challenging than a stubborn mule. The multicultural nature of pirate crews provided refuge for men who didn't fit elsewhere. Escaped slaves found acceptance they'd never know in colonial society. Religious minorities fleeing persecution could practice their faith without interference or abandon faith entirely without judgment. Men whose sexuality made them outcasts on land found communities that cared more about competence than conformity. The ship became a kind of floating sanctuary for everyone conventional society rejected. The stories, of course, helped recruitment. Tales of successful pirates circulated through taverns and dockyards, growing more impressive with each retelling. Young men heard about Henry Morgan retiring wealthy, about Blackbeard commanding fear and respect, and about ships loaded with treasure waiting for someone brave enough to take them. These stories glossed over the disease, the violence, and the high probability of death, but they sold the dream effectively. The alternative to piracy for many men was starving slowly while watching their families starve too. When your children are hungry, and your legitimate work can't feed them, the moral calculations shift. Stealing becomes survival. Violence becomes a tool for securing resources that society has denied you through legal means. The romanticisation came later, applied by people who weren't facing those choices. So yes, the conditions aboard pirate ships were terrible, but they were terrible in ways that men fleeing other terrible situations could accept. At least here, the suffering came with agency, with the possibility of reward, and with the dignity of having chosen this path rather than having it forced upon you by birth or circumstance. Not every hour at sea involves crisis or labour. The ship sometimes finds itself in what sailors call the doldrums, regions where wind disappears and the ocean becomes glass. The sails hang limp. The vessel drifts rather than sails. Time expands strangely. You stand at the rail during these calm moments, watching the water. The surface reflects the sky so perfectly that the horizon becomes ambiguous and uncertain. Flying fish break through occasionally, silver arcs that catch sunlight before splashing down. Below the surface, if you look carefully, you can sometimes see shapes moving. Dolphins, sharks, and things you can't quite identify. The sunset in tropical waters paints the sky in colours that seem invented, that look too vivid to be real. Orange bleeds into pink, pink into purple, and purple into deep blue that eventually blackens into night. The stars emerge not gradually but in sudden multitudes, more stars than you've ever seen from land, where lights and haze obscure the full display. The Milky Way sprawls across the darkness, a river of light that ancient peoples thought connected heaven and earth. On clear nights, you can navigate by stars, though you probably don't know how. The older sailors do, though, men who learned celestial navigation through years of observation, who can tell you what that bright point is, which constellation is rising, and what it all means for your position and prospects. Their knowledge feels like magic, like a secret language written across the sky. Phosphorescence in the water creates different wonders. Disturb the ocean at night, and it glows green, like disturbed fireflies have infiltrated the sea. The ship's wake trails luminescence behind it, a path of light that fades but never completely disappears. Men trailing their hands in the water watch the glow swirl around their fingers, momentarily distracted from hunger and discomfort by something beautiful. Birds sometimes land on the rigging, exhausted migrants following routes between continents. They rest for hours or days, eyeing the crew warily, grateful for the solid perch even if it's moving. Their presence means land exists somewhere in some direction, though how far and which way remains unclear. When they finally gather strength to continue, you watch them go with something like envy. The ship develops its own rhythms, patterns you learn to read. The way it moves in different wave conditions and the sounds that mean everything's normal versus the ones that signal problems. You become attuned to these signals without conscious thought, waking from sleep when something changes, even if you can't immediately identify what triggered your awareness. Conversations during quiet times reveal more than you'd expect. Men who seem brutal in action show unexpected depth when discussing philosophy, religion, and the nature of justice. The crew includes former scholars, failed businessmen, priests who lost their faith, and soldiers tired of following orders. Their stories emerge in fragments, never told completely, always coloured by whatever they want you to believe. Music happens when someone has the energy and inclination. A fiddle appears from storage, or a flute, or just voices singing songs that everyone knows. Sea shanties serve as work songs, their rhythms coordinating labour, but the quiet songs speak to loneliness, to homes left behind, and to women who probably aren't waiting anymore. The melodies carry across the water, and you wonder if anyone on distant ships hears them. If the sound reaches fish swimming far below, you think about home during these moments, though home might not welcome you back. Piracy carries a death sentence in most jurisdictions. Going home means risking capture, trial, and a dance at the end of a rope. Some men plan to retire to remote colonies where their past won't follow. Others seem to have accepted that this life will end at sea one way or another, and that's fine because there's nothing pulling them towards shore anyway. The ocean itself becomes familiar in ways that seem impossible. You learn to read the water, to see patterns in the waves, and to interpret the colour and movement in ways that predict weather and currents. This knowledge doesn't come from books. It accumulates through observation, through mistakes that teach painful lessons, and through listening to men who survived long enough to become experts. In the quietest moments, when your watch has you standing alone while others sleep, you confront yourself. The person you were on land, the person you might have become, and the person you've turned into out here, they're all present, but somehow separate. You've done things you never imagined doing. You've survived situations that should have killed you. You've become someone your former self wouldn't recognise, and you're not entirely sure how to feel about that transformation. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent to your contemplation. The ship creaks and murmurs in its sleep. The ocean breathes, swells rising and falling in patterns older than human memory. And you stand there, temporary and small, stealing this moment of peace before the next crisis demands your attention, and the machinery of survival grinds forward again. Picture this. You're settling into your favourite chair after a long day, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Now imagine if, instead of relaxing, your feet suddenly decided they had other plans entirely. Not just a little restless leg syndrome, mind you, but full-blown can't stop, won't stop dancing. That's essentially what happened to the good people of Strasbourg in July 1518, though they didn't have the luxury of calling it quirky. It started with Frau Troffea, a woman whose name has echoed through history for all the wrong reasons. On a perfectly ordinary summer morning, she stepped out of her half-timbered house onto the cobblestones of Strasbourg and began to dance. Her dancing was not the kind you might do at a wedding after a few glasses of wine, but an urgent, desperate kind of movement that seemed to possess her entire being. You have to understand, this wasn't Renaissance flash mob material. Frau Trophäa danced as if her life relied on it, and in fact, it did. Her feet moved in patterns that made no musical sense, and her arms flailed in rhythms that belonged to no earthly song. The townspeople gathered around her, initially amused. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of unexpected street entertainment? But as the hours ticked by, their smiles began to fade like paint in the rain. Frau Trophäa kept dancing. During the midday heat, when sensible people sought shade and cool drinks, Frau Trophäa continued to dance. During the dinner hour, the aroma of roasted meat and fresh bread should have beckoned any sensible individual home. During the evening, her feet should have been expressing gratitude for her decision to finally sit down. The cobblestones beneath her feet told their story, worn smooth by centuries of cartwheels and horse hooves, now witness to this strange new rhythm. You can almost hear them, those ancient stones whispering among themselves about this peculiar turn of events. They'd seen plague and war, feast and famine, but never anything quite like this. By nightfall, Frau Trophäa was still moving, though her dance had transformed from something almost graceful into something more akin to a marionette with tangled strings. Her neighbours brought her water, which she drank without stopping her movement. They offered food, which she barely managed to consume between steps. They pleaded with her to rest, but she seemed as unable to stop as you might be unable to stop breathing. The local authorities scratched their heads and consulted their limited medical knowledge. Perhaps it was a fever, they reasoned. Fevers could make people act strangely. But Frau Trophäa showed no signs of illness beyond this compulsive movement. Her skin wasn't flushed, her eyes weren't glassy. She simply could not stop dancing. As you lie there tonight, comfortable in your bed, imagine the bewilderment of those medieval minds trying to process this impossibility. They lived in a world where everything had a place and a purpose. Cows gave milk, chickens laid eggs, and people danced only when there was music and merriment. But here was Frau Trophäa, defying the natural order with every unwilling step. The night watchman took turns observing her, partly out of concern and partly out of morbid fascination. They'd seen plenty of odd things during their midnight rounds, drunken revelries that lasted too long, lovers' quarrels that spilled into the streets, and the occasional sleepwalker stumbling about in their nightclothes. But nothing had prepared them for the sight of a middle-aged woman dancing alone under the stars, her shadow performing an endless, exhausting ballet on the moonlit stones. As dawn approached, bringing with it the promise of a new day, Frau Trophäa was still dancing. Her movements had slowed, but they hadn't stopped. It was as if some invisible puppeteer had taken control of her strings and forgotten how to let go. Now you might assume that the sensible citizens of Strasbourg would have shunned Frau Trophäa after witnessing her bizarre predicament for a full day and night. You'd be wrong, of course, because people have always been magnetically drawn to the inexplicable, like moths to a particularly puzzling flame. Instead of backing away, small crowds began to gather regularly around Frau Trophäa. They brought their morning bread and ate it while watching her dance. They discussed her condition over their midday meals, gesturing with chicken legs and chunks of cheese. They turned her suffering into a form of communal entertainment, although none of them would have openly acknowledged it in those exact terms. This is where the story takes a turn that would make even the most creative screenwriter pause and reconsider. Within a week of Frau Trophäa's first involuntary step, others began to join her. Not voluntarily, you understand. These weren't copycat dancers or attention seekers. These were ordinary people who suddenly found their feet betraying them in the most extraordinary way. Hans the baker was kneading dough when it started. His hands, which had shaped thousands of loaves with methodical precision, suddenly began moving to a different rhythm. Before he knew it, his whole body had joined the dance, leaving behind a kitchen full of half-formed bread and a wife who thought he'd finally succumbed to the summer heat. Greta, the weaver, abandoned her loom mid-thread when her feet decided they had more important things to do than operate the pedals in their usual measured way. The half-finished cloth remained stretched on the frame for weeks, a testament to the moment when normal life simply stopped making sense. You can picture the scene, can't you? The town square that had once been a place of orderly commerce, vendors hawking their wares, children playing simple games, merchants negotiating deals, transformed into something resembling a fever dream. Except the fever seemed to be catching, spreading from person to person like a yawn in a worn-out congregation. The dancing wasn't beautiful, mind you. This wasn't some spontaneous celebration of life and joy. The dancers moved with a desperate urgency, their faces etched with exhaustion and confusion. Their clothes became tattered from the constant motion. Their shoes wore thin against the unforgiving cobblestones. Some danced until their feet bled, leaving small red marks on the stones like some macabre breadcrumb trail. The local physicians were summoned, naturally. These learned men arrived with their leather satchels full of mysterious remedies, and their heads full of medieval medical wisdom. They observed the dancers with the same intensity you might observe a puzzle that's missing several crucial pieces. They took notes, they consulted their texts, and they stroked their beards thoughtfully. Their diagnosis, when it came, reflected the medical understanding of the time. They declared that the dancers had a condition known as hot blood. Therefore the solution was to encourage more dancing until the heat dissipated from their systems. It was rather like suggesting that someone with hiccups should hiccup more vigorously until they stopped, but it seemed logical within the framework of 16th century medicine. Therefore, the authorities, guided by their immense wisdom, chose to combat the issue head-on. They hired musicians to play for the dancers, reasoning that proper music might help regulate their chaotic movements. They cleared larger spaces for the dancing, moving market stalls, and redirecting cart traffic. They even built a stage, thinking that perhaps the dancers would feel more dignified performing on an elevated platform. The irony would have been delicious if it weren't so tragic. Instead of curing the dancers, the music and attention seemed to attract more victims. The dancing seemed to have transformed into a seductive melody, appealing to a profound, concealed fragility within the human soul. By the end of the second week, nearly 40 people were dancing in the streets of Strasbourg, their individual rhythms creating a chaotic symphony of movement. The families of the dancers tried everything they could think of. They brought favourite foods, hoping to tempt their loved ones to stop and eat properly. They carried chairs and stools, placing them hopefully in the dancers' paths. They also brought pillows and blankets, believing that if they could persuade the dancers to take a moment's rest, the spell might be broken. But nothing worked. The dancers danced on day and night, their movements becoming more frantic as their bodies grew weaker. It was like watching people slowly drown in air, struggling against an invisible current that only they could feel. By the third week of this peculiar epidemic, the city of Strasbourg had transformed into something unrecognisable. You know how a familiar room can suddenly feel strange when you move just one piece of furniture? Well, imagine an entire city where the fundamental rules of human behaviour had been rewritten overnight. The marketplace, which had operated according to centuries-old rhythms of buying and selling, now resembled something between a medical ward and a carnival. Even in the face of impossibility, vendors still set up their stalls each morning, but their attention was divided between their wares and the growing number of dancers who wove between the displays like exhausted ghosts. Children, who had initially found the whole spectacle entertaining, began to grow frightened. There's something unsettling about seeing adults lose control, especially when those adults include your neighbours, your teacher, or your aunt, who always remembered your birthday. The dancing had crossed the line from curious novelty to something darker and more threatening. The dancers themselves had begun to show serious signs of wear. Their clothes hung in tatters, their faces gaunt from exhaustion and irregular eating. Some had collapsed and been carried home, only to rise and begin dancing again as soon as they regained consciousness. It was as if rest only stored up energy for more frantic movement. Maria, the seamstress, developed a particularly heartbreaking pattern. She would dance for hours, then suddenly stop mid-step and look around with clear, confused eyes, as if waking from a dream. She would recognise her surroundings, call out to friends and family, and even sit down for a few minutes to drink water or nibble bread. Then, just as suddenly, the compulsion would return, and she would leap to her feet and resume her endless dance. These moments of clarity made the condition even more disturbing. It wasn't madness in any traditional sense. The dancers knew what was happening to them. They simply couldn't stop it. Imagine being trapped in your own body, watching yourself perform actions you never chose to perform, like being a passenger in a vehicle whose steering wheel you can't reach. The city's records, kept by meticulous scribes who documented everything from grain prices to weather patterns, began to read like something from a fever dream. Item, the dancing sickness continues. Item, Johann the Cooper joined the dancers this morning. Item, the musicians have been paid for another week of playing. Item, 3 more dancers collapsed today but resumed upon waking. You have to admire those record keepers, really. Faced with something completely outside their experience, they did what bureaucrats have always done. They wrote it down carefully and hoped someone else would figure out what it all meant. The religious authorities, meanwhile, were having theological debates that would have been fascinating if they weren't so urgent. Was this divine punishment for some collective sin? A test of faith? Was this a manifestation of malevolent spirits? Different priests offered different interpretations, and their congregations split accordingly. Some organised prayer vigils, others called for public confessions, and a few suggested that perhaps God was simply enjoying some cosmic entertainment at human expense. The dancers themselves became unwilling celebrities. People travelled from neighbouring towns to witness the phenomenon, turning Strasbourg into an accidental tourist destination. Merchants arrived to sell food and trinkets to the crowds. Street performers came to compete for attention, though their conventional acts seemed almost quaint compared to the desperate dancing happening all around them. However, the locals were growing tired of the novelty. Living in the middle of an ongoing crisis has a way of exhausting even the most patient communities. Families were disrupted, businesses struggled to function normally, and everyone walked around with the nervous energy of people waiting for the other shoe to drop. Except in this case, the shoes never stopped moving. The dancers' families organised themselves into an informal support network. They took turns bringing food and water, alternated in watching over their afflicted relatives, and shared the burden of worry that comes from loving someone who is slowly wearing themselves down. It was community care born from desperation, but it was beautiful in its way. Some of the dancers had begun to develop their own individual styles. Otto the blacksmith danced with heavy rhythmic movements that echoed his hammering motions at the forge. Liesel, the baker's daughter, spun and twisted as if kneading invisible dough. Their bodies, even in the grip of this strange compulsion, remembered their daily work and transformed it into movement. By now, the city authorities were beginning to panic. What had started as a curious local phenomenon was threatening to become a complete breakdown of civil order. More importantly, people were starting to die. Death, when it finally came to the dancers, arrived not with drama but with a kind of merciful exhaustion. Similar to a candle nearing its end, the dancers struggled to maintain the constant energy their bodies required. It was Klaus the miller who went first, collapsing in the middle of what had been a particularly vigorous sequence of spins and somehow failing to rise again. The sight of Klaus lying still on those worn cobblestones created a strange silence in the square. Even the other dancers seemed to pause, as if some invisible conductor had finally given them permission for a moment's rest. However, only a brief moment passed before the surviving dancers resumed their endless movement, carefully stepping around their fallen friend as if he were merely another obstacle in their path. You might wonder what goes through a community's mind when the impossible becomes deadly. The people of Strasbourg were experiencing something that challenged every assumption they'd ever made about how the world worked. They were practical people, accustomed to practical problems with practical solutions. Crop failures could be endured, diseases could be treated or at least understood, and wars could be fought and ended. But this dancing plague defied every category they had for making sense of suffering. The physicians, those learned men with their impressive collections of books and instruments, were beginning to admit privately that their hot blood theory might need some adjustment. Several had observed the dancers closely enough to notice that they weren't sweating excessively, despite their constant motion. Their skin remained relatively cool, and their breathing wasn't as laboured as it should have been given their activity level. Their bodies appeared to function under entirely different rules. Dr. Hermann, the most respected physician in the region, spent 3 full days and nights observing the dancers. He took careful notes about their movements, their eating and drinking patterns, and their brief moments of rest. What he discovered puzzled him even more than the original phenomenon. The dancers seemed to be in a state that was neither fully conscious nor unconscious, neither sick nor healthy, and neither voluntary nor completely involuntary. "It is," he wrote in his journal, "as if they are sleepwalking while awake, or perhaps awakening while they sleep. They respond to their names and can speak coherently when directly addressed, yet they cannot choose to stop moving. It is as though some part of their will has been borrowed by an unknown force." The families of the dancers were developing their own expertise born from desperate necessity. They learned to anticipate when their loved ones were most likely to collapse from exhaustion. They discovered which foods the dancers could manage to eat while moving, and they developed techniques for helping them drink water without breaking their rhythm. They became amateur medical attendants, though no medical school could have prepared them for this particular curriculum. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for nearly a month, described the experience in terms that still echo across the centuries. He is there and not there. His body dances, yet his eyes gaze at me with a profound sadness, as if he finds himself imprisoned behind glass. Occasionally I think he's trying to tell me something with his movements, but I cannot understand the language his feet are speaking. The community was starting to feel the effects of the constant music, which they had initially perceived as beneficial. The hired musicians were exhausted from playing for weeks on end, and their melodies had taken on a repetitive, almost hypnotic quality that seemed to make some listeners feel dizzy. Several people reported feeling an uncomfortable urge to move their feet in time with the music, though they managed to resist the compulsion. The dancing itself was evolving. What had started as individual, isolated movements was becoming something more coordinated. The dancers seemed to be responding to each other, creating patterns and formations without any apparent conscious intent. They would form circles, then lines, scatter and reform in different configurations. It was like watching a flock of birds or a school of fish, except these were human beings who should have been making deliberate choices about their movements. Some of the dancers had begun to show signs of what we might now recognise as trance states. Their eyes would roll back, their breathing would become shallow and rapid, and they would move with an intensity that seemed to come from somewhere outside themselves. During these episodes, they appeared completely unreachable, as if they had temporarily left their bodies behind entirely. The religious community was fracturing under the weight of competing interpretations. Father Wilhelm preached that the dancing was a form of divine ecstasy, similar to what mystics experienced during prayer. Father Johann argued it was clearly demonic possession and called for exorcisms. Father Klaus, the city's oldest priest, suggested that God was teaching them about the nature of human will and the body's relationship to the soul. The debates were becoming increasingly heated, and the congregation was choosing sides based as much on their fears as on their faith. It's remarkable how quickly theological certainty can crumble when faced with something that doesn't fit neatly into existing categories of understanding. Meanwhile, the dancers danced on, their numbers fluctuating as some collapsed and others were mysteriously called to join them. The city had become a living laboratory for questions that nobody knew how to ask, let alone answer. When faced with the inexplicable, humans have a tendency to multiply explanations rather than admit ignorance. By the fourth week of the dancing plague, Strasbourg had attracted more experts than a modern medical conference, each arriving with their own pet theories and proposed solutions. Master Johann from the University of Basel brought an impressive collection of astrological charts and announced that the dancing was clearly the result of planetary malalignment. Mercury, he explained with considerable authority, was in an unfortunate conjunction with Mars, creating an excess of kinetic energy in susceptible individuals. His solution involved complex calculations of when the planets would return to a more harmonious configuration, roughly 6 months hence. Brother Augustine from the monastery at Molsheim had a different interpretation entirely. He arrived with a cart full of holy relics and proclaimed that the dancers were experiencing a form of religious ecstasy, like what St. Vitus himself had experienced. The solution, he insisted, was pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Vitus, where the dancers could channel their divinely inspired movement into proper worship. You can imagine the scene: learned men with their scrolls and instruments, religious authorities with their crosses and holy water, all standing around debating the finer points of their theories while 40 exhausted people continued their endless dance mere feet away. It was like convening a panel of experts to discuss the nature of rain while standing in the middle of a thunderstorm. The city council, meanwhile, was dealing with increasingly practical concerns. The dancing had disrupted commerce, attracted unwanted attention from neighbouring regions, and was beginning to strain the city's resources. They needed solutions, not theories. But every expert who arrived seemed to bring more questions than answers. Dr. Paracelsus, who would later become famous for his revolutionary medical ideas, made a brief appearance during this period. His assessment was characteristically blunt. These learned men speak of hot blood and planetary influences while people die before their eyes. Perhaps the sickness is not in the dancers' bodies, but in our understanding of what bodies can do. He was particularly critical of the decision to provide music for the dancers. You might as well give wine to a drunkard and call it medicine, he observed. The music feeds the compulsion rather than curing it. Occasionally the kindest treatment is to remove what seems helpful but proves harmful. His words carried weight, and a faction began to form around the idea of trying complete silence instead of constant music. It was a radical departure from the established treatment, but then again, the existing treatment wasn't working particularly well. The families of the dancers were developing their own theories based on intimate observation. They noticed that their loved ones seemed to dance more frantically when crowds gathered, as if performing for an audience they couldn't see. They observed that certain types of music triggered more intense movements, while others seemed to calm the dancers slightly. They discovered that the dancers' movements sometimes echoed their daily work routines, a pattern that none of the learned experts had bothered to document. Elizabeth, whose teenage daughter had been dancing for 3 weeks, made a particularly astute observation. She dances like she's trying to escape from something, but also like she's trying to reach something. Her movements aren't random, they're searching. But I cannot tell what she's searching for. This idea of the dance as a form of searching resonated with other families. They began to notice that their dancers appeared to be moving either towards something or away from it, although the nature of that something remained invisible to everyone else. It was as if the dancers could see a landscape that existed only for them. The younger members of the community were having their reactions to the prolonged crisis. Children who had initially been fascinated were now having nightmares about being unable to stop moving. Teenagers were avoiding the areas where dancers congregated, afraid that the compulsion might somehow reach out and grab them too. Young adults were leaving the city entirely, unwilling to risk being caught up in whatever was happening. But perhaps most tellingly, some people were beginning to report feeling a strange sympathy with the dancers. They would watch the endless movement and find their feet tapping involuntarily. They would dream of dancing and wake up with their legs tangled in bedsheets. A few even reported brief moments of feeling an almost irresistible urge to join the dancers, though they managed to fight off the compulsion. Their experiences raised disturbing questions about the nature of the condition. Was it truly random, or were some people more susceptible than others? Was it a hidden contagion, or a dormant part of the human psyche? Dr. Herman, who had been observing the dancers since the beginning, was developing a theory that was both simpler and more complex than the others being proposed. He suspected that the dancing might be a physical expression of something psychological, a kind of breaking point where individual human will simply give up trying to maintain control over an increasingly uncontrollable world. Perhaps, he wrote in his private notes, the dancers are not sick, but rather more honest than the rest of us. They are showing us what it looks like when the human spirit can no longer pretend that it has mastery over the body it inhabits. It was a radical idea for its time, suggesting that the boundary between mind and body might be more porous than anyone had imagined. Sometimes the most profound shifts happen not with dramatic revelations, but with quiet observations made by exhausted people who have run out of clever theories. It was Frau Bertha, the baker's wife, who had been caring for 3 different dancers, who first noticed the pattern that would eventually lead to the plague's resolution. She observed that the dancers seemed calmer, though they never stopped moving entirely when they were in smaller groups, away from the crowds and the constant music. More importantly, she noticed that they danced differently in the early morning hours, before the city fully awakened. Their movements were still compulsive, but they seemed less frantic, more like people walking in their sleep than people fleeing from invisible demons. It's the watching, she told Dr. Herman one morning after a particularly long night of observation. They dance harder when people watch them, not because they want attention, but because something about being watched makes the dancing worse. This insight led to a quiet experiment. A few families began taking their dancing relatives to more secluded locations, quiet courtyards, gardens outside the city walls, even private homes with large rooms. The results were subtle but unmistakable. Away from audiences and musicians, the dancers' movements became less violent, less desperate. Dr. Herman documented these changes carefully. The dancers still couldn't stop moving, but their movements became more flowing, less like convulsions and more like a strange form of sleepwalking. Some even began to show brief moments of genuine rest, not collapse from exhaustion, but actual pauses in their movement. The religious authorities were initially resistant to this approach. Brother Augustine argued that removing the dancers from public view was tantamount to hiding God's work from the faithful. But Father Klaus, the elderly priest who had been quietly observing throughout the crisis, supported the experiment. Perhaps, he suggested, what these souls need is not more attention, but more peace. The city council, pragmatic as always, was simply relieved to have the disruption moved away from the main commercial areas. They officially sanctioned the creation of quiet spaces where dancers could be cared for away from crowds, though they were careful not to call it a cure. Gradually, as they relocated the dancers to more peaceful environments, an unexpected event occurred. Without the stimulation of constant music and crowds, their individual personalities began to reassert themselves. Maria, the seamstress, started incorporating recognizable gestures from her work into her dance. Not the frantic mimicry that had characterized her earlier movements, but something more like a conversation between her conscious and unconscious minds. Otto, the blacksmith's movements, began to follow the rhythm of breathing rather than some internal drumbeat that no one else could hear. His dance became less about desperate energy and more about a kind of patient endurance, as if he were waiting for something to finish cooling in his forge. The families caring for the dancers developed new routines based on these observations. They created spaces that were comfortable but not stimulating, provided simple foods at regular intervals, and most importantly, they learned to be present without being intrusive. They discovered that the dancers seemed to respond to quiet companionship in ways they hadn't responded to medical interventions or religious ceremonies. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for over a month, described the change. He still moves constantly, but now it's like he's dancing with something instead of fighting against something. I can see him in there, behind his eyes, waiting. This sense of waiting became a common theme in how families described their dancing relatives. The dancers appeared to be in a state of flux, neither fully present nor fully absent, and neither completely sick nor completely well. Dr. Herman began to theorize that the dancing might represent a form of healing instead of being merely a sign of sickness, though he couldn't specify what it was healing from. Perhaps, he wrote, there are injuries to the human spirit that can only be mended through movement, just as there are injuries to the body that can only be healed through rest. The idea was revolutionary, that the dancing might be a cure rather than a disease, a necessary process rather than a pathological condition. It suggested that the dancers' bodies might possess a wisdom that their conscious minds couldn't access. As word of the quieter approach spread, some of the original experts began to reconsider their theories. Master Johann from Basel admitted that his planetary calculations might need to account for environmental factors. Brother Augustine suggested that perhaps the saint was working through peaceful contemplation rather than public demonstration. Even Paracelsus, in his final notes on the case, acknowledged that the solution had come not from learned intervention, but from careful observation by people who cared more about helping than about being right. The families discovered what we experts missed, he wrote. Sometimes healing requires not doing more, but doing less. The number of new cases had already begun to slow, though whether the decline was due to the changed approach or simply the natural progression of the phenomenon remained unclear. What was clear was that the desperate, frantic quality of the dancing was gradually giving way to something that looked more like a strange form of prayer or meditation. The city itself was slowly returning to something resembling normal life, though the experience had changed everyone who lived through it. People walked more carefully, as if testing whether their feet would obey their intentions. They looked at each other differently, with a new awareness of how little control any of them really had over their own bodies and minds. You know how some storms end. Not with a dramatic crash of thunder, but with a gradual lessening of wind and rain until you suddenly realise the silence has returned. The dancing plague of Strasbourg ended in much the same way, so gradually that nobody could say exactly when it stopped being an emergency and started being a memory. Frau Trophäa, who had started it all with her first involuntary step, was among the last to find stillness. For 6 weeks she had been the unwilling pioneer of this strange territory, where human will met its mysterious limits. When she finally stopped moving, it wasn't with collapse or drama, but with a simple pause that gradually extended into rest. She was sitting in the garden behind the baker's house, where her family had moved her to escape the crowds and the constant music. The morning sun was filtering through apple leaves, and she had been moving in slow, gentle circles for hours. Then, as naturally as a person might stop humming a tune, she simply sat down on a wooden bench and stayed there. Her sister, who had been watching anxiously from the kitchen window, almost didn't believe it at first. She waited several minutes before approaching, afraid that any attention might restart the compulsive movement. But Frau Trophäa remained seated, looking around the garden with clear, present eyes, as if she were seeing it for the first time in weeks. "I'm tired," she said simply. and her sister began to weep with relief. Over the following days, the other dancers found their ways back to stillness. Some stopped during sleep and simply didn't resume when they woke. Others came to rest gradually, their movements slowing like music boxes winding down. A few experienced their final dance as something beautiful rather than desperate, a kind of celebration or completion that left them exhausted but oddly peaceful. Not everyone survived the experience. The official records show that several dancers died from exhaustion or related complications, though the exact number was never precisely documented. Those who lived carried the memory of those weeks in their bodies for the rest of their lives. They walked differently afterward, with a kind of conscious gratitude for their ability to choose when and how to move. Dr. Herman spent months interviewing the recovered dancers, trying to understand what they had experienced during their weeks of compulsive movement. Their descriptions were remarkably consistent in some ways, and completely individual in others. Most remembered feeling trapped in their bodies, aware of what was happening but unable to control it. But they also described odd moments of peace, as if dancing had taken them to places they couldn't reach on purpose. It was like being carried by a river, Maria the seamstress told him. Frightening because I couldn't swim to shore, but also sometimes beautiful because I could see things from the water that I never would have seen from the bank. Otto the blacksmith had a different metaphor. It was like being a piece of metal on my anvil, being shaped by hammers I couldn't see. It hurt, but something in me knew the hammering was necessary. These interviews revealed that the dancers had maintained more awareness than anyone had suspected. They had been conscious of their family's care, grateful for the quiet spaces, and aware of the changes in their movement patterns. They'd simply been powerless to communicate this awareness while the dancing continued. The city of Strasbourg gradually returned to its normal rhythms, though the memory of those summer weeks left permanent changes. The authorities developed better protocols for caring for people in crisis, emphasizing comfort and observation over dramatic interventions. The physicians incorporated new ideas about the relationship between mind and body into their practice. The religious community developed a more complex conception of how the sacred might manifest in human experience. But perhaps the most lasting change was in how the people of Strasbourg understood the nature of human control and human vulnerability. They had witnessed something that challenged fundamental assumptions about how much power individuals have over their bodies and choices. They had learned that sometimes the most caring response to someone's crisis is not to try to fix them, but to stay present while they work through whatever healing process their more profound wisdom has initiated. The cobblestones in the town square still bear faint marks from those weeks of endless dancing, though you'd have to know where to look to see them. Local guides sometimes point them out to visitors, telling abbreviated versions of the story that emphasize the strangeness, while missing the deeper lessons about community care and the mystery of human resilience. Years later, when other communities experienced similar outbreaks of dancing mania, and there were several throughout medieval Europe, some remembered the lessons of Strasbourg. They learned to provide quiet spaces rather than public stages, to offer patient presence rather than dramatic cures, and to trust that sometimes healing looks different from what we expect. The dancing plague of 1518 remains one of history's most puzzling medical mysteries, but it's also a story about how communities can learn to care for members who are experiencing something beyond ordinary understanding. It reminds us that the human body and spirit are capable of experiences that exceed our ability to categorize or control them, and that sometimes the wisest response to mystery is not to solve it, but to honor it. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you might think about Frau Troffea and her fellow dancers, and about the families who learned to love them through their strange journey. You might contemplate the delicate boundary that sometimes exists between what we perceive as normal and what we perceive as impossible, and how much healing occurs not through expert intervention, but through the patient presence of individuals who care enough to remain and observe whatever unfolds. The dance is always there, just beneath the surface of our ordered lives, waiting to teach us something about surrender, about community, and about the beautiful, terrifying mystery of being human in a body that is never entirely under our control. Imagine standing on a hillside in Lancashire, England, where the grass grows thick and sheep graze with that particularly English stoicism that suggests they've seen everything and remain unimpressed. Before you rises Pendle Hill, a distinctive landmark that dominates the landscape like a sleeping giant. It's not particularly tall by mountain standards, about 300 feet, but it has a presence that makes it feel much larger, the way certain people command attention simply by existing. The hill's shape is peculiar and memorable. From some angles it looks like a massive whale breaching from an ocean of green fields. From others, it resembles a giant's shoulder, hunched against the northern weather. Local people have lived in its shadow for thousands of years, and the hill has accumulated that quality of permanence that only ancient landscapes possess. The sense that it was here long before humans arrived, and will remain long after we're gone. In the early 1600s, when our story takes place, this landscape was quite different from modern England. There were no neat hedgerows dividing fields into tidy squares, no roads wider than cart tracks, and no telegraph poles or power lines scratching against the sky. The villages scattered around Pendle Hill were small clusters of stone and timber buildings, often just a dozen families living close enough to share each other's smoke and gossip. The weather in Lancashire has always been dependably unpredictable. Rain sweeps across the hills with the regularity of a postal service, bringing that particular dampness that seems to seep into everything. Your clothes, your bones, your sense of what constitutes a nice day. The mist that gathers around Pendle Hill creates an atmosphere that makes the familiar suddenly strange, transforming a landscape you know into something mysterious and slightly otherworldly. This was a region where people lived close to the land in ways we can barely imagine today. You couldn't simply go to a supermarket when food ran low. If your crops failed, you went hungry. If your cow stopped producing milk, your children's nutrition suffered. If disease struck your livestock, your livelihood vanished. Every aspect of survival depended on things largely beyond human control: weather, disease, the fertility of soil, and the health of animals. The forests around Pendle were darker and more extensive than they are today. These weren't parks for Sunday strolls, but working woodlands where people gathered fuel, foraged for food, and encountered the kind of isolation that modern people rarely experience. Walk into these woods at dusk, and you'd find yourself in a world of shadows and sounds where your imagination could easily transform a rustling leaf into something more sinister. The villages had names that felt like they'd grown naturally from the landscape: Newchurch, Barley, Roughly, and Goldshaw. Small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business, along with their parents' business, and probably their grandparents' business too. Privacy was a luxury that didn't exist. Your neighbours knew when you ate, when you slept, who visited, and what you argued about. Life here moved at the pace of seasons rather than clocks. People rose with the sun because candles and rushlights were expensive, and they retired when darkness made work impossible. Time was measured by the position of the sun, the flowering of certain plants, or the behaviour of animals. You might arrange to meet someone after milking or when the blackberries ripen, and everyone understood these imprecise measurements perfectly. The buildings themselves tell you something about how people lived. Most homes were single-storey structures with thatched roofs, maybe 2 rooms if you were fortunate, often just one large space where the entire family cooked, ate, worked, and slept. Smoke from the central hearth would drift up through a hole in the roof, blackening the thatch and creating that distinctive smell of old smoke that permeated everything. Winters were genuinely harsh in ways that central heating has helped us forget. You'd wake to find frost patterns on the inside of whatever served as your windows, if you had windows at all. Many homes simply had shutters that you'd close against the cold, choosing between freezing and darkness. Chilblains were so common that people barely mentioned them, just another minor misery of winter like wet boots or perpetually cold feet. The fields around Pendle were divided not by ownership in the modern sense, but by complex systems of common rights that had evolved over centuries. Different families had rights to graze certain numbers of animals, to gather specific types of wood, and to fish in particular streams. These rights were rarely written down but understood through tradition and enforced by community consensus. It was a system that worked reasonably well until someone tried to change it or challenged established customs. Spring brought relief from winter's hardships, but also anxiety about whether crops would grow successfully. You'd see women and children walking the fields, picking stones from newly ploughed earth, a task that seems futile until you realise that rocks you remove this year won't damage your plough next season. Every aspect of farming required this kind of long-term thinking and constant physical labour. Summer was briefly glorious when it wasn't raining. The hills would bloom with wildflowers whose names have mostly been forgotten. Folk names that describe their appearance or supposed properties. Heal-all, self-heal, eyebright, and woundwort. Plants that promised relief from the various ailments that afflicted people without access to modern medicine. Autumn meant harvest, and harvest meant the difference between a tolerable winter and a desperate one. Everyone worked during harvest, from the smallest child who could carry a sheaf of grain to the oldest grandmother who could tie knots. It was exhausting, back-breaking work, but it came with a sense of shared purpose and the hope that this year's efforts would sustain everyone until next year's harvest. This landscape, these rhythms of life, these patterns of work and worry, this was the world of the Pendle witches. Not a gothic horror setting, but a real place where real people struggled with the same basic challenges that humans have always faced. How to survive, how to protect their families, and how to make sense of a world that often seemed hostile and inexplicable. To understand what happened in Pendle in 1612, you need to travel inside the minds of people who lived in a world entirely different from ours. Not different in the sense of being primitive or less intelligent. These were people just as clever and capable as anyone today, but different in their fundamental assumptions about how reality worked. Imagine living in a world without scientific explanations for natural phenomena. When your child develops a fever, you don't think about viruses or bacteria, concepts that won't exist for another 2 centuries. Instead, you wonder what caused this illness. Did someone curse your family? Did you offend God? Did your child encounter something malevolent while playing near the old oak tree that everyone says has an odd feeling about it? This wasn't superstition in the dismissive sense we often use that word today. These were people constructing reasonable explanations based on the information available to them. If your cow suddenly stops producing milk, and you remember having an argument with your neighbour yesterday, and then someone tells you that your neighbour's grandmother was known for having the sight, you've got what seems like a logical chain of causation. It's wrong, but it's not stupid. Magic in this world was less like Harry Potter, and more like an extension of natural philosophy. Educated people genuinely believed that certain individuals might have special knowledge or abilities, just as they believed in the 4 humours, in the influence of planetary movements on human health, and in the power of the king's touch to cure disease. The line between what we'd call medicine and what we'd call magic was blurry at best and often non-existent. The church, of course, had opinions about all of this. England in 1612 was officially Protestant, having broken with Rome about 80 years earlier. But old Catholic beliefs persisted, mixed with even older folk traditions that probably dated back to before Christianity arrived in Britain. People would attend Protestant services on Sunday, while also touching wood for luck, throwing salt over their shoulders, and carefully observing which direction a magpie flew, because everyone knew that mattered somehow. The Bible, which most people couldn't read but knew through sermons and common culture, was quite clear that witches existed. The Old Testament explicitly stated, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," which seemed pretty unambiguous if you took scripture seriously. If the Bible said witches were real, then denying their existence was essentially questioning the word of God, a dangerous position to take in any era, but particularly in post-Reformation England, where religious orthodoxy was literally a matter of life and death. But here's where it gets interesting. The kind of witchcraft that most concerned ordinary people wasn't the devil-worshipping, soul-selling variety that troubled theologians and authorities. Most accusations of witchcraft at the local level involved what we might call neighbourhood disputes taken to supernatural extremes. Someone's butter won't churn, someone's child is ill, someone's horse goes lame, and the afflicted person remembers a recent argument or perceived slight from someone with a reputation for being a bit odd. The people most often accused of witchcraft fit certain patterns. They were frequently women, often elderly, usually poor, sometimes cantankerous, and generally on the margins of village society. In other words, people who lacked the social protection that came from wealth, family connections, or community standing. The village curmudgeon who lived alone, kept cats and muttered to herself, was playing a risky game in a world where being different could be dangerous. Yet these same communities also relied on people who claimed special knowledge. The cunning folk, or wise women, who knew which herbs helped with which ailments, who could predict weather patterns, and who understood the mysteries of childbirth. These were valuable community resources. The line between helpful cunning folk and dangerous witches was razor thin, and largely depended on whether your magic was perceived as helping or harming. Think about the psychology of living in this world. When misfortune strikes, and misfortune struck regularly in an era without modern medicine, reliable crops, or any form of social safety net, people needed explanations. Bad luck, or natural causes, are psychologically unsatisfying answers when your child is dying, and you can't do anything to help. The idea that someone caused this through malice at least provides a target for your grief and anger, and more importantly, suggests that something might be done about it. This worldview also provided a form of social control. If everyone believes that harming others through witchcraft is possible, and that witches can be identified and punished, then there's an incentive to maintain good relations with your neighbours. The fear of being accused served to discourage the kind of antisocial behaviour that could tear apart small communities where cooperation was essential for survival. Dreams and visions carried weight in this world that we've largely lost. If you dreamed that your neighbour transformed into a hare and drank from your cows, that wasn't just a random nightmare. It might be a genuine glimpse of hidden reality. The modern distinction between objective reality and subjective experience was much less clear. Inner and outer worlds blended together in ways that made perfect sense to people at the time. Children absorbed these beliefs naturally, the way children today absorb ideas about technology or popular culture. A 6-year-old in 1612 would know which plants were lucky, which days were unlucky for starting new ventures, and probably several rhymes or charms for warding off evil. This knowledge wasn't taught formally, but picked up through observation and participation in daily life. The concept of proof was also different. Today we expect evidence that can be objectively verified. In the 17th century, eyewitness testimony was considered highly reliable, even when describing supernatural events. If 3 people said they saw Goodwife Smith's spirit flying through the air, that counted as solid evidence. The fact that human perception is unreliable, and that people can genuinely believe they saw things they didn't, wasn't yet understood. This was also a world where authority figures, magistrates, ministers, and educated gentlemen believed in witchcraft just as firmly as illiterate farmers. King James I himself had written a book about witchcraft called Demonology, arguing for the reality of witches and the necessity of prosecuting them. When your king, your minister, your social betters, and your neighbours all agree that something is real, doubting it requires an extraordinary level of independent thinking that few people in any era possess. Now we come to the people themselves, not abstractions or symbols, but actual human beings who lived in the shadow of Pendle Hill, and whose names we still remember over 400 years later, though for reasons they could never have imagined. The Device family lived at Malkin Tower, a name that might sound picturesque until you realise that Malkin was old dialect for a dirty, untidy woman or a scarecrow. Imagine a decrepit building, probably more hovel than tower, in a remote part of the Pendle landscape. This was home to Elizabeth Southern, known as Old Demdike, who was somewhere around 80 years old in 1612, an extraordinary age for the period that probably contributed to her reputation as someone with unusual knowledge. Demdike, the name itself sounds like something from folklore, had a granddaughter named Elizabeth Device, who in turn had children including Alison Device, a young woman about 20 years old when our story unfolds. This was a family living in poverty that would shock modern sensibilities, not the kind of picturesque rural poverty you see in period dramas, but genuine grinding destitution, where every day presented challenges to basic survival. Living nearby was another family headed by Anne Whittle, known as Old Chattocks, who was probably in her 80s. The name Chattox might derive from chatterbox, suggesting someone known for talking, though it's equally possible it had other origins now lost to history. Chattox had a daughter named Anne Redfern, and these two families, the Devices and the Chattoxes, had the kind of relationship that makes modern family feuds look like minor disagreements. These weren't wealthy families arguing over inheritance or social position. These were people at the absolute bottom of the economic ladder, competing for scarce resources in a harsh environment. When you're that poor, every small advantage matters, and every perceived slight can become a major grievance. The Device and Chattox families apparently had a long-standing mutual antagonism, possibly involving accusations of theft, definitely involving accusations of witchcraft, and generally characterised by the kind of bitter enmity that develops when people who dislike each other cannot escape each other's presence. Picture old Demdike as she might have been, a very elderly woman, probably nearly blind. Sources mention her poor eyesight, with the kind of face that 8 decades of hard living creates. She'd have lost most of her teeth, her skin would be weathered by constant outdoor work, and she'd likely have that distinctive elderly stoop that comes from a lifetime of manual labour. She was, by several accounts, known as someone who could curse, who knew charms and spells, and who had what people called the sight. But here's what's important to understand. Old Demdike probably believed in her own powers. This wasn't necessarily a con artist exploiting the gullible. She'd grown up in a world where magic was real, where certain people had special knowledge, and where curses could cause harm. If you'd spent 8 decades accepting these beliefs as fact, and if your reputation as someone powerful was perhaps the only source of respect or fear you commanded, you'd probably cultivate that reputation too. Old Chattox seems to have had a similar reputation, which perhaps explains part of the rivalry between the families. 2 elderly women, both claiming magical knowledge, living in proximity in a small community. That's a situation ripe for conflict. Add genuine poverty, family grudges, and a cultural context where curses and counter-curses were taken seriously, and you have a powder keg waiting for a spark. The younger generation of these families lived in their elders' shadows. Alison Device, about 20 years old, seems to have been an ordinary young woman trying to survive in difficult circumstances. Sources suggest she might have been what we'd now call developmentally disabled, though historical records are too fragmentary to be certain. What we know is that she worked as a beggar, travelling the roads and asking for charity or small favours, which was a common survival strategy for the desperately poor. Anne Redfern, Chattox's daughter, was married to a man named Thomas Redfern, and seems to have been trying to maintain a slightly more respectable existence than her mother. This was the constant tension for families with reputations for witchcraft, wanting to be accepted by the community, while also being associated with people whose reputations made acceptance difficult. Living among these families were others who became caught up in the events of 1612. Alice Nutter, a woman of somewhat higher social status whose involvement in the story remains puzzling to historians. Jane Bulcock and her son John, Catherine Hewitt and several others. Each of them was a real person with hopes, fears, daily routines and relationships that the historical record barely captures. What these people shared was life in a small community where everyone knew everyone else's business, where reputation was currency, and where the line between getting by and destitution was frighteningly thin. They lived in a world where a bad harvest could mean hunger, where illness usually meant death, and where your survival often depended on the goodwill of neighbours who might also be your rivals. The houses these people lived in would shock modern sensibilities. Earthen floors that turned to mud when it rained, roofs that leaked, walls that let in drafts, and smoke-filled interiors from cooking fires. Privacy didn't exist. Families slept together in whatever dry corner they could find, with perhaps a curtain to separate sleeping areas if they were fortunate. Sanitation as we understand it didn't exist. Water came from streams or wells, and every bucket had to be carried by hand. Their clothes would have been rough wool, probably homespun, patched and repatched, and worn until they literally fell apart. Shoes were expensive enough that many people went barefoot in warm weather to preserve them. Personal possessions would be minimal, perhaps a few cooking pots, some basic tools, and bedding that probably consisted of straw-stuffed sacks and rough blankets. Yet these were people, not just historical figures. They laughed at jokes we'd probably understand, worried about their children, enjoyed pleasant weather, and complained about their neighbours. Old Demdike might have had a favourite spot where she liked to sit on sunny days. Alison Device probably had friends she gossiped with. Anne Redfern might have had ambitions for her children that circumstances made impossible to achieve. The events that would lead to tragedy began on a road near Colne on March 18th, 1612. This wasn't some dark and stormy night perfect for Gothic drama. It was probably just an ordinary late winter day, cold and damp in the way that northern England excels at being cold and damp. Alison Device was out begging, which wasn't shameful in the way we might think of begging today, but was a recognised survival strategy for the destitute. She encountered John Law, a pedlar from Halifax, travelling along the road with his pack of pins, needles, laces and other small goods that pedlars carried from village to village. These travelling salesmen were important figures in rural England, bringing not just goods, but also news and connection to the wider world. What happened next depends on whose account you believe, but the basic facts seem to be these. Alison asked Law for some pins. He refused, either because he wanted payment she couldn't provide, or because pedlars sometimes did give small items to beggars, and he simply didn't feel like it that day. Shortly after this encounter, John Law collapsed with what appears to have been a stroke. Now, if you're a modern person reading this, you understand that strokes happen for physiological reasons. Blood clots, burst vessels, and high blood pressure. John Law was a pedlar who walked long distances carrying heavy loads, probably ate poorly, and lived a stressful existence. He was, in other words, a prime candidate for cardiovascular problems regardless of whom he met on the road. But if you're John Law, or his son Abraham Law, or anyone in the community hearing about this incident, the sequence of events looks very different. Alison Device, from a family with a reputation for witchcraft, asked for something. Law refused. Immediately afterward, Law suffered what appeared to be a magical attack. The cause and effect seems obvious. What makes this story particularly intriguing is that Alison herself apparently came to believe she had caused Law's collapse. When questioned later, she confessed to cursing him, though whether this confession came from genuine belief, from pressure during questioning, or from some combination of both, we can't know. Living in a world where everyone around you believes in witchcraft, and you've been raised by a grandmother who claimed magical powers, you might well internalise those beliefs and interpret events through that lens. The Law family lodged a complaint with Roger Nowell, the local magistrate. Nowell was a justice of the peace, part of the local gentry whose job involved maintaining order and investigating crimes. He was, by all accounts, a literate, educated man who took his responsibilities seriously. He was also a man of his times, which meant he believed in witchcraft as surely as he believed in the authority of the king and the truth of scripture. Nowell began his investigation the way any magistrate would, by gathering testimony. He questioned Alison Device, who apparently confessed not only to cursing John Law, but also provided information about the magical practices of other family members. This is where the story begins to expand from a single incident into something much larger. Once the investigation began, old grievances surfaced like debris floating up from a flood. People who had long suspected their neighbours of witchcraft now had an official audience for their suspicions. The Device and Chattox families, already enemies, began accusing each other of various magical crimes stretching back years. Every unexplained illness, every dead cow, every batch of butter that wouldn't churn. All of these suddenly had explanations in the form of malicious witchcraft. The testimonies that emerged reveal a community that had been living with these suspicions and fears for years. Old Demdike allegedly confessed to having sold her soul to the devil some 20 years earlier, meeting him in the form of a boy named Tib. Chattox supposedly admitted to similar practices. These confessions raise all sorts of questions. Were they true? Were they extracted under pressure? Did these elderly women genuinely believe their own stories? What's clear is that once the process started, it gained its own momentum. Neighbours who might have been willing to overlook odd behaviour when there was no official investigation suddenly felt compelled to share their suspicions. People who had lived side by side with the accused for years now provided testimony about suspicious incidents they'd never previously reported. The accusations extended beyond the obvious targets. Alice Nutter, a woman of higher social status, was arrested, though her involvement in the case remains mysterious. She doesn't seem to fit the profile of typical witchcraft accusations. She wasn't old, wasn't notably poor, and didn't have an established reputation for magical practices. Some historians speculate about land disputes or other motives that might have drawn her into the case, but the truth has been lost to time. As spring turned to summer, more people were arrested. Jane Bulcock and her son John, Catherine Hewitt and others. The local jail, which was probably a deeply unpleasant place even by the standards of 17th century prisons, began to fill with accused witches from the Pendle area. Meanwhile, something happened that Roger Nowell would later consider crucial evidence. A meeting at Malkin Tower on Good Friday, April 10th, 1612. Various members of the Device family and their associates gathered, allegedly to plot the destruction of Lancaster Castle to free the imprisoned family members. Whether this meeting was actually a rescue plot or simply an ordinary family gathering blown out of proportion by frightened imaginations, we cannot know. The evidence against the accused consisted largely of testimony, from accusers, from alleged victims, and from the accused themselves. By modern standards, this evidence would be laughable. People claim to have seen familiar spirits in the form of animals, to have witnessed impossible things, and to have knowledge of events that occurred in impossible ways. But by the standards of the time, and in a community primed to believe in witchcraft, this testimony was damning. What strikes modern readers about these accusations is their mundane quality. This wasn't devil worship or dramatic satanic rituals. These were accusations about petty grudges, minor thefts, and arguments over borrowed items never returned. Someone's clay pit was blocked. Someone killed someone else's cow. Someone was denied butter and supposedly cursed the churn in revenge. These were the everyday conflicts of a small community, but filtered through a worldview that made them evidence of cosmic evil. The tragedy wasn't that these conflicts existed. Every community has disagreements, but that the cultural context transformed ordinary human pettiness into capital crimes. Lancaster Castle in the summer of 1612 was hardly the Gothic fortress you might imagine when you hear the word castle. By then it was serving as a courthouse and prison, its military importance long past, its stones weathered by centuries of rain and wind. But it was still an imposing building, a physical symbol of royal authority and legal power that would have intimidated anyone dragged before its courts. The assizes, the travelling courts that periodically visited major towns to try serious criminal cases, arrived in Lancaster in mid-August 1612. These events were significant occasions, bringing judges from London and attracting crowds who treated trials as a form of public entertainment. Imagine something between a court proceeding and a theatrical performance, conducted in a world where public executions were considered family outings. The presiding judges were Sir James Altham and Sir Edward Bromley, men educated in law but also fully subscribing to contemporary beliefs about witchcraft. They weren't ignorant or cruel by the standards of their time. They were following established legal procedures and examining evidence according to contemporary standards. The fact that those standards would horrify modern sensibilities doesn't mean these men were monsters. It means they were products of their era. The star witness was young Janet Device, perhaps 9 years old, daughter of Elizabeth Device and younger sister of Alison. The law at the time allowed children as young as 7 to give testimony, and Janet provided detailed evidence against her own mother, sister and grandmother. For centuries, historians have debated whether Janet was coached, whether she was seeking attention, or whether she genuinely believed what she was saying. Imagine being in that courtroom. The smell of unwashed bodies, of damp stone, of fear. The accused would have been dirty from weeks or months in prison, where conditions included things that would violate every modern standard of human rights. Demdike and Chattox, both elderly and infirm, sat through proceedings they could barely understand, speaking a dialect that the educated judges sometimes struggled to comprehend. The trials proceeded with what was considered due process at the time. The accused were allowed to speak in their own defence, though they had no lawyers, no right to remain silent, and no presumption of innocence in the modern sense. The evidence presented against them included testimony about impossible events, confessions that may or may not have been coerced, and the testimony of children describing things they couldn't possibly have witnessed. What's interesting is what was considered persuasive evidence. The prosecution emphasised the finding of clay images, small figurines that allegedly were used for cursing intended victims. Whether these were genuine attempts at magical harm or simply dolls that had innocent purposes, we cannot know. In a world where everyone believed in sympathetic magic, the idea that you could harm someone by harming an image of them, such objects were powerfully incriminating. Several of the accused apparently confessed, though under what circumstances and with what degree of pressure we can only speculate. Interrogation techniques of the time could include sleep deprivation, extended questioning, and psychological pressure, though there's no specific evidence of physical torture in this case. But when you're an elderly, impoverished woman who's been imprisoned for months, questioned by educated gentlemen who represent royal authority, and told that confessing might show mercy, well, you might confess to quite a bit. The clerk of the court was Thomas Potts, who would later publish an account of the trials titled The Wonderful Discovery of Witches in the County of Lancaster. This book, which is our primary source for the trials, was essentially prosecutorial propaganda, designed to show the wisdom of the authorities in uncovering this nest of witchcraft. Reading Potts, you'd think the trials were a triumph of justice. Reading between the lines, you see frightened people, dubious evidence, and a legal system that prioritised securing convictions over determining truth. Old Demdike never made it to trial. She died in prison, probably in May 1612. Given her age and the conditions of imprisonment, this isn't surprising. Demdike had spent perhaps 80 years surviving everything that harsh world could throw at her, only to end her days in a dungeon, accused of crimes that probably seemed to her no different from the everyday magic she'd practiced throughout her life. The verdicts, when they came, surprised no one who understood the atmosphere in that courtroom. 10 people were found guilty of murder by witchcraft: Anne Whittle, Old Chattox, Anne Redfern, Elizabeth Device, Alison Device, James Device, Alice Nutter, Catherine Hewitt, Jane Bulcock, John Bulcock, and Isabel Roby. One person, Margaret Pearson, was found guilty of lesser crimes. Only one, Alice Gray, was acquitted. The condemned would have been returned to their cells to await execution, which happened relatively quickly by early modern standards. There was no lengthy appeals process, no years of imprisonment while waiting for final resolution. Justice in 1612 moved at the pace of a trial and rope. The executions took place on August 20th, 1612 at Gallows Hill in Lancaster. Hanging in this period was neither quick nor painless. These were not the carefully calibrated drops that later made hanging relatively humane. Instead, you were essentially strangled, dangling from a rope while your body slowly suffocated. It could take considerable time to die, and the dying were visible to the crowds who came to witness executions. We don't have detailed accounts of the actual executions, which is perhaps a small mercy. We know that 10 people died that day, their bodies left hanging as warnings to others. Later they would have been cut down and probably buried in unconsecrated ground, denied even the comfort of Christian burial in a world where such things mattered enormously. Among those executed was Alice Nutter, whose involvement remains puzzling. She went to her death maintaining her innocence, which was notable in an era when condemned criminals were expected to confess their sins before dying. Her steadfast denial has fueled centuries of speculation about her actual guilt or innocence. What happened to the young witnesses after the trials? Janet Device, who testified against her family, disappears from historical records. We don't know if she felt guilt, relief, or nothing at all. She was a child caught in circumstances beyond her control, asked to do something unimaginable, and the long-term consequences of that testimony on her own life remain unknown. In the immediate aftermath of the trials and executions, life in the Pendle area probably continued much as it had before. Crops still needed tending, animals still required care, and the basic rhythms of agricultural life proceeded regardless of legal drama. But something had shifted in the community consciousness. The executed witches became cautionary tales, their stories told and retold, growing with each retelling the way stories do. Mothers probably warned their children about the fate of those who practiced witchcraft. Neighbours who had quarrelled might have been more careful about their accusations, having seen how quickly suspicions could escalate into capital charges. But did the trials actually solve anything? Roger Nowell probably believed he had uncovered and eliminated a genuine threat to the community. The judges likely felt they had upheld the law and protected innocents from malicious magic. The ordinary people of Pendle, well, they'd seen their neighbours executed, their families destroyed, and their community torn apart by accusations and trials. The children of the executed faced particularly difficult futures. What do you do when your mother is hanged as a witch? How do you live in a community where everyone knows your family history? Some probably left the area, seeking places where they weren't known. Others presumably stayed, carrying the stigma of their family connections throughout their lives. The publication of Thomas Pott's account in 1613 turned a local tragedy into a national sensation. The wonderful discovery was widely read, going through multiple editions and establishing the Pendle witches as one of the most famous witchcraft cases in English history. But Potts was writing propaganda, not history, and his accounts served the purposes of the authorities who wanted to demonstrate their vigilance against witchcraft. Other witchcraft trials continued throughout England for decades afterward. The Pendle case was neither the first nor the last, though it was unusually large in the number of people accused and convicted. Witchcraft would remain a capital crime in England until 1736, meaning that for more than a century after the Pendle trials, people could still be executed for magical crimes, but attitudes were slowly changing, at least among educated people. As scientific understanding advanced, as the Enlightenment brought new ways of thinking about causation and evidence, belief in witchcraft began to seem increasingly superstitious. By the early 18th century, you could still find people who believed in witches, but you could also find educated people who questioned such beliefs. The Pendle case itself began to be re-examined through different lenses. Was the accused actually guilty of any crime, magical or otherwise? Were they victims of community hysteria, personal grudges, or judicial overreach? Had Roger Nowell been a diligent magistrate uncovering genuine evil, or an overzealous prosecutor destroying innocent lives? These questions remain debated among historians. Some see the Pendle trials as straightforward examples of persecution of the poor and marginal by authorities. Others argue that the accused genuinely practiced what they considered magic, even if such magic was objectively harmless. Still others focus on the complex social dynamics that allowed accusations to flourish and destroy lives. What's undeniable is that real people died. Elizabeth Device was executed, leaving children behind. Old Chattox, in her 80s, ended her long life on a gallows. Alice Nutter, whatever her actual involvement, was killed by the state based on testimony of dubious reliability. These weren't abstract examples of injustice. They were human beings whose final moments we can only imagine. The landscape itself holds memories, if stones and hills can remember. Pendle Hill still rises above Lancashire, looking much as it did in 1612. Malkin Tower is long gone, crumbled into ruins and forgotten, though historians still debate its exact location. The roads where Alazan Device encountered John Law are now paved, carrying cars instead of peddlers and beggars. Lancaster Castle still stands, its stones having witnessed centuries of history beyond the 1612 trials. Visitors can tour the building today, walking through spaces where the accused once stood, though whether those stones retain any memory of what happened there is a question best left to poets rather than historians. The villages around Pendle continue their existence, gradually modernising as centuries passed. The thatched roofs gave way to slate, the earthen floors to flagstone, and the isolation to connection. Electricity reached the area, bringing light to places that had known only candles and firelight. Roads improved, connecting these once remote communities to the wider world. Families who could trace their lineage back to 1612 probably kept quiet about any connections to the accused witches. It's one thing to have a notorious ancestor, it's another to have one who was executed for witchcraft. The social stigma lingered long after belief in actual magic had faded from educated opinion. By the Victorian era, the Pendle witches had become a curiosity, something for antiquarians and folklore collectors to study. The Victorians, with their complicated relationship to the past, were simultaneously fascinated by and superior about the superstitions of their ancestors. They could read about the trials with a kind of horrified satisfaction, secure in their own enlightenment and modernity. The 20th century brought new interpretations. Feminists pointed out that witchcraft accusations predominantly targeted women, particularly women who were old, poor, or otherwise powerless. The Pendle trials became an example of how patriarchal societies used witchcraft laws to control and eliminate women who didn't fit comfortable social categories. There's truth in this analysis, though it perhaps oversimplifies the complex social dynamics at work. Others have focused on the economic aspects of the case. The accused were largely impoverished, surviving on the margins of society, in a world without social safety nets, where charity was voluntary and unpredictable. People like the Device family were vulnerable in ways that made them both dependent on community goodwill, and easy targets when that goodwill evaporated. The trials can be seen as an extreme form of social control, eliminating people who were economic burdens on their communities. Some historians have emphasised the role of religious tension. This was post-Reformation England, where old Catholic practices persisted underground, while Protestant authorities tried to enforce religious uniformity. The folk magic that Demdike and Chattox allegedly practiced had roots in pre-Christian traditions overlaid with Catholic ritual. Their practices might have represented not just heresy, but a challenge to religious authority. Local historians in Lancashire have worked to uncover the human details behind the famous names. Who were these people really? What did they eat for breakfast? What songs did they know? And what made them laugh? The historical record preserves their deaths in detail, but tells us relatively little about their actual lives, which is perhaps the final injustice, that we remember them for how they died rather than how they lived. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps noting how different your own evening is from what any resident of 1612 Pendle could have imagined, we arrive at the question of what the Pendle witches mean to us today. Not as historical curiosity or Halloween decoration, but as actual people whose story still has things to teach us. The legacy of the Pendle witches lives on in unexpected ways. The area around Pendle Hill has embraced its witch history, though in forms that would probably baffle the original participants. There are walking trails following routes associated with the accused, visitor centres explaining the history, and even an annual Pendle Witch Weekend featuring talks, tours, and historical reenactments. It's simultaneously a celebration and a commemoration, honouring the dead while acknowledging the injustice they suffered. Pendle Hill itself has become something of a pilgrimage site for people interested in witchcraft, history, or just beautiful landscapes. Modern witches, followers of contemporary Wicca and other neo-pagan traditions, sometimes visit as a way of honouring their spiritual ancestors, though the connection between 17th century folk magic and modern witchcraft is more symbolic than historical. The hill that witnessed such tragedy now hosts people seeking peace, beauty, or spiritual connection. The story resonates because it touches on themes that remain relevant. How do communities respond to those who are different? What happens when fear overcomes reason? How do ordinary social tensions escalate into extraordinary violence? These aren't just historical questions. Every generation faces versions of them. The Pendle trials remind us that people in the past were neither wiser nor more foolish than we are. They were doing their best to make sense of a world that often seemed hostile and inexplicable, using the intellectual tools available to them. We might look back and see superstition where they saw reason, but future generations will probably look at some of our current beliefs with similar incomprehension. There's something quietly powerful about walking the landscape where these events occurred. Stand on Pendle Hill on a misty morning, and you can almost understand how people living here in 1612 could believe in magic. The landscape itself seems slightly enchanted, with its sudden mists, its ancient field patterns, and its sense of continuity stretching back before history began keeping records. Modern residents of the Pendle area have a complex relationship with this history. It's a source of local identity and tourist income, but it's also a reminder of a dark chapter in community history. How do you honour the dead without exploiting their tragedy? How do you educate people about historical injustice while acknowledging that everyone involved was operating according to the beliefs and values of their time? The Pendle Witches have inspired numerous works of art, literature and drama. Novelists have reimagined their stories, poets have written elegies, and playwrights have brought them back to life on stage. Each interpretation reflects contemporary concerns as much as historical reality. The witches become whatever we need them to be: victims of patriarchy, casualties of economic anxiety, examples of religious persecution, or simply human beings caught in terrible circumstances. For the historically minded, the Pendle trials offer a window into daily life in early modern England. The trial records, particularly Potts's account, contain details about food, clothing, housing and social relationships that help us understand how ordinary people lived. We learn about their beliefs, their fears, their neighbourly conflicts, and their survival strategies. The accused left us, inadvertently, a detailed portrait of life at society's margins. The legal legacy is complex. The Pendle trials represented the system working as it was supposed to work according to the standards of the time. The accused received trials, could speak in their own defence, and were judged by established legal procedures. That those procedures were fundamentally unjust by modern standards doesn't mean they were considered unjust at the time. This raises uncomfortable questions about how future generations will judge our own legal systems. What would the accused think if they could see how they're remembered today? Would old Demdike be amused that people now walk trails named after her? Would Alison Device appreciate being commemorated in local festivals? Would Alice Nutter feel vindicated that historians still debate her innocence? We can't know, but there's something poignant about the fact that people whose lives were marked by poverty and powerlessness are now remembered while their wealthy, powerful judges have been largely forgotten. The Catholic Church, interestingly, has never canonised any of the Pendle witches as martyrs, despite occasional suggestions that they might have been Catholics persecuted for their faith. The evidence for this theory is thin, but it reflects our ongoing desire to find meaning and redemption in their deaths. We want them to have died for something, for their beliefs, for their defiance, for some principle, rather than simply dying because of bad luck and worse justice. The educational value of the Pendle story extends beyond history. It's taught in some schools as an example of how evidence should be evaluated critically, how mass hysteria can develop, and how social pressures can influence testimony. Students learn to question sources, to recognise bias, and to understand that injustice can occur within legal frameworks that seem perfectly reasonable to participants. For writers and storytellers, the Pendle witches offer rich material precisely because so much about them remains mysterious. We have the bare bones of their story, but endless room for interpretation and imagination. Who were these people really? What did they think and feel? The historical gaps become spaces where fiction and empathy can operate. The landscape itself has become a character in the ongoing story. Pendle Hill, with its distinctive profile and brooding presence, has inspired artists, photographers, and nature lovers for generations. The hill has been painted, photographed, climbed, and contemplated by thousands of people who may know nothing about the 1612 trials, but who respond to its particular beauty and atmosphere. Some descendants of the Pendle family still live in the area, carrying names like Device, Nutter, or Bulcock. For them, the witch trials are family history, complicated and personal. Some have embraced this heritage, others prefer not to discuss it. It's a reminder that history isn't just something that happened to other people long ago. It's something that continues to shape living families and communities. The commercialization of the Pendle Witch story raises ethical questions. Is it appropriate to sell witch-themed souvenirs based on a tragedy where real people died? Does turning historical trauma into tourist attractions trivialize suffering? Or does it serve a valuable purpose by keeping memory alive and educating new generations about historical injustice? These questions don't have simple answers. What's clear is that the story refuses to be forgotten. 400 years later, people still want to know about the Pendle Witches, and still want to understand what happened and why. This persistent interest suggests that the story touches something fundamental about human nature, our capacity for fear, our need for explanations, our treatment of outsiders, and our complicated relationship with justice. The memorial to the Pendle Witches, a simple plaque in Lancaster acknowledging the executions, represents a small but significant form of historical reckoning. It doesn't excuse what happened, doesn't try to make it more palatable, and just quietly acknowledges that these people lived, died, and deserve to be remembered. Sometimes that simple acknowledgement is the most we can offer to those wronged by history. As your tea cools and the room around you settles into comfortable quiet, we arrive at the end of our journey through Pendle's history. But before we close this story, let's sit for a moment with what these long-ago events might mean for us here, now, in a world that seems entirely different from 1612 Lancashire. The Pendle Witches invite us to practice empathy across time. These were people who woke up in the morning not knowing they were living through what would become a famous historical event. They worried about ordinary things, whether the weather would cooperate with planting, whether their neighbours would help them during hard times, and whether their children would survive to adulthood. Then circumstances swept them into events that would echo through 4 centuries. Think about how quickly normal life can become a nightmare. Alison Device probably woke up on March 18th, 1612, thinking about little more than whether she'd successfully beg enough to eat that day. By evening, she was implicated in a case that would eventually send 10 people to the gallows. That velocity, from ordinary morning to life-changing disaster, is something every human being can understand regardless of century. The trials remind us that certainty can be dangerous. The judges, the prosecutors, Roger Nowell and the witnesses, all of them were certain they were right. They believed in witchcraft the way we believe in gravity, and that certainty made it possible to execute people on evidence that seems laughable to modern eyes. What are we certain about today that future generations will view with similar horror? There's also something here about the power of stories and reputation. Old Demdike cultivated a reputation for magical power, probably because it gave her a form of influence in a world where old, poor women had almost none. That reputation sustained her for decades, earning her a mixture of fear and respect. Then it killed her. The stories we tell about ourselves, and that others tell about us, have consequences we can't always control. The vulnerability of children in adult conflicts appears throughout the Pendle story. Janet Device, testifying against her family. The children of the executed were left to navigate a world that had killed their parents. Young Alison, perhaps not fully understanding the implications of her confession. Children don't choose the circumstances they're born into, yet they bear the consequences of adult decisions and adult conflicts. Economic precarity threaded through every aspect of the Pendle story. These were people living on the edge of survival, where a failed harvest or a dead cow could mean starvation. In that context, every relationship became transactional, every slight potentially serious, and every misfortune someone else's fault. Poverty didn't cause the trials, but it created conditions where they could flourish. It still does. The healing power of time reveals itself in how the Pendle story has evolved. What was tragedy has become heritage, what was persecution has become pilgrimage, and what was ending has become remembrance. The pain doesn't disappear. Those 10 people are still dead, their families still destroyed. But time allows us to find meaning and lessons in events that initially seem to contain nothing but loss. Consider how the landscape has absorbed this history. Pendle Hill doesn't mourn. It simply exists, solid and eternal, watching centuries pass with geological indifference. Yet humans project meaning onto it. finding in its mists and shadows a reflection of the mysterious, the unknown, and the slightly uncanny. The land becomes a mirror for our own concerns and imagination. The question of belief itself deserves reflection. Did the accused actually practice what they considered magic? Almost certainly some of them did. In their world, with their understanding of causation, mixing herbs while saying certain words seemed as reasonable as any other explanation for how things worked. They believed in their own power the way we believe in the power of medicine or technology, which is to say, they had faith in systems that provided explanations and sometimes results. The role of authority in the Pendle story offers uncomfortable parallels to modern life. Roger Nowell wasn't a villain twirling a moustache. He was a respectable gentleman doing what he thought was right, according to the laws and beliefs of his society. The judges were learned men following established procedures. Evil doesn't always announce itself as evil. Sometimes it wears the mask of proper authority and legal procedure. What about forgiveness? Can we forgive the accusers who sent innocent people to their deaths? Can we forgive the judges who accepted dubious evidence? Can we forgive young Janet for testifying against her family? Forgiveness might be the wrong concept. These people are long dead, beyond the reach of either condemnation or absolution. Perhaps understanding is what we can offer instead. The recognition that humans throughout history do terrible things while believing they're doing right. The persistence of the Pendle story suggests something about the human need for narrative. We want history to have shape and meaning, to teach lessons, and to connect us to something larger than our individual lives. The Pendle witches provide that connection, not because their deaths were particularly meaningful, but because we've invested them with meaning through centuries of remembering and retelling. As research continues and new historical methods develop, we might learn more about the Pendle witches. Archaeological investigations could reveal details about how they lived. Demographic research might illuminate the social structures they navigated. New readings of existing documents could shift our understanding. History isn't fixed. It's constantly being revised as new evidence emerges and new questions get asked. The modern witchcraft movement's adoption of the Pendle witches as spiritual ancestors creates a kind of posthumous redemption. People who were executed as evil are now honoured as practitioners of an alternative spirituality. Whether this would comfort or confuse them, we can't know, but it represents a complete reversal of their historical reputation. The condemned become the celebrated. For those who visit Pendle today, the experience offers whatever they bring to it. Tourists see a pleasant day out in beautiful countryside. Historians see a landscape that illuminates their research. Spiritual seekers find a place of power or tragedy or both. The land accepts all interpretations with equal indifference, simply being what it is while humans project their various meanings upon it. As full darkness settles outside your window and this story draws to a close, imagine Pendle Hill as it stands tonight, solid, ancient, and essentially unchanged despite 4 centuries of human drama occurring in its shadow. Mist might be gathering in the valleys, as it has gathered on countless nights before. Sheep settle into their nighttime routines, as their ancestors did when Alazan Device walked these paths. The villages around Pendle are quiet now, their streets lit by electric lights that would seem like magic to anyone from 1612. In Lancaster, the castle still stands, though now it's a tourist site rather than a functioning courthouse. The ghosts, if they exist, walk in memory and imagination rather than in any literal sense. What remains of the Pendle witches is finally their humanity. Strip away the sensational aspects, the witchcraft accusations, the dramatic trials, the executions, and you're left with people. People who loved and fought and worked and worried. People who made the best decisions they could with the information available to them. People who suffered and endured and eventually ran out of options. Their names, Demdike, Chattox, Device, Nutter, Redfern, echo down through centuries, attached to people who never imagined they'd be remembered at all, much less for 400 years. They wanted what most people want. Enough to eat, a roof that didn't leak, children who survived and neighbours who didn't wish them harm. They got, instead, infamy and death. But they also got remembrance, which is perhaps a small compensation. They're not forgotten. Students learn about them, historians study them, visitors seek out places associated with them. Their story continues to matter, continues to teach, and continues to connect us to the deep past when life was harder, but humans were recognisably ourselves. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep in comfort and safety that would astound anyone from 16 to 12, spare a thought for those who lived and died in Pendle. Not pity, necessarily. They were tougher than us in many ways, more accustomed to hardship, and more resilient in the face of what life threw at them. But perhaps acknowledgement. They existed. They mattered. Their story is part of the vast, complex tapestry of human experience that connects us all. The Pendle Witches remind us that history isn't just dates and famous names. It's ordinary people dealing with extraordinary circumstances, doing their best to survive in a world that doesn't always cooperate with human needs or desires. It's the story of how communities work, how they fail, and how fear and belief can combine to tragic effect. As you drift towards sleep, you might reflect that you, too, are living through history. Future generations might look back on our time with the same mixture of understanding and incomprehension that we bring to the 17th century. What we consider normal, our technologies, our beliefs, our social structures, may seem as strange to them as witchcraft trials seem to us. The landscape endures. Pendle Hill will be there tomorrow, indifferent to human drama, solid and eternal. The villages will wake to another day. Life continues, as it always has, with the past present in landscape and memory, but never quite able to break through into the actual present. Sleep well, knowing that the witches of Pendle, those accused and accusers, victims and survivors, have all found whatever peace death provides. Their struggles are over, their stories remain, passed from generation to generation, shaped and reshaped to meet contemporary needs, but still rooted in events that actually happened to real people in a real place. And perhaps, in some quiet way, telling their story is a form of justice. Not legal justice. That ship sailed 4 centuries ago, but the justice of memory. They are not forgotten. Their names are spoken. Their humanity is acknowledged. In a world where most people leave no trace, where most lives disappear into the vast silence of history, the Pendle Witches have achieved a kind of immortality. Not the kind anyone would choose, perhaps, but immortality nonetheless. Rest now. Let the gentle rhythm of your breath remind you that you are alive, here, now, connected to all of human history but also separate from it, your own person in your own time. The past is done, the present is comfortable, the future remains unwritten, and somewhere perhaps in the collective memory of the land itself, Pendle Hill holds these stories, adding them to layers upon layers of human experience, waiting for anyone who cares to listen. Imagine yourself standing in a Victorian library on a rainy London afternoon in 1864. Gas lamps cast warm pools of light across mahogany tables stacked with leather-bound volumes. Outside, the city hums with the energy of an empire at its peak, but in here, you're surrounded by maps. Beautiful, intricate maps that are simultaneously masterpieces and confessions of ignorance. These maps show something our modern world has lost. Genuine mystery. Vast portions of the Indian Ocean appear as blank blue expanses, interrupted only by scattered islands whose interiors remain unexplored. Madagascar looms like a green question mark off the African coast. The islands of Indonesia and Melanesia scatter across the sea like puzzle pieces from different boxes, their relationships to each other unclear and tantalizing. You're living in an era when a gentleman naturalist could still discover entirely new species on a weekend collecting trip, when expeditions regularly returned with creatures that seemed to belong in mythology rather than natural history museums. Charles Darwin has recently published his revolutionary theory, and the world of science is reeling from the implications. If species could change over time, if life itself was not fixed but fluid, then what else might be possible? The Victorian era possessed a particular genius for combining rigorous scientific inquiry with unbridled romantic speculation. These were people who would spend decades cataloguing beetle specimens, while simultaneously believing that fairies might inhabit their gardens. This combination of careful observation and wild imagination created the perfect conditions for myths to take root in scientific soil. The maps you're studying show something puzzling. Certain plants and animals appear in places they have no business being. Lemurs, those wide-eyed primates with their haunting calls and ghostly movements, live in Madagascar. Yet their closest relatives aren't in nearby Africa, but thousands of miles away in India and Southeast Asia. It's as if someone had scattered them across the ocean deliberately, like seeds from a cosmic hand. Fossils present even stranger mysteries. The Glossopteris fern, which anyone can recognise from its distinctive tongue-shaped leaves, appears in rocks across South America, Africa, India, and Australia. It's the botanical equivalent of finding your house key simultaneously in London, Cairo, Mumbai, and Sydney. Something doesn't add up, and Victorian scientists knew it. The standard explanation that these species had somehow walked or swum across thousands of miles of open ocean seemed absurd even to 19th century minds. Lemurs are decent climbers but notoriously poor swimmers. The Glossopteris fern produces seeds far too heavy to blow across oceans on the wind. Yet there they were, separated by impossible distances, clearly related but impossibly divided. This was the scientific puzzle that would give birth to LEMURIA. But to understand how that happened, you need to appreciate the Victorian mindset that saw patterns in everything, and believed that every mystery had a solution, even if that solution required imagining entire continents into existence. The 19th century was also a time when the Earth itself seemed younger and more malleable. Geologists were just beginning to understand the planet's true age, which was considerably older than the biblical calculations that had previously dominated Western thought. But they still imagined the Earth as a cooling sphere, contracting like a drying apple, with its surface wrinkling into mountains and valleys as it shrank. This contraction theory suggested that the planet's geography might have been very different in the past. Perhaps land bridges had connected continents that now stood separate. Perhaps entire land masses had sunk beneath the waves as the Earth contracted, taking their flora and fauna with them. The idea wasn't just speculation. It seemed to follow logically from the best understanding of planetary formation available at the time. Into this atmosphere of scientific inquiry and creative theorising stepped a British zoologist named Philip Sclater, who was about to name something that didn't exist and, in doing so, create a legend that would outlive his actual scientific contributions. Philip Sclater was, by all accounts, a thoroughly respectable Victorian scientist. He wasn't a wild-eyed mystic or a romantic dreamer. He was a Fellow of the Royal Society, a serious zoologist with impeccable credentials, and a particular interest in the geographical distribution of species, the kind of man who wore proper suits to dinner and catalogued specimens with meticulous care. In 1864, Sclater published a paper with the rather dry title The Mammals of Madagascar, which addressed the lemur problem we discussed earlier. His solution was elegantly simple. What if Madagascar and India had once been connected by a land bridge, or, better yet, were fragments of a larger landmass that had since subsided into the ocean? This hypothetical continent needed a name, and Sclater chose LEMURIA after the lemurs whose distribution had inspired the theory. It was meant to be a strictly scientific term, describing a purely geological hypothesis. Sclater imagined LEMURIA as a long-vanished connection between continents, a bridge that had allowed species to spread and then disappeared, leaving only scattered populations on isolated lands. The beauty of Sclater's theory was that it explained so much with a single hypothesis. The distribution of lemurs, the presence of similar rock formations across distant lands, and the fossil record that suggested tropical forest in places now divided by ocean, all of it made sense if you accepted that the Indian Ocean had once contained substantial land masses. Other scientists quickly embraced and expanded Sclater's idea. Ernst Haeckel, a German biologist and passionate advocate of Darwin's evolutionary theory, incorporated Lemuria into his understanding of human origins. If Lemuria had existed, Haeckel reasoned, it might have been the birthplace of humanity, the Garden of Eden rendered in geological terms. Haeckel's version of Lemuria grew considerably larger than Sclater's modest land bridge. In Haeckel's imagination, it became a vast continent stretching across much of the Indian Ocean, a lost paradise where the first humans had evolved before spreading to other continents. His beautifully detailed maps showed Lemuria as a substantial landmass, complete with mountain ranges and river systems that existed only in scientific speculation. The scientific community didn't immediately reject these ideas because they addressed real puzzles with what seemed like reasonable solutions. Continental subsidence wasn't considered impossible. After all, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions constantly demonstrated that the Earth's surface was changeable. If mountains could rise and valleys form, why couldn't entire continents sink? For a few decades, Lemuria occupied a strange position. It was a scientific hypothesis with no direct evidence, but it explained patterns that otherwise seemed inexplicable. Scientists discussed it in academic journals, while acknowledging that proving its existence would be difficult. It was a placeholder solution, waiting for better explanations to come along. But something interesting happened as Lemuria moved from scientific journals into popular consciousness. The hypothesis began to transform, gathering romantic associations and mystical overtones like a snowball rolling downhill, accumulates mass. What started as a dry geological theory about lemur distribution was about to become something far more enchanting and considerably less scientific. The Victorian public had an insatiable appetite for lost worlds and vanished civilizations. Atlantis had captured imaginations for centuries, but Atlantis was ancient history, a philosophical allegory recorded by Plato. Lemuria was different. It was being discussed by actual scientists in actual academic journals. It had the glamour of mystery combined with the authority of science, a combination that proved utterly irresistible. Popular magazines began publishing articles about Lemuria, each iteration adding new details and expanding the story. What if Lemuria hadn't just been a land bridge but a genuine continent with its own ecology, its own landscapes, and perhaps even its own civilizations? The scientific hypothesis was becoming a myth in real time, and you could almost watch it transform if you track the publications chronologically. By the 1870s, Lemuria had escaped the confines of zoological journals entirely. It was appearing in spiritualist literature, in speculative histories, and in romantic poetry. The lost continent was taking on a life of its own, and that life would prove far more durable than its scientific origins. Picture yourself now in a Victorian drawing room, this time in the evening, with heavy curtains drawn against the London fog. Candles flicker on the mantelpiece, and a group of well-dressed ladies and gentlemen sit in a circle, holding hands around a table. This is a séance, one of thousands conducted across Europe and America in the late 19th century, when spiritualism wasn't considered fringe but fashionable. The Victorian era was experiencing a spiritual crisis. Darwin's theory of evolution had shaken traditional religious certainty. Industrialization was transforming agrarian societies into urban landscapes, where ancient rhythms of life no longer applied. People felt unmoored, searching for meaning in a world that seemed increasingly mechanical and purposeless. Into this uncertainty stepped a remarkable woman named Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, known to everyone as Madame Blavatsky. She was, depending on your perspective, either a brilliant mystic or a talented charlatan, possibly both. Born in Russia, widely travelled, and possessed of enormous charisma and questionable ethics, Blavatsky founded the Theosophical Society in 1875 with the goal of exploring the hidden wisdom supposedly underlying all religions. Blavatsky had a genius for synthesis, combining elements of Hinduism, Buddhism, Western occultism, and contemporary science into a grand narrative that appealed to Victorian seekers. Her magnum opus, The Secret Doctrine, published in 1888, presented a vast cosmology involving root races, spiritual evolution, and, crucially for our story, lost continents. In Blavatsky's telling, Lemuria became far more than a zoological hypothesis. It transformed into the homeland of the third root race of humanity, a civilization of spiritually advanced beings who existed millions of years ago. These Lemurians in Blavatsky's cosmology were not quite human as we understand it. They were gigantic, egg-laying hermaphrodites with 4 arms and an eye in the back of their heads. Now you might be settling deeper into your pillows and thinking that this sounds completely ridiculous, and you'd be right. But here's what's fascinating. Blavatsky claimed her information came from ancient manuscripts shown to her by spiritual masters in Tibet, and thousands of intelligent, educated Victorians believed her. Or at least they wanted to believe her, which amounts to nearly the same thing. The theosophical Lemuria bore almost no resemblance to Sclater's modest land bridge. It stretched across vast portions of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, encompassing everything from Madagascar to Easter Island. Its civilization predated any known human culture, and its inhabitants possessed powers that made modern humans seem like pale shadows of former glory. According to theosophical teachings, the Lemurians had been destroyed in a cataclysm, volcanic eruptions and earthquakes that caused their entire continent to sink beneath the waves. But before the destruction, the most advanced Lemurians had escaped, carrying their wisdom to other lands. This explained conveniently why traces of advanced ancient knowledge appeared in cultures worldwide. The beauty of Blavatsky's system was its unfalsifiability. Any evidence that contradicted her claims could be explained away as incomplete understanding or spiritual blindness. The lack of physical evidence for Lemuria became proof of how thoroughly it had been destroyed. It was mythology masquerading as lost history, and it filled a need that pure science couldn't satisfy. Theosophy attracted an impressive roster of followers, including writers, artists, scientists, and social reformers. These weren't necessarily gullible fools. Many were thoughtful people seeking alternatives to both religious dogmatism and materialistic reductionism. Theosophy offered a middle path, spiritual meaning clothed in pseudo-scientific language. The theosophical Lemuria also served another Victorian preoccupation, race theory. The concept of root races, each supposedly more evolved than the last, appealed to a society deeply invested in hierarchical thinking. While Blavatsky's system was less overtly racist than some Victorian race theories, it still embedded troubling assumptions about human development that reflected the prejudices of her era. Other writers and mystics eagerly expanded on Blavatsky's framework. James Churchward, in the early 20th century, wrote extensively about Mu, which he claimed was Lemuria's Pacific counterpart, another lost continent supposedly proven by ancient tablets that conveniently disappeared before anyone else could examine them. Each iteration added new layers to the myth, building an elaborate structure on foundations that had never existed. What's remarkable is how quickly Lemuria moved from scientific hypothesis to mystical certainty. Within a few decades, you could find multiple versions of Lemurian history, each contradicting the others, but all claiming ancient authority. Some describe Lemuria as a tropical paradise, others as a harsh volcanic landscape. Some Lemurians were spiritual masters, others were primitive giants. The continent's location shifted depending on who was writing about it. This proliferation of conflicting accounts should have undermined Lemuria's credibility, but somehow it didn't. Instead, each new version seemed to validate the basic concept. If so many different sources mention Lemuria, surely there must be something to it. This is how myths work. They accumulate details and variations while the core story remains flexible enough to accommodate contradiction. By the turn of the 20th century, Lemuria had become firmly established in popular consciousness, particularly among spiritual seekers and alternative historians. It was taught in theosophical lodges, discussed in occult circles, and referenced in popular literature. The lost continent had achieved a kind of cultural reality, independent of any physical evidence. As you drift deeper into this story, imagine yourself in early 20th century California, specifically at Mount Shasta, that magnificent snow-capped volcano rising from the northern landscape. local legends begin circulating about a secret civilization living inside the mountain, survivors of ancient Lemuria who retreated underground when their continent sank. These Lemurian survivors supposedly built a city called Telos within the mountain, complete with temples and gardens illuminated by mysterious light sources. They occasionally emerge to walk among ordinary humans, recognizable by their unusual height, white robes, and tendency to pay for supplies with gold nuggets before disappearing back into the wilderness. The Shasta legends illustrate how Lemuria adapted to local conditions. Every region that embraced the myth modified it to fit local geography and culture. In the Pacific, Lemuria explained the origin of Polynesian peoples. In India, it connected to Vedic traditions. In California, it merged with Native American legends and gold rush mysticism to create something uniquely Western American. The Lemurians themselves evolved in the popular imagination from Blavatsky's bizarre hermaphrodites into more conventionally attractive spiritual masters. By the 1930s, descriptions typically portrayed them as tall, graceful beings with pale skin, large eyes, and serene expressions. Basically, they looked like idealized Hollywood versions of wise mystics. This transformation reveals something interesting about how myths adapt to their audience's aesthetic preferences. Various channelers and mediums claim to communicate with Lemurian spirits, receiving messages about spiritual evolution and humanity's future. These communications typically emphasize peace, love, and the development of psychic abilities, standard fare for New Age spirituality, but given historical weight by association with an ancient civilization. Frederick Spencer, Oliver's 1894 novel A Dweller on Two Planets, introduced another element to Lemurian mythology, advanced technology. Oliver claimed his book was channeled from a spirit who described Lemurian civilization as possessing flying machines, wireless communication, and other devices that anticipated 20th century innovations. This technologically advanced Lemuria would become increasingly popular as the actual 20th century demonstrated that impossible technologies could become reality. The notion of Lemuria as a technologically sophisticated civilization served multiple purposes. It suggested that modern progress wasn't unprecedented but rather a rediscovery of ancient knowledge. It implied that human potential was greater than contemporary limitations suggested, and it provided comfort that even advanced civilizations could be destroyed, making the catastrophic potential of 20th century warfare feel like part of a larger pattern, rather than a unique modern horror. Edgar Cayce, the famous sleeping prophet, incorporated Lemuria into his trance readings during the 1920s and 1930s. His versions emphasized the spiritual and psychic abilities of Lemurians, describing them as beings who communicated telepathically and manipulated matter through thought. When their civilization fell, Cayce claimed, it was because they had misused their powers, privileging material advancement over spiritual development, a cautionary tale that resonated with audiences living through rapid technological change. What united most of these Lemurian accounts was a sense of loss and possibility. Lemuria represented something humanity had once possessed and might reclaim: harmony with nature, spiritual advancement, and technological prowess combined with wisdom. The lost continent became a mirror reflecting whatever its believers felt was missing from modern life. The myth also provided an origin story that bypassed uncomfortable questions about evolution and human origins. If humanity descended from spiritually advanced Lemurians, then we weren't merely evolved apes, but beings with a noble lineage temporarily fallen from former glory. This narrative appealed to people who couldn't accept evolutionary theory, but recognized that biblical literalism was increasingly untenable. Indigenous peoples' reactions to Lemurian theories were complicated. Some saw the myths as yet another example of colonizers appropriating and distorting indigenous histories. Others found ways to incorporate Lemuria into their own traditions, using the concept to add historical depth to oral histories. The Hawaiian concept of Mu, for instance, became entangled with Lemurian mythology in ways that blurred original traditions with imported ideas. By mid-century, Lemuria had become something like King Arthur's Camelot, A story everyone knew probably wasn't literally true, but that persisted because it served emotional and psychological needs that fact couldn't address. People wanted to believe in lost golden ages and hidden wisdom, in the possibility that somewhere, beneath the ocean's surface or inside mountains, traces of humanity's nobler past endured. The irony is that while mystics and channelers were elaborating increasingly baroque visions of Lemurian civilization, actual scientists were developing theories that would completely eliminate any need for Lemuria's existence. The solution to the puzzles that had inspired Sclater's original hypothesis was emerging, but it would take decades for that solution to become widely accepted. Let's shift our scene now to 1912, to a meeting of the German Geological Society, where a meteorologist named Alfred Wegener is presenting a theory so radical that most of his colleagues think he's lost his mind. Wegener is proposing that continents move, not slowly settling or rising, but actually drifting across the Earth's surface like massive rafts floating on a denser layer below. Wegener has noticed the same puzzles that inspired Lemuria: matching fossils on different continents, similar rock formations separated by oceans, and coastlines that fit together like jigsaw pieces. But instead of imagining vanished land bridges, he's proposing something far more revolutionary. All the continents, he suggests, were once joined in a single supercontinent, he calls it Pangaea, that has since split apart and drifted to their current positions. The reaction from the geological establishment is swift and brutal. Continental drift seems physically impossible. What force could move entire continents? How could solid rock flow like liquid? Wegener can't answer these questions satisfactorily, and his theory is largely dismissed as imaginative speculation unsupported by mechanism. Here's what's fascinating. Wegener's evidence for continental drift was actually stronger than any evidence for Lemuria had ever been. He could show matching rock layers, identical fossils, and even glacial patterns that made sense, only if continents had once been connected differently. Yet the scientific community rejected his well-evidenced theory. While some of those same scientists had previously entertained the essentially evidence-free notion of sunken continents, this reveals something important about how scientific acceptance works. It's not just about evidence, but about whether a theory fits within acceptable frameworks. Land bridges and subsiding continents fit Victorian assumptions about how the Earth worked. Moving continents didn't. So despite better evidence, continental drift languished in scientific purgatory for decades. But Wegener's theory had planted a seed. Other researchers began finding supporting evidence. Paleomagnetic studies, examining the magnetic orientation of ancient rocks, showed that continents must have moved relative to the magnetic poles. Mapping the ocean floor revealed mid-ocean ridges and deep trenches that suggested active geological processes. The real breakthrough came in the 1960s with the development of plate tectonics theory. Scientists realised that the Earth's surface consists of massive rigid plates, floating on a partially molten layer beneath. These plates move, driven by convection currents in the Earth's mantle. Where plates separate, new crust forms. Where they collide, mountains rise, or one plate subducts beneath another. Plate tectonics explained everything that Lemuria had been invented to explain, but it did so with actual evidence and testable mechanisms. The matching fossils on different continents. They weren't separated by a sunken land bridge, but by continents that had split apart. The distribution of lemurs. Madagascar had separated from India millions of years ago, when Africa and the Indian subcontinent were parts of Gondwana, a southern supercontinent. Suddenly, Lemuria became scientifically unnecessary. The puzzles that had inspired Sclater's original hypothesis now had a better explanation, one supported by evidence from ocean floor mapping, earthquake patterns, volcanic activity, and the continuing movement of continents that could be measured with precision instruments. You might think this would have killed the Lemuria myth, but mythology doesn't die just because science provides better explanations. Myths persist because they serve needs that transcend factual accuracy. While geologists abandoned Lemuria, mystics and alternative historians clung to it with renewed fervour, often claiming that mainstream science was suppressing evidence, or that spiritual truth transcended mere physical facts. The scientific abandonment of Lemuria actually freed the myth to become more elaborate. Without the constraint of needing to fit geological evidence, Lemurian enthusiasts could imagine whatever they wanted. The lost continent migrated between oceans depending on who was writing about it. Its civilization's technology became increasingly anachronistic and impossible. The reasons for its destruction multiplied and diverged. Modern geology can now map the ocean floor with extraordinary precision. We've sent submarines to the deepest trenches and used sonar to create detailed topographical maps of underwater terrain. There's nowhere for a continent-sized landmass to hide. The Indian Ocean floor shows the expected patterns of plate tectonics, spreading ridges, subduction zones and volcanic chains, but no evidence of recent continental subsidence. Yet this definitive absence of evidence hasn't eliminated belief in Lemuria. Instead, believers have adapted their claims. Maybe Lemuria existed so long ago that geological processes have erased all traces. Maybe it was in a different ocean than originally thought. Maybe it wasn't a physical continent but an astral realm that existed on a different plane of reality. The myth simply evolves to survive, demonstrating impressive adaptability. The transformation of Lemuria from scientific hypothesis to disproven theory to persistent myth illustrates something important about how knowledge works. Scientific theories are provisional. They stand until better explanations emerge, then gracefully retire. Myths are different. They're not about explaining physical reality, but about meeting psychological and emotional needs. Disproving a myth's literal truth doesn't eliminate those needs. For scientists, plate tectonics replacing Lemuria represents progress, better understanding built on evidence. For believers, science's rejection of Lemuria might represent closed-mindedness or the limitations of materialistic thinking. These groups are essentially speaking different languages, pursuing different goals, and measuring success by different standards. The story of Lemuria's scientific demise is actually a success story for science, a demonstration of how the scientific method eventually arrives at better explanations by following evidence wherever it leads. But it's simultaneously a demonstration of science's limits. Science can explain physical processes, but it can't necessarily satisfy human yearning for lost golden ages or connections to ancient wisdom. As you settle more comfortably into your blankets, let's explore how Lemuria escaped the confines of both scientific journals and occult societies to become a presence in art galleries, bookstores, and eventually movie theatres. The lost continent proved irresistible to artists and writers because it offered something precious, a blank canvas. Unlike actual historical civilizations that come burdened with inconvenient facts, Lemuria could be whatever an artist needed it to be. It was Eden without biblical constraints, Atlantis without Plato's philosophical baggage, a lost world limited only by imagination. Science fiction writers were particularly drawn to Lemurian themes. Abraham Merritt's 1919 novel The Moon Pool featured hidden Lemurian ruins in Micronesia, complete with ancient technology and otherworldly beings. His lush, dreamlike prose transformed Lemuria from an abstract concept into a visceral experience. You could almost smell the tropical flowers and feel the humid air of his lost world. These early 20th century adventure stories treated Lemuria much as they treated any exotic location, as a setting for Western protagonists to have thrilling experiences. The actual Lemurians often appeared as wise mentors, mysterious guides, or occasionally obstacles to be overcome. They were essentially fantastical versions of the noble savage trope. Filtered through theosophical ideas about spiritual advancement, poets found Lemuria equally inspiring. The lost continent became a metaphor for vanished innocence, for knowledge lost to time, for the price of hubris. In these poetic treatments, Lemuria wasn't necessarily literal. It was symbolic, representing whatever the poet felt had been lost in the transition to modernity. The continent's physical existence mattered less than its emotional resonance. Visual artists produced countless depictions of Lemuria, each reflecting their era's aesthetic sensibilities. Victorian illustrations showed it as a vaguely classical civilization, with toga-clad inhabitants and marble temples. Art Deco interpretations featured sleek geometric buildings and stylized figures. 1970s New Age art transformed it into a psychedelic paradise of crystals and cosmic consciousness. What's striking about these artistic representations is their diversity. Unlike historically attested civilizations that must conform to archaeological evidence, Lemurian art was constrained only by the artist's imagination and their audience's expectations. This freedom produced wildly varying visions, from primitive tribal societies to technological utopias, sometimes within the same decade. Comic books and pulp magazines embraced Lemuria enthusiastically. The continent appeared in adventure stories, horror tales, and even superhero comics. Sometimes it was the source of mystical artifacts that modern characters sought. Sometimes it provided origin stories for mysterious villains or wise mentors. The Lost Continent had become a standard element in popular culture's toolkit, available for whatever narrative purpose a writer needed. The 1960s and 1970s counterculture found Lemuria particularly appealing. As young people rejected mainstream society and sought alternative worldviews, the Lost Continent fit perfectly into emerging New Age philosophy. Lemuria represented humanity before hierarchies, before pollution, before war. Everything the counterculture imagined could exist if only society would embrace peace, love, and spiritual development. This association with New Age culture cemented Lemuria's modern image. Walk into any metaphysical bookstore, and you'll likely find books about Lemurian crystals, Lemurian healing techniques, or how to channel Lemurian spirits. The continent has become thoroughly integrated into contemporary alternative spirituality. Alongside chakras, auras, and astral projection, musicians have composed symphonies and songs inspired by Lemuria. Progressive rock bands wrote concept albums about its fall. New Age musicians created ambient soundscapes supposedly channeling Lemurian vibrations. The Lost Continent even appeared in video games, providing backstory and mystical elements for fantasy worlds. What's interesting is how Lemuria's artistic and cultural presence has eclipsed its scientific origins. Ask most people today about Lemuria, and they're more likely to mention crystals and spiritual evolution than lemur distribution patterns. The myth has successfully reproduced across cultural domains, adapting to each new medium, while maintaining enough consistency to remain recognizable. Television and film approached Lemuria more cautiously than print media, perhaps because visual media demands more concrete depiction. Still, the continent has appeared in documentaries about lost civilizations, usually framed as some people believe segments that present claims without endorsement. These presentations often treat Lemuria alongside Atlantis and other legendary places, rarely acknowledging that Lemuria, unlike Atlantis, originated as a serious scientific hypothesis. The internet age has been remarkably kind to Lemuria. Websites devoted to the Lost Continent proliferate, offering everything from supposedly historical accounts to guided meditations for connecting with Lemurian energy. YouTube features countless videos about Lemuria, ranging from earnest spiritual teachings to critical debunkings. The democratization of content creation means Lemuria can be endlessly reinvented by anyone with a camera and an internet connection. Social media has created communities of Lemuria believers who share experiences, theories, and art. These digital spaces function similarly to Victorian spiritualist societies, communities of seekers supporting each other's explorations of alternative histories and spiritual possibilities. The technology is modern, but the impulses are ancient. What all these artistic and cultural manifestations share is a sense that Lemuria represents something missing from modern life. Whether that's spiritual wisdom, harmony with nature, advanced but lost technology, or simply the romance of mystery, the Lost Continent serves as a receptacle for contemporary longings projected onto an imaginary past. As we approach the end of our journey, let's consider what Lemuria means now in our own time, when satellite imagery has mapped every inch of the planet, and scientific understanding of Earth's history is more comprehensive than ever. The story of Lemuria is ultimately a story about human imagination and its relationship with evidence. It demonstrates how easily scientific hypotheses can transform into myths when they tap into deeper needs and desires. It shows how myths persist despite contrary evidence, because they serve purposes that transcend factual accuracy. Lemuria's journey from zoological puzzle to spiritual homeland reveals something important about the Victorian era that created it. That was a time of enormous confidence in human understanding, but also deep anxiety about humanity's place in the universe. Darwin had displaced humans from their special creation. Industrialization had disrupted traditional communities. Traditional religious certainty was eroding. Lemuria offered comfort, a suggestion that humanity had once achieved greatness and might do so again. The myth also reflects colonial attitudes and anxieties. The idea that isolated, primitive peoples might be degraded remnants of advanced civilizations justified colonialism, while explaining cultural differences in ways that preserved European superiority. Even as it critiqued modern civilization's flaws, Lemurian mythology often embedded racist assumptions about human development and achievement. Modern believers in Lemuria face different challenges than their Victorian predecessors. They must navigate a world where Lemuria's scientific impossibility is well established. This has led to interesting adaptations. Some locate Lemuria in increasingly remote time periods, hundreds of millions of years ago, when geological evidence becomes murkier. Others shift from physical to metaphysical claims, suggesting Lemuria existed on spiritual rather than material planes. The persistence of the Lemuria belief, despite scientific consensus, reveals the limits of scientific authority in shaping public imagination. Science can establish facts about the physical world, but it cannot dictate what stories people find meaningful or what beliefs serve their psychological needs. This is both science's limitation and its strength. It constrains itself to answerable questions rather than claiming authority over human meaning-making. Lemuria has also become a case study in how to approach dubious claims without dismissing the people who hold them. Skeptics who simply mock Lemuria believers often miss the opportunity to understand why the myth remains appealing. The lost continent addresses real needs, for wonder, for connection to something greater than oneself, and for alternatives to materialistic reductionism. The educational challenge is finding ways to teach critical thinking while respecting people's need for meaning. Explaining why Lemuria is geologically impossible is relatively straightforward. Helping people understand what needs the myth serves, and finding better ways to meet those needs is much harder, but ultimately more important. Lemuria has left its mark on language and culture in ways that persist regardless of belief in its literal existence. When someone refers to an idea as Lemuria, vague, unsubstantiated, but appealing, they're drawing on the lost continent's legacy. The term has become shorthand for a particular kind of attractive but unfounded speculation. The myth has also influenced legitimate archaeology and anthropology by creating expectations and interpretations that researchers must navigate. When unusual artifacts or structures are discovered, someone inevitably suggests Lemurian origins. This forces scientists to repeatedly explain dating methods, construction techniques, and cultural contexts, which can be frustrating but also provides opportunities for public education about how we actually understand the past. Perhaps Lemuria's most lasting contribution is as a reminder of science's provisional nature. The scientific theories that gave birth to Lemuria seemed sound based on available evidence. Scientists weren't being foolish or credulous. They were working with incomplete information and proposing explanations that fit their understanding of how the world worked. That those explanations proved incorrect doesn't diminish the legitimate scientific process that generated them. This should make us humble about current scientific consensus. Not every theory will be overturned, but history suggests that some of what we consider established fact will be revised as understanding deepens. The scientific method's strength lies in its self-correction, its willingness to abandon even cherished theories when evidence demands it. At the same time, Lemuria's transformation from hypothesis to myth demonstrates the danger of premature certainty. The ease with which Victorian scientists accepted the subsiding continent hypothesis suggests they were too quick to embrace convenient explanations. This is a trap that each generation of scientists must guard against. The temptation to accept explanations that fit expectations rather than demanding rigorous proof. For believers in Lemuria, the myth offers something science cannot, a sense of enchantment in a disenchanted world. It suggests that reality is larger and stranger than mainstream understanding allows, that mystery persists despite scientific explanation, and that rationality doesn't exhaust the possibilities of human experience. These are important needs that deserve respect even when specific beliefs don't deserve acceptance. The question isn't whether Lemuria existed. Geologically, it didn't. The interesting question is why people continue to believe in it and what that belief does for them. Some are drawn to the narrative's spiritual elements, finding meaning in Lemurian teachings about consciousness and human potential. Others appreciate the myth's critique of modern civilization, using Lemuria as a lens for examining what contemporary society might be missing. Young people today discovering Lemuria often approach it differently than earlier generations. Many treat it as aesthetic inspiration, Lemurian imagery for art, music or fashion, without committing to literal belief. This ironic or aesthetic appropriation represents another evolution of the myth, one that values Lemuria's imaginative power while acknowledging its factual problems. As you prepare for sleep, consider this. Lemuria never existed as a physical place, but it exists very much as an idea. Maps showing its location have influenced thought and culture for over a century. Books describing its civilization line library shelves. Art depicting its landscapes hangs in galleries. The lost continent is imaginary, but its effects are real. This paradox, that fictional places can have genuine consequences, tells us something profound about human nature. We are storytelling creatures who create meaning through narrative. Facts matter, but stories matter too, and sometimes they matter in different ways. The blank spaces on those Victorian maps weren't really blank. They were full of possibility. When explorers finally mapped those spaces and found only water, coral reefs and volcanic islands, they eliminated geographical mystery but couldn't eliminate the human need for wonder. Lemuria filled that need, and when physical geography could no longer accommodate it, the myth simply migrated to other territories, the distant past, alternative dimensions, spiritual realms. Your own life probably contains equivalent blank spaces, periods you don't fully remember, possibilities not pursued, futures that might have been. Like Victorian cartographers filling unknown oceans with speculative continents, you've probably populated your blank spaces with imagined what-ifs and might-have-beens. This isn't foolishness, it's imagination, and imagination is as fundamental to human nature as reason. The story of Lemuria teaches us to hold our certainties lightly. The Victorian scientists who proposed sunken continents weren't stupid. They were working with incomplete information and doing their best to explain genuine mysteries. The mystics who elaborated the myth weren't all frauds. Many genuinely sought meaning in a world that seemed increasingly meaningless. Even modern believers in Lemuria aren't necessarily credulous. They're often thoughtful people who've decided that spiritual truth and scientific fact operate in different domains. This doesn't mean all beliefs are equally valid, or that we should abandon critical thinking. Scientific evidence clearly demonstrates that no continent-sized landmass has subsided in the Indian or Pacific Ocean within the time frame relevant to human evolution. Plate tectonics explains the distribution of species and geological formations without requiring lost continents. These facts matter, and respecting evidence matters, but facts don't exhaust reality. The human need for wonder, for connection to something greater than ourselves, for narratives that give life meaning, these are also real. Lemuria persists not because evidence supports it, but because it addresses needs that evidence cannot satisfy. Understanding this helps us appreciate why myths endure and what purposes they serve. The 21st century presents us with fewer geographical blank spaces than the Victorians enjoyed, but we've discovered new realms of mystery. The ocean depths remain largely unexplored. The quantum realm behaves in ways that defy intuition. Consciousness itself remains mysterious despite advances in neuroscience. Perhaps these modern mysteries will inspire new myths, new Lemuria suited to contemporary needs. What we can learn from Lemuria's story is the importance of distinguishing between different kinds of truth. Scientific truth, based on evidence and testing, tells us what physically exists. Mythological truth, based on meaning and narrative, tells us what we need psychologically and spiritually. The problems arise when we confuse these categories, when myths claim scientific authority they don't have, or when science claims to answer questions beyond its scope. A mature relationship with beliefs like Lemuria involves appreciating what they offer while acknowledging what they lack. You can find meaning in Lemurian mythology's emphasis on spiritual development without believing in literal Lemurian civilizations. You can use the myth as inspiration for art or meditation without making factual claims about geography. This both respects the myth's power and maintains intellectual honesty. The scientists who debunked Lemuria didn't destroy anything valuable. They clarified our understanding of Earth's actual history, which is fascinating enough without fictional continents. The real story of Gondwana breaking apart, of India colliding with Asia to create the Himalayas, of Australia drifting north while carrying its unique marsupial fauna, this is genuinely wondrous. We don't need imaginary continents when actual geological history is so remarkable. Yet something is lost when we eliminate all mystery, when every blank space gets filled with verified facts. The tension between knowledge and wonder, between explanation and enchantment, is one that each generation must navigate for itself. Perhaps the healthiest approach is maintaining both. Scientific literacy about how the world actually works, coupled with appreciation for the human imagination that can conceive of lost continents, ancient civilizations, and spiritual truths beyond material reality. Lemuria reminds us that humans have always been meaning makers, storytellers who shape our understanding through narrative as much as through observation. This is neither a flaw nor a virtue, it's simply what we are. The challenge is doing it consciously, with awareness of when we're making claims about physical reality and when we're expressing psychological needs through metaphor and myth. As you drift towards sleep, you might dream of tropical islands appearing on empty ocean horizons, of ancient temples emerging from mist, of civilizations that never were but somehow feel real, in the way that dreams feel real. These dreams connect you to everyone who has ever wondered about what lies beyond the known, who has populated blank spaces with possibility, and who has found meaning in stories that transcend fact. The Victorians who imagined Lemuria were trying to solve real puzzles with the tools they had available. When better tools revealed better answers, the scientific hypothesis correctly faded away. But the myth persists because it serves different needs. Needs for wonder, for alternative possibilities, for narratives that suggest human existence is larger and more meaningful than materialistic reduction allows. Tomorrow, when you wake, you'll inhabit a thoroughly mapped world. Satellites have photographed every square mile of land and sea. We know where continents are, how they've moved, and why lemurs live where they do. This is progress. Genuine, valuable progress that expands human understanding and capability. But you'll also wake to a world that still contains mystery, still offers possibilities for wonder, and still invites imagination even in the absence of geographical blank spaces. The human capacity to dream up lost continents hasn't disappeared just because we've mapped the ocean floor. It's simply found new outlets, new frontiers, and new blank spaces to populate with possibility. Lemuria was born from lemurs and scientific puzzles, transformed by spiritual seekers and romantic dreamers, elaborated by artists and writers, and survives today as an idea that means different things to different people. It's a testament to human imagination, a cautionary tale about premature certainty, and a reminder that the stories we tell ourselves are as much a part of human reality as the facts we discover. The lost continent never existed, but the needs it addresses are real. The civilizations described by mystics never flourished, but the yearning for golden ages and spiritual wisdom is genuine. The geographical hypothesis was wrong, but the impulse to explain puzzling observations was scientifically legitimate. Lemuria is false, but not meaningless. As sleep approaches, let Lemuria remind you that the boundary between fact and fiction, between knowledge and imagination, and between science and myth is more permeable than we often acknowledge. We need rigorous thinking to understand how the world works, but we also need imagination to envision how it might be different. We need evidence to guide our beliefs, but we also need narratives to give our lives meaning. The story of Lemuria is ultimately hopeful. It shows that humans have always looked at mystery and tried to understand it, have always faced the unknown and tried to map it, and have always encountered limits and tried to transcend them. Sometimes our answers are wrong, but the questions reveal what matters to us: connection, meaning, wonder, and the eternal human impulse to explore beyond the known. So sleep well, knowing you're part of a species that can imagine entire continents into existence. And then, with equal creativity, use the scientific method to discover what actually exists. Both capabilities, imagination and investigation, make us human. Neither is complete without the other. The blank spaces on Victorian maps are filled now, but new blank spaces always emerge. The questions that inspired Lemuria are answered, but new questions constantly arise. The lost continent has been found in myth, in art, in culture, and in the persistent human need for stories that transcend the merely factual. Lemuria reminds us that we are fundamentally explorers, not just of physical geography but of possibility, of meaning, of the territories where fact and imagination intertwine. We map what we find, but we also dream of what might be. We correct our mistakes, but we never stop creating new visions. And perhaps that's the truest legacy of Lemuria. Not as a cautionary tale about scientific error or an example of gullibility, but as a testament to the indomitable human spirit that looks at an empty ocean and imagines continents, at scattered species and envisions bridges, at apparent limitations and dreams of transcendence. The lost continent is found, not where maps suggested, not where mystics claimed, but in the persistent human capacity to populate blank spaces with wonder, to create meaning from mystery, and to keep exploring long after the maps are complete. Dream well of continents that never were but somehow remain more real than many things that are. Dream of the blank spaces where possibility lives, of the questions that inspire both science and story, and of the eternal human journey between what we know and what we imagine. For in the end, Lemuria teaches us this: the maps we make of the world matter, but so do the maps we make of meaning. Physical geography constrains where continents can be, but imagination has no such limits. Reality defines what is, but humans have always been more interested in what could be, what might have been, and what stories we tell ourselves about both. So rest now in this thoroughly mapped world that still contains infinite mystery, this evidence-based reality that still accommodates wonder, this scientific age that still needs myth. Lemuria is gone, or rather never was, but its legacy endures in every human who looks at the unknown and dares to imagine. Sweet dreams of lost worlds and found wisdom, of blank spaces filled with possibility, of the eternal dance between knowledge and wonder that makes us human. The continent may be lost, but the capacity to dream it into being, and then to seek truth about what actually is, remains our most distinctly human inheritance. You open your eyes before dawn, and the first thing you notice is how quiet everything is. Not silent. Egypt is never truly silent, but hushed in that particular way that happens when an entire palace is holding its breath, waiting for you to wake up. Somewhere beyond your bedchamber, you can hear the distant sound of water being poured, the soft padding of bare feet on limestone floors, and the gentle rustle of linen as servants prepare for your day. But none of them will enter until you signal that you're ready. Being a god has its perks, and privacy before sunrise is one of them. The bed beneath you is surprisingly comfortable for something that looks like it was designed by someone who'd never actually slept before. It's a wooden frame with a footboard carved to look like protective spirits. Part lion, part something else entirely that you're not entirely sure about, but the artisan seemed confident, so you went with it. The mattress is woven reed covered with linen sheets that somehow stay cool even in the Egyptian heat. Your headrest, a curved piece of wood that cradles your neck, has taken some getting used to over the years. When you were younger, you thought it was a torture device disguised as furniture. Now you can't sleep without it. The room smells like myrrh and frankincense from the censers that burn through the night, mixed with the peculiar scent of old stone that permeates every building in Egypt. It's not unpleasant. Actually, it's become so familiar that you find it comforting, like the smell of rain to someone who grew up in a wetter climate. Through the high windows, you can see the sky turning from black to deep blue. That particular shade that only exists for about 15 minutes each morning before the sun decides to make its dramatic entrance. You sit up slowly, because even pharaohs need a moment to let their backs adjust after lying down all night. The golden lapis lazuli pectoral you wore to bed, you're never completely unadorned even in sleep, catches the pre-dawn light and throws tiny blue stars across the wall. It's one of your favourites actually, less ostentatious than some of the ceremonial pieces, but beautiful in a way that doesn't scream, "Look at me, I'm incredibly important and wealthy." It just whispers it politely. There's a gentle cough from beyond the door. Not an impatient cough, because nobody in their right mind would cough impatiently at a pharaoh. But a "we're ready when you are but also the sun waits for no one" kind of cough. You call out that you're awake, and the door opens to admit a small procession of people whose entire job is to make sure you don't have to dress yourself. Leading them is Amenhotep, your chief steward, who has perfected the art of looking simultaneously alert and serene at an hour when most people look like they've been hit with a brick. The purification ritual happens first, before you can eat or drink or do anything else, because you can't very well commune with the gods while smelling like you've been asleep for 8 hours. 2 priests enter carrying alabaster jars of water drawn from the Nile at a sacred spot upstream. The water is cool and clean, and they pour it over your hands and feet while reciting prayers that you've heard so many times you could recite them backwards. You probably shouldn't mention that you once tried doing exactly that during a particularly boring ceremony when you were 13. Your high priest wasn't amused. The washing is methodical and strangely peaceful. One priest focuses on your right side, the other on your left, moving in perfect synchronization like they've been practicing this routine for years, which of course they have. Water runs over your skin and collects in a bronze basin beneath your feet, carrying away the night and, symbolically at least, any impurities that might have accumulated while you slept. You watch ripples form in the basin and think about how the Nile itself must be going through its own morning routines downstream, preparing for another day of keeping millions of people alive. Next comes the anointing with oils. These aren't your everyday oils. Nobody's rubbing you down with whatever they use to keep door hinges from squeaking. These are sacred oils, expensive oils, oils that had to be imported from places so far away that the merchants who brought them spent months travelling through deserts and across seas. The chief oil is myrrh mixed with cinnamon and something floral that you can never quite identify, but smells like what you imagine the god's garden would smell like if gods needed gardens. The priest applies the oil to your forehead first, drawing symbols you can't see but can feel in the patterns his fingers make. Then your chest, your arms, and your feet. The oil soaks in slowly, leaving your skin gleaming in the lamplight. You smell like a temple now, which is appropriate, considering you're about to become the primary link between Egypt and every god who's paying attention this morning. The dressing process is its own kind of ritual. First, the linen kilt. Not just any linen, but royal linen, woven so finely you can barely feel it against your skin. It's pleated within an inch of its life, each fold sharp enough to cut papyrus, and it's held in place with a belt that weighs approximately as much as a small cat. The belt is gold, because of course it is, inlaid with semi-precious stones arranged in patterns that tell stories about your divine right to rule, and your ancestors' divine right to rule, and basically everyone in your family's divine right to do whatever they want. Then the collar. This is where things get serious weight-wise. The broad collar is a masterpiece of goldsmithing. Rows upon rows of gold, carnelian, turquoise and lapis lazuli beads strung together to create something that's part jewellery, part armour, and part statement piece that says, yes, I could buy your entire village with what I'm wearing around my neck. It settles onto your shoulders with a familiar heaviness, and you automatically straighten your posture to compensate. You've been wearing these collars since you were crowned, and you've developed neck muscles that could probably support a small building. The crown comes last. Not the elaborate double crown you'll wear for major ceremonies. That thing requires its own support staff and gives you a headache after about 20 minutes. But the simple Nemes headdress, the striped linen cloth that frames your face and makes you instantly recognisable as Pharaoh, is surprisingly practical actually. Keeps the sun off your head, keeps your hair out of your face, and looks sufficiently impressive that people remember they're in the presence of royalty. Finally, they hand you the crook and flail. These are your symbols of kingship, the tools that mark you as both shepherd and warrior of Egypt. The crook is hooked at the top, symbolising your role in guiding your people. The flail is a kind of whip thing that honestly serves no practical purpose, but looks great in reliefs and reminds everyone that you could theoretically smite them if necessary. You hold them crossed against your chest in the traditional pose and catch sight of yourself in a polished bronze mirror. You look like a pharaoh. You look like power personified. You look like someone who definitely knows what they're doing and has everything under control. It's a good look, even if you know that underneath all the gold and oil and carefully arranged linen, you're just a person who's going to need to visit the privy at some point today and would really like some breakfast. The sun god Ra is making his appearance on the eastern horizon, which means it's time for you to make yours at the temple. This is non-negotiable. You could be dying, and actually one of your predecessors did perform the morning ritual while dying, which everyone agreed was impressively dedicated, but also maybe taking things a bit far, and you'd still need to show up to help the sun rise. Because according to theology, the sun doesn't rise on its own. It rises because you, as the living embodiment of Horus, perform the correct rituals to make it happen. No pressure. The walk to the temple takes you through corridors that are starting to come alive with activity. Servants press themselves against the walls as you pass, heads bowed, because looking directly at you is considered bold at best and sacrilegious at worst. You've tried to tell people they can look at you like a normal person, but apparently that's not how divine kingship works. So you've learned to acknowledge them without requiring eye contact. A small nod here, a gesture there, enough to show you see them without forcing them into an awkward theological situation. The temple is cool and dark, lit only by oil lamps that create pools of golden light in the darkness. The air is thick with incense, so thick you can practically taste it, and you've developed the ability to breathe through your mouth without being obvious about it. The walls are covered in hieroglyphs and images that tell the story of creation, the gods, your divine ancestry, and several of your own accomplishments that may have been slightly exaggerated by the artists. That battle you won. In real life it was messy and terrifying, and you nearly got knocked off your chariot. On the temple wall you're single-handedly defeating thousands of enemies while remaining perfectly coiffed. The high priest is waiting for you at the sanctuary entrance, along with a collection of other priests who form a kind of religious entourage. They're all shaved completely bald, not just their heads, but eyebrows, everything, because body hair is considered impure in sacred spaces. You've always found this a bit extreme, but you're not the one who made the rules. Well, technically you are the one who could change the rules, being Pharaoh and all, but some traditions are so old and so ingrained that even you don't mess with them. The inner sanctuary is where the god actually lives, not metaphorically lives. The statue in their house is the actual essence of the god, making it the most sacred and most dangerous spot in all of Egypt. Only you and the high priest can enter, and even then, only during specific rituals. The door is sealed with the previous day's seal, which you break with a ceremonial knife. The wax cracks with a satisfying snap, and the heavy doors swing open to reveal the god's dwelling. The statue is magnificent, covered in gold leaf and precious stones, wearing its own set of ceremonial garments that get changed daily. It stands in the dim lamplight looking appropriately divine and slightly intimidating. The deity's eyes seem to follow you as you approach, which is either a trick of the light or proof that the god is indeed present. You prefer not to think about it too deeply. The morning ritual is always the same. You approach the statue reciting prayers in the ancient tongue that you learned phonetically as a child. Even though you're fluent in them now, there's something about the sound of the words, rounded and formal and heavy with millennia of repetition, that makes them feel powerful. You're not just speaking, you're activating something, connecting to a power that existed before your great-great-great-grandparents were born. You purify the statue with water and natron, carefully washing the god's face and hands. Then you dress it in fresh linen, removing yesterday's garments and replacing them with new ones that have been specially prepared and consecrated. The god gets jewellery too, necklaces and bracelets that you fasten with steady hands, taking care not to let them tangle. You've gotten quite good at this over the years. The first time you did it, you were so nervous you nearly dropped a priceless amulet. The high priest's face went through several shades of pale before you caught it. Food offerings come next. A small feast is laid out before the statue. Bread, beer, roasted duck, fresh fruit and vegetables prepared exactly the way the god prefers. The irony isn't lost on you that the god probably doesn't actually eat the food. But what happens is that the god's essence consumes the spiritual part of the meal, leaving the physical part to be distributed among the priests later. It's an efficient system, really. The gods get fed, the priests get fed, and everyone's happy. You light incense and make the final offerings, reciting the prayers that release the god's power to flow through Egypt for another day. It's during these moments that you sometimes feel something shift in the air, something you can't quite explain but that makes the hair on your arm stand up. Maybe it's just the incense smoke playing tricks on your mind. Maybe it's the weight of belief from millions of Egyptians flowing through you. Maybe the gods really are listening. When you emerge from the sanctuary, the sun has fully risen. This is important. If you'd failed in your duties, theoretically the sun wouldn't have risen. Egypt would have fallen into chaos, and it would have been entirely your fault. But the sun is shining, the Nile is flowing, and the world continues to exist, which means you've successfully fulfilled your cosmic responsibilities for another morning. You allow yourself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The rest of the morning involves more temples and more gods. Egypt has a lot of gods, an almost embarrassing number of gods, really. And while you can't personally visit all of them every day, you need to make regular appearances at the major temples. There's the Temple of Amun, the king of gods, whose priests wield almost as much power as you do, and need to be kept happy. There's the Temple of Ptah, patron of craftsmen, whose favour you need if you want your building projects to succeed. There's the Temple of Hathor, goddess of love and joy, whose festivals are significantly more fun than the other gods' festivals. Each temple visit follows a similar pattern. Approach with appropriate reverence, perform the rituals, make the offerings, and listen to the priest's reports about temple business and their requests for more funding. The requests for funding are constant. Every priest believes their god deserves a bigger temple, more offerings, and additional staff. You've become skilled at the political dance of appearing to consider every request seriously while committing to nothing specific. Between temples, you're carried on a litter by bearers who move with synchronized precision, making the journey smooth enough that you could probably balance a cup of wine on your head without spilling a drop. Not that you've tried. That would be undignified. The streets are crowded with people who've come out to see you pass, and you maintain the appropriate expression of benevolent divine authority, while privately wondering if you remembered to have someone check on your favourite hunting dog, who seemed a bit off yesterday. By mid-morning, you're back at the palace for the less spiritual but equally important part of being Pharaoh, actually running the country. The audience hall is already filling with people who need something from you. Officials, nobles, foreign ambassadors, priests, architects, merchants, farmers with disputes, criminals awaiting judgment, and that one persistent inventor who keeps trying to convince you to fund his revolutionary new irrigation system that will definitely work this time. Unlike the last 3 times, you settle onto your throne, which is magnificent and uncomfortable in equal measure. It's designed to make you look powerful, not to provide lumbar support. The throne is gold-plated, inlaid with ivory and ebony, and carved with images of you defeating enemies, communing with gods, and generally being excellent at everything. The arms are shaped like rearing cobras, which looks impressive but means you have to be careful not to scratch yourself on the cobra fangs when you adjust your position. Your vizier, Ptahhotep, approaches with the day's agenda. He's been your second in command for 5 years now, and you trust him more than almost anyone. He's brilliant and efficient and has the rare quality of being willing to tell you when you're wrong, but doing it in such a diplomatic way that you don't feel like having him thrown to the crocodiles. He's also apparently immune to boredom, which is essential when dealing with palace administration. The first matter is a border dispute between two provincial governors who both claim the same stretch of farmland. The dispute has been going on for 3 years, which seems excessive for an argument about dirt, but apparently this particular dirt is extremely fertile and produces exceptional barley. Both governors are present, each with scrolls of evidence, witnesses and arguments prepared. You let them present their cases, which takes approximately forever and involves a lot of dramatic gesturing and appeals to ancient precedents. The truth is, you could probably solve this by simply declaring one of them the winner and moving on. You're Pharaoh. Your word is law. But you've learned that arbitrary decisions, even when you have the power to make them, tend to create resentment and problems down the line. So you listen, ask questions, and eventually propose a solution that involves surveying the land properly, splitting it based on the survey results, and both governors contributing to a new irrigation project that will benefit the entire region. Neither governor looks entirely happy, which probably means it's a fair solution. Next is a delegation from Nubia with tribute and trade proposals. The Nubians are skilled diplomats who've dressed in their finest. Gold jewellery that rivals your own, fine fabrics, and elaborate hairstyles. They present their gifts with appropriate ceremony. Gold, ivory, ebony, exotic animal skins, and a live leopard that seems less than thrilled about being a diplomatic gift. The leopard is beautiful but looks like it's considering making a break for freedom, which would certainly liven up the proceedings. You accept the tribute graciously and listen to their trade proposals, which are actually quite reasonable. Nubia has resources Egypt needs, and Egypt has grain and manufactured goods Nubia wants. It's basic economics dressed up in diplomatic language. You agree to most of their requests, modify a few details, and send them away happy. The leopard goes to the royal menagerie where hopefully it will feel less homicidal. Then there's the criminal case. A merchant is accused of using false weights to cheat customers. The evidence is presented, the weights in question, testimony from customers, and the merchant's protests of innocence. You examine the weights yourself, comparing them to the standard measures kept in the palace. They're definitely lighter than they should be, which means the merchant was selling people less grain than they paid for. Not the crime of the century, but dishonest nonetheless. Egyptian law is supposed to be based on Ma'at, truth, justice, harmony, and the fundamental order of the universe. In practice, it means trying to be fair while also making sure people don't think they can cheat each other with impunity. You find the merchant guilty and sentence him to pay back double what he stole plus a fine to the temple. It's stern enough to discourage others from trying the same thing, but not so harsh that it destroys the man's life. He leaves looking relieved that you didn't order anything involving crocodiles. The architect arrives with updated plans for your mortuary temple. This is the building that will serve as your cult centre after you die, where priests will make offerings to your memory for centuries. No pressure to make it impressive or anything. The architect unrolls papyrus after papyrus, showing you designs for courtyards, columns, statues and reliefs. Everything is calculated to inspire awe and demonstrate your divine nature to future generations. You suggest some modifications, a larger courtyard here, different proportions there, maybe fewer images of you smiting enemies, and more of you making offerings to gods, because you want to be remembered as pious, not just violent. The architect makes notes, nodding enthusiastically at your ideas, even though you suspect he's going to gently talk you out of half of them later, by explaining various architectural principles you don't fully understand. Between official audiences, Ptahhotep updates you on the kingdom's finances. Egypt is wealthy, but wealth requires management. There are granaries to maintain, armies to pay, building projects to fund, temples to support, and foreign trade to manage. The Nile's flood this year was good, which means the harvest should be abundant, which means tax revenue should be solid. But there's always something. A warehouse that needs repairs, a garrison that needs supplies, a canal that needs dredging. You approve budgets, sign off on expenditures, and make decisions about resource allocation that would probably bore you to tears if they weren't so crucial to keeping Egypt functioning. The truth about ruling an empire is that it's less about dramatic pronouncements and more about making sure grain gets from where it's grown to where it's needed. Workers get paid, infrastructure gets maintained, and the complex machine of civilization keeps turning. A messenger arrives with news from the army. There's been a skirmish on the eastern border. Nothing major, just raiders testing Egypt's defences. Your general has handled it efficiently, but he's requesting additional troops to reinforce the garrison. You approve the request and dictate a response praising the general's vigilance. Military matters require careful attention. Egypt is powerful, but the world is full of neighbours who would love to claim a piece of the Nile's wealth. By early afternoon, you're ready for a break from audiences and administrative decisions. You retire to the private quarters of the palace, where the rooms are cooler, quieter, and significantly less formal. Here you can actually relax, or at least engage in the pharaonic version of relaxation, which still involves some level of ceremony, but with fewer people watching your every move. The palace is a city unto itself, a sprawling complex of buildings, courtyards, gardens, and halls. Your private quarters are in the heart of it all, protected by multiple layers of guards, walls, and protocol. The rooms are beautiful, painted walls showing gardens and wildlife, floors of polished stone, and furniture inlaid with precious materials. But they're also surprisingly comfortable. You've made sure of that. Yes, you're a god king, but you're also someone who appreciates a good chair. Your chief wife, Nefertari, is waiting in the garden courtyard. She's dressed more casually than you'd see her in public, still elegant, still wearing enough jewellery to fund a small army, but in lighter linen suitable for the afternoon heat. She's been dealing with her own administrative duties all morning. The royal household doesn't run itself, and she manages a staff of hundreds with the efficiency of a military commander. You discuss the day over light refreshments. She tells you about a dispute between two servants that she had to mediate, a request from the Temple of Hathor for her to attend an upcoming festival, and her concerns about your eldest son's education. He's showing more interest in hunting than in learning the administrative skills he'll need when he eventually becomes Pharaoh. You make a mental note to spend some time with him. Maybe find a way to make governance seem as exciting as chasing gazelles through the desert. The garden is one of your favourite places in the palace. It's an oasis of green in a landscape of stone and sand with carefully tended trees, flowers, and a pool stocked with fish. The Egyptians have managed to make gardens an art form, creating spaces that are both beautiful and functional. The trees provide shade, the flowers provide perfume, and the pool provides a spot for actual relaxation that doesn't involve sitting on a throne covered in angry cobras. You spend some time with your children, who are brought to you by their nurses. Royal children live somewhat separate lives from their parents. It's tradition, and also practical given the demands of kingship. But you make time for them when you can. Your daughter shows you a drawing she made, which is supposed to be a lotus flower, but looks more like an enthusiastic blob. You praise it appropriately. Your youngest son, who's about 3, is more interested in trying to grab your ceremonial beard, which is attached to your chin with some kind of ancient Egyptian adhesive technology that works better than it has any right to. These moments are precious, not because they're grand or ceremonial, but because they're normal. In these moments, you're not a pharaoh or a god, or the living embodiment of cosmic order. You're just a parent trying to keep a toddler from destroying your royal regalia while pretending to understand a child's artwork. Later, you review reports from your various estates. As pharaoh, you personally own significant amounts of land throughout Egypt, managed by stewards who send regular updates. The reports are written on papyrus in the neat hieratic script that scribes use for business documents, faster than hieroglyphs, though significantly less impressive looking. You've learned to read these reports quickly, scanning for important information while skipping the elaborate formalities that every scribe feels compelled to include. This estate had a good harvest. That estate had some problems with locusts, but managed to save most of the crop. This estate steward is requesting permission to build a new irrigation channel. That estate's steward wants to know if you'd like any of the particularly fine cattle they've bred. You make notes, approve or deny requests, and generally ensure that your personal wealth, which is considerable, is being managed competently. There's a relaxing interlude of music. You have court musicians who are genuinely talented, not just employed because they're good at flattering the Pharaoh. A harpist plays while you recline on a comfortable couch, the music filling the room with something beautiful and temporary and completely divorced from politics or religion or responsibility. The harp is a beautiful instrument, its sound clear and resonant, and the musician's fingers move across the strings with practiced grace. You close your eyes and just listen. The music washes over you, and for a few minutes your mind is empty of border disputes, budget concerns, diplomatic negotiations, and theological responsibilities. There's just the music, the cool air from the garden, and the distant sound of the palace continuing its daily business without you. A bath follows, which is less a quick rinse and more an elaborate process involving servants, oils, and water at exactly the right temperature. The bath is in a dedicated room with a limestone tub that's been polished smooth by years of use. The water is scented with lotus oil, and as you sink into it, you feel muscles relax that you didn't realise were tense. Being a pharaoh is physically demanding in ways people don't often consider. All that standing, sitting on uncomfortable thrones, wearing heavy jewellery, and maintaining perfect posture. Your body keeps a running tally. The afternoon heat is building, and the palace has grown quiet during the hottest hours. This is when sensible people rest, and even pharaohs need to be sensible occasionally. You retire to your sleeping quarters, where the air is cooler thanks to thick stone walls and servants who've been waving fans and sprinkling water on reed mats. You lie down on your bed, the same one you woke up in this morning, and let yourself drift into sleep. The afternoon nap is sacred. Not theologically sacred, just personally sacred. It's one of the few parts of your day that's entirely your own, where nobody needs anything from you and you don't need to make decisions about anything more important than which side to sleep on. The palace knows not to disturb you unless something is literally on fire, and even then, they'd better be sure it's a really important fire. You wake refreshed as the worst heat of the day begins to fade. The Nile is calling, not literally, though in poetry and hymns the Egyptians certainly write about the river like it speaks. And you've decided to take a journey on the royal barge. The Nile is Egypt's lifeline, its source of water, food, transportation, and fertility. Understanding the river means understanding your kingdom, and besides, it's pleasant to be on the water when the air is cooling and the light is turning golden. The royal barge is magnificent, which is practically a requirement for anything associated with royalty, but it's also surprisingly practical. It's large enough to be stable, decorated enough to be impressive, and equipped with a cabin that provides shade and privacy. The boat itself is painted in bright colours, red, blue, green and gold, with the sacred eye of Horus on the prow to ward off evil. The oarsmen are skilled professionals who can navigate the Nile's currents with the kind of precision that comes from years of practice. You board with a small retinue, some guards, a few servants, Tar-Hotep, who apparently never takes time off, and a priest because you're still pharaoh and still connected to the divine, even when you're just taking a boat ride. The barge pushes away from the dock and immediately you feel the difference. On land, you're surrounded by stone and politics. On the water, there's movement, air, and a sense of freedom that's rare when you're responsible for an entire civilization. The Nile flows northward, which confuses foreigners until you explain that in Egypt, north means downstream toward the Mediterranean, and south means upstream toward Nubia. The current carries you gently along, and when the wind is right, the sail can catch it and supplement the oarsman's efforts. Today the wind is perfect, filling the sail with a satisfying snap of fabric, and the boat glides along with minimal effort. From the water, you see Egypt differently. The riverbanks are lined with green, the fertile strip of land where everything grows, where life is possible, and where your people farm and build and live. Beyond the green is the desert, the red land stretching away to distant horizons. The contrast is stark. Green means life, red means death. The Nile creates the green by flooding every year. depositing rich silt that makes Egypt's soil some of the most fertile on earth. You pass villages and towns, their mud brick buildings clustered near the water. People working in the fields look up and see the royal barge, recognizing it by its decoration and size. Some wave, some bow, some simply stare. You're a distant figure to most Egyptians, more symbol than person, and moments like this, where they can actually see you, even from a distance, matter more than you might think. Fishermen in small papyrus boats are working their nets. The ancient dance of casting and pulling that's been performed on the Nile since before the pyramids were built. Fish are plentiful in the river, perch, catfish and tilapia, and fishing provides food for millions. You watch one fisherman make a perfect cast, the weighted net spreading into a circle before dropping into the water. It's a simple act, but there's grace in it, skill in it, and the kind of practical mastery that keeps civilization fed. Fields stretch away from the river, green with growing grain. This is barley and emmer wheat, the crops that make bread and beer, the staples of the Egyptian diet. Farmers are working the irrigation channels, directing water from the river to their fields through a network of canals and basins that represent centuries of engineering knowledge. The system works because people understand the Nile's rhythms and know when to flood the fields, when to plant, and when to harvest. You pass a temple under construction, its limestone walls gleaming white in the afternoon sun. Workers are everywhere, hauling stones, mixing mortar and carving decorations. Building a temple is a massive undertaking that can last years or even decades, employing hundreds of workers and consuming resources on a scale that would bankrupt smaller kingdoms. But temples are investments in the divine, in Ma'at, and in the cosmic order that keeps Egypt prosperous. They're also, admittedly, very effective ways to demonstrate pharaonic power to anyone who needs reminding. The barge stops at a landing where local officials are waiting. This is part of the purpose of the journey, being seen, hearing concerns and maintaining the connection between Pharaoh and people. The officials present themselves with appropriate ceremony, and you listen to their reports about the harvest, local disputes that have been resolved, and requests for assistance with various projects. It's kingship on a smaller scale, more personal than the audiences at the palace, but just as important. A farmer approaches, nervous but determined. He's been granted an audience because his farm produces exceptional wine, and he's brought a sample for your consideration. You try the wine, it's actually quite good, with a complexity that surprises you, and compliment him on his work. His face lights up with pride, and you make a note to have the palace acquire more of his vintage. Supporting excellent craftsmen is part of your role, and besides, you enjoy good wine. Back on the barge, you continue downstream. The sun is getting lower now, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The Nile reflects the colours, turning the water into something magical, and you understand why the ancient Egyptians saw divinity in everything. How could you not when the world produces beauty like this on a daily basis? You think about the river's cycle, how it floods every year with reliable precision, and how the ancient Egyptians built their entire calendar around this rhythm. Akhet, the inundation season, is when the river rises and covers the fields. Peret is the growing season, when crops are planted and tended. Shemu, the harvest season, is when all that work turns into food. 3 seasons, each essential, each dependent on the Nile doing what it's done for thousands of years. It strikes you sometimes how much depends on this river. If the flood is too small, there's famine. If it's too large, there's destruction. The Nile has to be just right year after year, or Egypt suffers. Your ancestors claim they could control the flood through their divine power, and you maintain that claim because pharaohs are supposed to control everything. But privately you know the truth. The Nile does what it will, and humans just try to adapt. You're grateful that in your reign so far the river has been kind. As the barge returns to the palace dock, the sun is setting and the evening meal awaits. Egyptian feasts are elaborate affairs, especially royal ones. And tonight is a formal dinner with high-ranking officials, foreign ambassadors, and nobles who've been angling for an invitation for months. You've changed from your day clothes into evening regalia. A fresh kilt, a different collar, and the kind of jewellery that catches lamplight and makes everything sparkle. The banquet hall is spectacular. Columns painted with lotus designs rise to a ceiling decorated with stars and sacred symbols. Oil lamps in elaborate bronze stands light the room with warm, flickering light. The floor is scattered with fresh lotus flowers, their scent mixing with frankincense from the censers. Tables are arranged in a U-shape with your seat at the head, elevated slightly so everyone can see you, because even at dinner you're on display. Guests arrive in their finest clothes, which in Egypt means lots of pleated linen, lots of jewellery, elaborate wigs and enough eye makeup to supply a modern cosmetics counter for a year. The women's dresses are sheer enough to be slightly scandalous to foreign visitors, but perfectly normal by Egyptian standards. The men's kilts are crisp and white, their collars glittering with gold and semi-precious stones. Everyone has gone to considerable effort to look impressive, and the overall effect is dazzling. You take your seat and servants immediately begin bringing food. Egyptian feasts are not subtle affairs. There's roasted duck, goose, beef and fish prepared a dozen different ways. There's bread in various forms, flatbread, raised bread, and bread flavoured with honey or dates or coriander. There are vegetables, lettuce, onions, garlic, cucumbers and beans. There are fruits, figs, dates, pomegranates and melons. There are sweets made from honey and nuts. There's enough food to feed everyone twice over, which is the point. Abundance demonstrates prosperity. Wine flows freely, served in elegant cups by servants who glide through the crowd with practised grace. The wine is good, some from your own estates, some imported from abroad. Egyptians love wine, though beer is more common for everyday drinking. Tonight is not an everyday occasion, though, so wine it is. You sip from a golden cup while watching the room, observing the social dynamics, the alliances forming and shifting, and the careful dance of court politics. Musicians play harps, lutes, drums, and a sistrum whose metallic rattle is supposed to please the goddess Hathor. The music is lively, meant to encourage celebration rather than contemplation. Dancers perform, their movements graceful and athletic, their costumes designed more for visual impact than coverage. Egyptian dancing involves a lot of acrobatic moves that look impossible, but that these performers make seem effortless. Between courses there's conversation. The ambassador from Hatti, Egypt's sometimes ally, sometimes rival to the north, discusses trade agreements and mutual defence. The high priest of Amun mentions very casually that the god's temple could benefit from some renovations. A provincial governor compliments your wisdom in resolving that border dispute earlier. Everyone is charming, polite, and carefully advancing their own interests while pretending they're just here for the pleasure of your company. You make conversation with practised ease, asking questions, listening to responses, and making the kind of small talk that oils the wheels of diplomacy. You compliment the ambassador's wife on her jewellery, Egyptian gold you notice, which is either a genuine preference or strategic flattery. You discuss architecture with a nobleman who's building a new villa. You listen to a merchant describe his recent trading expedition to Punt, a mysterious land to the south that produces frankincense, myrrh and exotic goods. The food keeps coming. There's a whole roasted ox that required most of the afternoon to prepare. There are delicate pastries that dissolve on your tongue. There are dates stuffed with nuts and honey that are probably too sweet but taste amazing anyway. You eat moderately, aware that overeating in public is undignified, but also aware that completely ignoring the food might offend the cooks who've spent days preparing this feast. Entertainment continues between courses. There are acrobats who form human pyramids and tumble across the floor with alarming precision. There are singers whose voices rise above the ambient noise, telling stories of gods and heroes and romantic adventures. There's a magician who performs illusions that you can't quite figure out but that delight the audience. Court entertainment is supposed to be impressive, and tonight's performers have clearly received that memo. As the evening progresses, the formality relaxes slightly. People are well fed, well watered with wine, and in the kind of good mood that comes from being warm, comfortable, and surrounded by abundance. Conversation grows louder, laughter more frequent. You allow yourself to relax too, to enjoy the moment rather than constantly analysing it. These gatherings serve political purposes. but they're also genuinely pleasant when you stop treating them as work. Nefertari is at your side, managing the social dynamics with her usual skill. She notices when someone feels ignored and draws them into conversation. She smooths over a potential argument between two nobles who've had too much wine. She signals servants to refill cups, clear plates, and adjust lighting. She makes it all look effortless, which is how you know she's working hard. Running a royal feast is its own kind of governance. Eventually the feast winds down. Guests begin to leave, offering elaborate thanks and compliments. You accept their gratitude with appropriate royal graciousness, privately relieved that you can soon retire to quarters where you won't have to be on anymore. The servants will spend hours cleaning up, but that's not your concern. Your concern is saying goodnight to the last few stragglers without being rude or appearing too eager to get rid of them. The next morning brings you to your greatest obsession and most enduring legacy, your building projects. Every pharaoh builds is practically a job requirement, but you've taken it to new levels. You're not just maintaining existing structures, you're creating monuments that will outlast you by millennia. Your mortuary temple, your additions to the great temple complexes, and the statues bearing your face. These will tell future generations that you were here, that you mattered, and that you did things worth remembering. You're at the construction site of your mortuary temple, accompanied by the chief architect, the project overseer, and approximately 1,000 workers who are currently moving stone blocks that weigh more than several people combined. The sound of construction fills the air, chisels on stone, wooden sledges scraping across sand, foremen shouting instructions and workers chanting rhythmic work songs to coordinate their efforts. The scale of the project is staggering. The temple complex will cover acres, with massive pylons at the entrance, courtyards surrounded by columns, hyper-style halls where forest-sized stone pillars create artificial shade, sanctuaries for the gods, and chambers for the rituals that will maintain your cult after death. Right now, it's a construction site, chaotic and dusty, but the architect's plans show you what it will become, and the vision is magnificent. You walk through the site, stepping carefully over tools and cut stone. Workers pause in their labour to bow as you pass, and you nod acknowledgement. These men, and they are almost all men, though women participate in some aspects of construction, are skilled professionals. The stonecutters can split granite with precision that seems impossible. The masons can fit blocks together so tightly that you couldn't slip a knife blade between them. The artists carving reliefs can turn flat stone into images so lifelike they seem ready to step off the wall. The architect shows you the foundation work for the Great Hall. Limestone blocks have been laid with mathematical precision, creating a level platform for the columns that will support the roof. Each block has been cut to exact specifications, its surfaces smoothed to near-perfect flatness. The ancient Egyptians don't have the tools future civilizations will develop, but they've mastered the art of working stone with copper tools, abrasives, and an apparently infinite capacity for patient, precise labour. You examine the columns being carved nearby. These will be papyrus-form columns, shaped like bundles of papyrus stems, topped with capitals that look like opened papyrus flowers. The symbolism is deliberate. Papyrus grows in the marshes of Lower Egypt, representing the northern part of your kingdom. The craftsmen are working on the decorative elements now, carving hieroglyphs that will describe your victories, your devotion to the gods, and your legitimate right to rule. The reliefs on the walls are taking shape under the artist's chisels. These aren't just decorative. They're narrative, theological, and political statements. Here you're shown making offerings to the gods, maintaining the cosmic order. There you're defeating enemies, protecting Egypt from chaos. In another scene, you're receiving the symbols of kingship from the gods themselves, visual proof of your divine mandate. The artists are working from approved designs, but within those parameters, they're creating art that will last for ages. A master sculptor is working on a colossal statue of you in the traditional pharaonic pose, standing, left leg forward, arms at your sides, wearing the Nemes headdress and holding royal insignia. The statue is carved from red granite quarried hundreds of miles south and transported here by boat and sledge at enormous effort and expense. It's not finished yet, the face needs more refining and details need to be added. But already it's impressive. The statue is 3 times your actual height, because subtlety is not the point here. The point is to inspire awe. You discuss proportions with a sculptor who's been working on royal statues for decades. He explains the mathematical ratios that govern Egyptian art, the relationships between different body parts, the angles that create the ideal form, and the conventions that make a statue unmistakably pharaonic. Egyptian art isn't realistic in the way later cultures will define realism. It's idealized, formalized, and designed to represent truth rather than mere appearance. Your statue doesn't need to look exactly like you. It needs to look like the eternal, perfect idea of you. The overseer shows you the work schedule. Thousands of workers are employed on this project alone, organised into teams with specialised skills. There are quarrymen, haulers, masons, carvers, painters, plasterers, tool makers, cooks to feed everyone, scribes to track supplies and wages, and foremen to coordinate efforts. It's a massive logistical undertaking that requires careful planning, consistent resources, and competent management. You ask about the workers' conditions because, despite what future people will believe, these aren't slaves. They're paid labourers, some working full-time, others fulfilling their annual labour obligation to the state. They receive rations of grain, beer, vegetables, and occasionally meat. They have off days for festivals. They live in purpose-built worker villages with houses, medical care, and even a kind of a labour dispute resolution system. It's not luxury, but it's also not the brutal oppression that pyramids and slavery myths would suggest. The project is on schedule, the overseer assures you, though on schedule for ancient Egyptian construction means years or decades. You won't see this temple completed. Your successor might not see it completed, but it will be completed, and when it is, it will stand as a testament to your reign, your devotion to the gods, and your determination to be remembered. You visit the workshops where artisans are creating the smaller but still important elements. The gold leaf that will cover certain surfaces, the precious stone inlays, the bronze doors, and the elaborate furniture for the temple's various chambers. Each item is being made by hand by craftsmen who learn their skills from masters who learned from their masters, maintaining traditions that stretch back generations. There's something profound about watching these works take shape. Every chisel strike, every careful measurement, and every artistic decision is an act of creation that will outlast everyone involved. The workers will die, you will die, even the gods might change, but these stones will remain, these images will endure, and these hieroglyphs will continue telling your story to people who haven't been born yet. It's as close to immortality as humans get. As evening approaches, you find yourself on the palace roof, watching the sun descend toward the western desert. This has become something of a ritual for you, a quiet moment at the end of the day to think, to process, to simply exist without the weight of performance. Up here, with the city spreading out below and the desert beyond, you can see your kingdom in microcosm. The Nile cuts through the landscape like a dark ribbon, reflecting the sunset colours. Along its banks, fields are darkening from green to black as the light fades. Towns and villages are coming alive with lamplight, tiny golden points appearing as families settle in for the evening. Smoke rises from cooking fires, carrying the smell of bread and grilled fish. Somewhere in the distance you can hear singing, probably from a tavern where workers are relaxing after the day's labour. You think about the enormity of your responsibility. Those lights represent people, millions of them, who depend on you to maintain Ma'at, to keep the Nile flowing, the harvest coming, the borders secure, and the gods satisfied. You didn't ask for this responsibility. You were born into it, trained for it from childhood, had it placed on your head with a crown, and declared inevitable by every priest and official in Egypt. But you've accepted it, and most days you believe you're doing an adequate job. The concept of Ma'at occupies your thoughts often. It's more than just law or justice. It's cosmic order, the way things should be, the balance between chaos and civilization. Your entire reign is judged by how well you maintain Ma'at. Do you speak truth? Do you ensure fair judgment? Do you support the gods' temples? Do you keep Egypt prosperous and secure? Every decision you make is supposed to reinforce order and push back against chaos is Fet, the force that wants to unmake everything. It's an impossible standard, really. You're human. Despite what the theology says, you make mistakes. You have biases. You get tired and cranky and occasionally make decisions because they're easier, rather than because they're right. But you try. Every morning you wake up and try to be the Pharaoh Egypt needs, the living Horus, the son of Ra, the shepherd of the people. You think about mortality, which is ironic considering you're supposed to be divine. But divinity doesn't make you immune to death. It just means you're expected to continue being important after death. Your tomb is being prepared in the Valley of the Kings, cut deep into the mountain rock, its walls covered with religious texts and images to guide you through the afterlife. Your burial goods are accumulating. Furniture, clothes, jewellery, food, everything you might need in the next world. The ancient Egyptians have made an art form of dealing with death. You don't just die. You transform, journey through the underworld, face judgment before the gods, and if you pass, join the blessed dead who live forever. The Book of the Dead, which isn't actually a book but a collection of spells and instructions, will be placed in your tomb to help you navigate the dangers of the afterlife. You've read it, of course. It's comforting in a way, all those detailed instructions about what to say and do, as if death is just another journey that can be planned for. Your accomplishments run through your mind like a scroll unrolling. Treaties negotiated, temples built, enemies defeated, laws enacted, canals dug, and justice administered. Some of it was significant. Some of it will be forgotten by next year. But you've tried to make Egypt better than you found it, to leave something lasting. Those buildings rising from the desert floor, those inscriptions on temple walls, those legal precedents, they're your legacy, the proof that you existed and mattered. But there are failures too, things you regret, hasty decisions that caused problems later, people you trusted who betrayed that trust, projects that consumed resources but delivered little, moments when you chose political expediency over justice because the alternative seemed too costly. The weight of rule includes carrying those failures, learning from them if possible, and accepting them when learning isn't enough. The sun touches the horizon, and the sky erupts in reds and oranges and purples. The Egyptians believe the sun god Ra travels through the underworld each night, fighting the serpent of chaos, ensuring the sun rises again each morning. You've helped that process through your rituals, but watching the sunset, you wonder if Ra needs the help, or if the sun would rise anyway. Theology says one thing, your secret thoughts sometimes suggest another. You think about your children and what kind of Egypt they'll inherit. Your eldest son will likely be the next pharaoh. The royal succession in Egypt isn't always straightforward. He's young still, more interested in the glory of kingship than its tedious reality. You hope he'll learn and hope he'll understand that being pharaoh means more responsibility than power. You hope he'll be wise enough to listen to good advisors and strong enough to ignore bad ones. The stars are appearing now, familiar constellations the Egyptians have named and mapped and incorporated into their religious beliefs. Those stars will be there long after you're gone, looking down on future pharaohs, future Egypts, and future worlds you can't imagine. It's humbling in a way to think about the vastness of time and your tiny place in it. But it's also comforting. You're part of something larger than yourself, part of a chain of kings stretching back to Nama, who first united Egypt, and forward to rulers you'll never meet. The evening call to prayer rises from the temples, priests singing hymns to the gods, thanking them for the day, asking for their protection through the night. The sound carries across the city, and you find yourself humming along with the familiar melodies. You may be a pharaoh, but you're also a worshipper, someone who acknowledges powers greater than yourself. As darkness settles over Egypt, you feel the day's tensions releasing. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new responsibilities, and new opportunities to maintain mayat or fail trying. But for now, this moment is enough. Standing on your palace roof, watching your kingdom settle into night, being simply yourself before you have to be pharaoh again. You turn away from the view and head back inside, ready for the evening meal, for the rituals that will prepare you for sleep, and for another night's rest before another day's reign. The palace swallows you back into its routines, but you carry the peace of that rooftop moment with you. a reminder that underneath all the ceremony and responsibility, you're human, living a life measured in sunsets and decisions, trying to do right. In a world that rarely makes rightness easy, you lie in bed again, the day's circuit complete. Tomorrow you'll wake and do it all again. The rituals, the governance, the building, the responsibility. It's a rhythm as reliable as the Nile's flood, as predictable as the sun's daily journey. You're not immortal, despite the divine titles. You're a person doing a job that happens to involve being treated like a god. Your legacy will be stone and law, temples and treaties, children who carry your bloodline forward, and officials who learned from your decisions. Some of it will last millennia, some will be forgotten within a generation. Such is the nature of human endeavour. But for now, you sleep, knowing the sun will rise again because Ra travels through the night, or because the earth rotates, or because that's simply what suns do. Your job is to be there when it rises, to perform the rituals, to govern justly, and to maintain Ma'at for another day. The weight of the crown rests on a stand nearby, silent and patient, waiting for morning. Outside, the Nile flows northward as it always has, carrying Egypt's life toward the sea. And in the eternal cycle of rising and setting, of flooding and planting and harvesting, of life and death and life again, you are Pharaoh, divine, mortal, powerful, vulnerable, responsible for everything, master of nothing but your intentions. Sleep comes gently, carrying you toward dreams of the perfect Egypt you build each night and wake to approximate each day.